All right. I think both of our YouTube streams are up, friends. Let me get TikTok running. We should have TikTok running now. Very good. I'm like 1 minute behind usual schedule. Sorry about that, friends. We're good to go now. We are live and ready to rock and roll. Now, listen, there was some chatter. There was some chatter in the comments about this schism. And I did go back and check the numbers. And here's the thing: the vertical live stream, in terms of memberships, I'm not talking about subscribers, memberships are kicking the pants off of the horizontal stream. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that means anything. I'm just saying it's pretty unbalanced right now. The vertical stream has literally double the amount of members. But let's get Dalton pulled in here. I'm not saying that the horizontal stream isn't as dedicated. How you doing, Dalton?
Howdy, partner.
Good to see you,
Um,
buddy.
how you doing?
You know what? I cannot complain. I cannot complain.
I shaved off a few years from my face.
Yeah, here's the thing. I don't. You got to get the mustache back. I'm just saying that was your signature.
We'll have to put a vote up for it.
Put a mustache emoji in the comments if you want the mustache back. There should be a mustache emoji in there somewhere. I'm pretty sure there is. Well, listen, we're going to get some guests loaded up. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ guest. It's also in the description of the video if you want something clickable. Also, thank you for being here. We got a couple super chats already. So while we're waiting for guests to load up, I'm going to go ahead and grab our super chats. And in wake of the crash on Monday, I rigged up a new system to aggregate all the super chats that don't integrate with OBS. So if OBS crashes, all my super chats are safe. They're good. I'll still be able to display them after I restart the stream. So we should be ready to go. Also, I downgraded the OBS stream to 2K instead of 4K. So that should take some of the workload off OBS. So it should be
Did you
better.
did you change your mind on the topic for the night?
Well, I had to order some stuff. I'll tell you about it later. I had to order some stuff. I'm waiting for it to come in on Amazon. You haven't seen the I Am the Messiah stream yet. It'll make a lot more sense when I'll send you a message afterwards to explain it.
Okay.
There's some shenanigans that go on during the I Am the Messiah stream, and anyways, you'll see. Well, but I think I'm gonna try to do it this upcoming week. I should have everything by then. Let me grab a couple super chats, friends, and then hopefully we'll have a guest loaded up. Dr. Dave, great to see you. Thank you for the £10 super chat. Says, hi, Justin, prophet of Doug, and fellow Dougistians. Here for Doug are 10 British pounds of tithe or whatever. May the sweet aroma of burnt sacrifices reach Doug, and may he favor all of us tonight. Well, obviously, Dr. Wasamble, he has favor on you with or without your tithing. And in fact, they're up there cooking stew already. Stone soup, you might even say. Thank you for the support. And also, Dr. Dave, for the additional £10 super chat. Says, oh, come all ye faithful, Dougful and Sharon Fint. Oh, come ye to Justin's live stream. Come and behold him rock hard for Doug all the time. My worship to Doug. That's phenomenal. Also, hi. Hi, y'all. That is phenomenal. We got a guest loading up here. Saint will grab you in just a second. Mega, helping Mega deconstruct. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says Doug and Sharon are ready for their burnt offerings on this beautiful Wednesday. May Doug and Sharon give their blessings to Dalton, Justin, and the horizontal stream, and I will add the vertical stream equally as blessed. And Gretchen, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says you shut your filthy vertical mouth. Sorry, Gretchen, I love you. Duke of Shasta says, thank you for the super chat. It says hieroglyphic, hieratic, demotic. 3 scripts to choose from. Yet you adorn your walls with the scribblings of Asiatics and other desert dwellers who walk in the shadow and do not know the truth of Ma'a. I'm sorry, I didn't do any Egyptian script on here. There is some slight hieroglyph script on here, and that's it. I listen. I agree with you that both Demotic and Hieratic are beautiful scripts, even though they look roughly the same. Most people can't tell them apart. But I ran out of room on the board. I'll make another one eventually, just for you, that includes Egyptian scripts, just for you, my friend. And last super chat for now, William Kinney Jr. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says this is the best birthday present for me today. Rock hard for Doug. Well, shit, I'm glad you're rock hard, William, and thank you so much for spending 20 of your birthday dollars to support the channel. That really means a lot, and happy birthday to you, friend. All right, we've got more super chats. I'll get to them after our first guest. We're going to bring Saint in from the TikTok queue. I have a little trouble connecting, or maybe it's a little bit slow. There, right. I think it's connected now. How you doing, Saint?
What's up?
Saint, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I believe in God, and I'm 18.
Cool. And which God in particular?
Christianity.
Okay. What would be the greatest evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
The fact that reason would be impossible without the existence of a God.
And how is that?
There would be no grounding for it.
Why does it need grounding?
Because you would have no justification for your worldview.
No, my worldview has nothing to do with reason. Try again.
So,
why do I need
so wait a minute.
grounding for my brain
Your
to
worldview
reason?
So your worldview isn't grounded in reason?
We haven't even discussed my worldview yet. I'm asking, why does using brain to reason require grounding?
You need to use your brain in order to come to conclusions.
I
Those
agree. Yes.
conclusions,
Yeah. Our brains
exactly.
do that.
And that would be reasoning. So
Uh,
then the question is,
that's
what makes human reason reliable?
that's the process that our brains engage in, and it's not always 100% reliable. Sometimes it's unreliable. That's why we give people
Yeah.
medication when they have psychoses and things like that, because the brain isn't actually always reliable. And I would imagine you and I both agree on that, don't we?
Yeah. So the question is,
Okay.
what makes human reason reliable at all?
I just told you, it's not always reliable. Nothing makes it reliable. Reliability is like our own ways of measuring propositions. So like if my brain says, hey, like it's raining outside, other people can look outside and see if my brain is functioning correctly by determining if it's raining outside. No grounding necessary.
We're able to get like somewhat consistent results from using our brains. Yeah, but I'm saying that if under your worldview, we ultimately come from irrational matter, on what basis do we have to believe that irrational matter can produce reliable results of
Who said
brains?
anything about irrational matter? What do you think that phrase even means?
So if you don't believe that there is a God or a rational creator, then you inevitably believe in irrational matter produced this.
I asked you, what do you mean by irrational matter? What do you think that phrase means?
Matter is just physical, right? Whatever you want to say physical, right? Because I'm
Physical,
assuming
yeah.
you're not. Okay, yeah.
hmm
And so
What's irrational about
humans,
physical?
no, I'm saying that the matter that we supposedly came from, let's say microbial life, right? It doesn't have the capability of reason.
Yeah, but what's irrational about it?
It doesn't have a mind. Unless you believe that a clump of matter has a mind, and I would ask you, what's your evidence of that?
What does the mind have to do with something being irrational? I think what
You
you
have to
mean to
have
say
you have
is
to have
that
a
not
mind in
everything
order to
has the
reason.
ability to process thought. Is that what you're trying to say?
I mean, that's a part of it, but you have to have a
Yeah,
mind in order to reason. You can't reason without a mind.
I do agree. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
To have
So
abstract
then,
thoughts, you do need a mind.
yes. And so, if let's just say some evolutionary process, matter to mind, how does that process happen?
The same way it does in lower life forms, like it's just chemical reactions in the brain.
Are you wanting to know how brains formed? No.
Yeah,
How does
this is gonna be a
non-rational,
really bad precept.
okay, how does non-rational matter become rational?
Because it has the ability to make decisions. Well, The
that's
ability to
assuming the
react
thing
to
in
the
question.
environment, really. We call it
That's
decisions. It's
assuming
more of an
that's assuming the thing in
illusion than an
oh
actual
my goodness.
decision. So, for example, even in
Illusions.
bacteria, if there are bacteria from a foreign colony that come into a particular colony and is leaching off the colony, that bacteria, even though they don't have brains, that bacteria has a chemical reaction that triggers them to actually deal with the foreign bacteria to get them out of their
So
colony. So
so
the
then
simplest, I don't know why
reason
you're
isn't
talking
really
while I'm
reason.
talking because no one can hear
You're kind of
you.
rambling here.
Just so we're sure here, Saint, if you talk while I'm talking, I can't hear you what you're saying, and neither can the audience. So bacteria exhibit the lowest form of decision making, which is really just a chemical reaction, similar to how a tree might bend towards the sunlight. But you compound that over billions of years to organisms that now have billions of these chemical reactions, and it looks like the thing that we call thinking.
So thinking isn't really a thing, it's just an illusion.
That's my point, yeah. So our
Okay, so
brain is
is wait, so
processing the world.
is the
Our
statement that
brain
God
is
doesn't is an
saying, I
illusion
think
as
you're
well?
confused about how this works here. So I'm
Why
actually
are you
in
getting so
charge of the
nervous?
discussion, which means
Why are you
like
getting so nervous?
when I get to talk, you don't get to interrupt me. Now
Well, I was building on a
you can
point.
talk while I'm talking if you want to, but like again, no one can hear you. I can assure you that like if you continue to talk over me, I'll continue to talk over you. So I don't know if we actually have decision making capabilities in the way that we like to think so, like libertarian free will. It seems like our brain is more or less like a meat processing computer.
Okay, so is your worldview an illusion as well?
Only as much as yours.
No, we're not talking about my worldview. Is your worldview an illusion?
Only as much as yours. That's the answer
How
to
is
the
my worldview
question.
relevant to what your worldview is?
Because if you think that you're going to push me into hard solipsism, I would just do the same for you. Neither one of
I'm
us
not
can
pushing
actually
you
prove that
into
we're not
anything.
brains in a vat. So if you
I'm not
want
you
to do
pushing me
this
into
really
anything.
weird thing where you're saying like you can't know that you're not a brain in the vat, like you can't win that argument either. No one can.
I'm not arguing solipsism. I'm simply arguing justification. So under your worldview, your
What do you
worldview
think
is an illusion, right?
justification even means?
Providing a grounding for something.
What do you think grounding means? This is circular.
To explain how it exists.
Your
To explain
definition
how it
is
exists within your worldview.
great. Yeah, you can't explain your worldview.
That's not what I just asked.
That's
Explain
why you're
how a
doing a
thing
precept because
explain how a thing
you actually
exists in the
don't have an
worldview.
argument. So you don't have an argument for your worldview. So what you're
I do.
attempting to do is say, listen, the atheist
He's so
worldview,
nervous right now.
I don't like it. You're saying I
He's
don't
so
like the
nervous.
atheist worldview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attack the atheist worldview rather than giving an argument for why my worldview is actually true, even though your worldview certainly isn't true. I haven't actually
Okay,
heard
yeah.
that
So
any evidence for your
you're just
worldview being
asserting a bunch of
true.
things. Can we have a conversation?
I'm trying.
No, you're not. You're actually not trying.
It sounds to me like you're mad that
As
I'm
soon
not
as
on
I
your
make an
script.
argument, as soon as I make an argument,
He
you start
gets really
rambling.
tickled whenever I don't follow his script.
As soon as I make an argument, you start rambling
If
about
you're
things
gonna
I
run a
didn't ask.
script, you might as well just like do P1, P2 conclusion.
Okay, cool. So when you provide a justification for something, you provide an explanation for how it exists within your worldview. So my question to you is, how does reason exist within your worldview if all reason comes from irrational matter?
Again, I don't think matter is irrational. The way you're using the phrase irrational matter is nonsensical.
There was a point in time where humans didn't have reason, right? Or humans came from something that didn't have reason, correct?
I think everything comes from non-living, unreasoning matter. Atoms don't reason,
Exactly.
yet when they form in a
So,
particular way, it makes an entity that we consider reasoning.
okay, cool. So your reasoning is the byproduct. Your reasoning is the byproduct of something that doesn't have reason.
No, it's an evolutionary process.
That didn't answer my question. It's yes or
Just to
no.
be sure,
Did your brain,
you and
did your
I both
reasoning come from
agree.
something? See, now he's getting nervous.
You and I
Why are you
both
getting nervous?
agree. I don't know why you're projecting. You and I both agree that
He's so
atoms are
nervous.
neither sentient nor are they reasoning. All right, we agree
That's
on
yeah, we
that.
can agree there. Yeah, that's my
Okay,
argument.
are you and I both made of atoms?
Sure.
Okay, so you and I are both made from something that is not actually living and not reasoning, correct?
Well, under your worldview, yes. Under my worldview, no.
Well, you
I'm
think
doing an
atoms
internal
reason?
critique. I'm doing an internal
You
critique
think
on your
atoms
worldview.
reason?
No, I think persons do with the
No,
mind.
do you think atoms reason?
Atoms, no, not in themselves. No,
Okay, and do you think atoms are alive?
no,
Okay, so you and I both agree then that we're made of
no. We
something that
don't.
is neither
Again,
alive nor non-reasoning,
I'm
or
critiquing. I'm doing an
also
internal
non-reasoning.
critique on your
You
worldview.
can
My worldview
say
doesn't say this.
you can say internal critique all you want. You haven't actually made an argument yet.
I have.
So what
I asked
what
you
you're
to
trying
provide a
to do,
justification. See, now
what
you're
you're trying
running.
to do
Why you don't
is
want to
you're
deal with my
saying,
argument here?
listen, my worldview is true by default as long as I don't understand the atheist worldview. That's what you're
No,
attempting to
no, no,
do.
no.
That's
I'm
why
not
the
doing that.
presuppositional argument
I'm saying
is
that your
the
worldview
laziest, boringest, weakest argument
is so
ever.
running. I'm doing an internal critique on your worldview, showing how under your worldview reason can't even exist, which is why you
It
can't
can't.
provide me a
All you need to
justification.
be able to all you need to be able to reason is for the universe to exist and for organisms with brains and sensory organs to exist, and that's all.
Okay, so now can you answer the question of how non-reasoning matter can produce reasoning agents?
I did. I'll do it again. So what happens is over billions of years, we have this capacity to learn how to do chemical reactions. We adapt to the environment and we evolve. So
What?
what we're doing in our brains are
That's not answering
billions
the
of
question.
chemical reactions. We're using sensory data from the world around us and we're responding to it.
So when you say that we're doing all these things, all that stuff presupposes a mind. I'm asking, how does mind
A
exist?
brain, yes. All these things presuppose that we have brains. Yeah.
Yes, and I'm asking if there was a point in time where there was no decision making, none of this extra stuff. How does reasoning, etc., get produced by something that doesn't have those capabilities?
I'll say it for the third time. So what happens
You haven't
is
answered that question not once time. You haven't answered it.
maybe if you listen, you'll hear it. So the thing that we call thinking is just chemical reactions. It's your meat computer reacting to sensory data that's being input. That's all it is.
So there's no actual evaluation of truth then.
No. A truth is a measure of a proposition.
You just said it's just output. So there's no actual evaluation then, correct?
No, there is evaluation.
So then it's not just chemical reactions outputting
Those
It
things.
those
is chemical
sensory
reactions.
It can't be
those
both then.
sensory or saying those sensory organs I mentioned earlier, you're able to input information from the world using those sensory organs, and then the brain, which is the meat computer that Justin mentioned, interprets that information. So yes, you can actually like take in the universe and then try to interpret it.
Is there an evaluation process going on?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's
By
what
what?
computers do. Just so you're aware, like even
Computers don't
non-living
evaluate
things
anything.
do it.
No,
Yeah,
no,
they
wait.
certainly do.
No, they don't.
First of all, as an electrical
They're
engineer, I
made to
take
evaluate that.
crazy umbrage with the idea that computers don't evaluate things.
Do
That's
they? No,
insane.
they evaluate things. If you
They
want to say they
do, yeah,
evaluate
and they're
things,
not alive, are they?
wait.
Are they
If you want to
alive?
say that they evaluate things, it's
Are
because
they
we
alive?
programmed them to be that way.
Are they alive?
No.
But they do evaluate things.
Were they programmed to do so?
Do they evaluate things?
Sure. Were they programmed to
Okay,
do that?
so just to be clear,
So can you answer the question?
non-living computers evaluate things.
Sure. Were they programmed to do that?
There we go.
Were they
Well, yeah, of
programmed to do that?
course.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the difference.
Can something
Humans
evaluate
are
truth without being
yeah,
programmed to
yeah,
do
that's
so?
the yes. If you're a biological organism, then yes. But computers, the only way in which the computer thing differs from humans is that computers are artificial and built, while humans are natural, and we are the process of billions of years of evolution.
So wait, that's the thing though. So you're saying that a computer can be trusted because it was programmed to produce truth. On what basis do you trust your
I
brain if that's not the case?
I didn't say either of those things. I don't know why you put those on me. In fact, after a computer starts to get like 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, the silicon starts to degrade. Like certainly it's probably more trustworthy than like the brain of the average philosophy 101 student, but certainly eventually it's going to become untrustworthy
So then it has to have a basis for why it's trustworthy at all.
because we can evaluate the propositions
No, I'm saying it has to have a foundation for why it's reliable at all, meaning there has to be a source that makes it reliable.
because it
So
no,
under your worldview, what is that
because it's
source?
testable. There's no source. You don't need a
Being
source.
it being testable is just using the thing that's in question. So you're
No,
using your
no,
brain to
that's
test your
what
brain.
truth is. Truth is taking a proposition and testing it against reality.
But you're using, so the thing in question again is your brain. You can't use your brain to say that my brain is reliable because my brain said so. That's
You
We
stupid.
use other
can.
brains. You can use other brains to test whether or not your brain is
Mhm.
reliable, which is why, like, if Justin makes a discovery, he doesn't rely on himself. He'll confer with me, and I'll look at the same data.
Okay, so then what if someone else uses their brain to interpret the same data and come to a different conclusion?
Well, then maybe the two brains need a third, a fourth, and a fifth brain. That's why we have peer review process. That's why we don't just take one person's opinion
So then
as
at that
truth. That's
point,
why we
okay,
test it over and over again using the scientific method.
wait. Scientific method. What's the scientific method that makes our brain reliable?
The scientific method doesn't make the brain reliable. It's a way of deciding which brain is actually reliable.
So what's the scientific method for that?
The scientific method in general is the
You just made
process
this up.
by measuring hypotheses.
No, I'm talking about specifically because again, my
This
whole
guy's
argument
struggling hard.
is the
I
reliability
don't
of the
think he
brain.
knows what the
He has
scientific method is.
he has no idea what to do once he's off his script. Do you know? Like, do
What?
you understand why we do the
Notice you're the
scientific
one
method?
has yet to actually answer my argument. Did you notice
I've
that?
answered it 3 times. You just
No,
can't
you have.
comprehend
You actually
it.
haven't.
It's okay
How
if it's
about
over
this?
your head.
Give me the scientific
Maybe if you
method
went to school
that
for a real degree, you'd understand what's happening right now.
I got you. Give me the scientific method that shows that non-reasoning matter became reasoning matter.
The scientific method is that we can actually measure it. Do you
Can
know
you give
what
it
the
to me?
scientific method is?
Can you give it to me?
Yeah. Do
What
you
is
know
it?
what the scientific method is?
Let's say I don't. Can you give it to me?
Give you what? The scientific method?
He just asked me, give me. Well, I just asked you a question, and you said, yeah, I can
It's
give it to
crazy
you.
that
And I
it's
actually
crazy
give it
that
to me,
he's
and
not
you say
actually
no.
tracking. So
No, you're the one that's not tracking. I
what you
asked
can
you a
do with the
question.
scientific method is you can actually do cognitive awareness tests. So you can measure someone's cognitive
not-
ability through various
complete
tests.
straw
That's
man.
how we come to the determination that somebody is or isn't living in the present reality with the rest of us. You can actually go
Did I
to a
ask you about living agents?
psychiatrist.
Did I ask you that?
You can go to a psychiatrist and they can give you a test to determine if your brain is in fact functioning like the rest of us.
What does that have to do with the question I asked?
It has to do, that's how we determine
What was
whose
the
brains
question I
are
asked?
reliable. Our brains are reliable based on whether or not they're able to perform reliably.
And
Are you
use
wanting
brains
to
for that,
know
right?
how it is that that brains evolved to be able to do these cognitive processes?
Say that again.
Are you asking it how how brains evolved in order to perform these cognitive processes?
Sure.
Sure, it took millions of years of gradual evolution through a process called natural selection.
LOL. Just
I
calling
already-
something evolution doesn't answer the
I
question.
already said it 3 times. He wasn't listening the first 3 times. So it
Okay, how
sounds
about
like
this?
what you're
Tell me
wanting
where-
to do
tell me
is
where
like
in
your,
evolution that
your
happened.
script is broken, right? So what
Right.
you want to do, like you're attempting to do 2
calling it a
arguments at
script, that's
once.
funny.
Your goal is to do either a God of the Gaps or a presup. Right now you're doing both of them. You can't actually, like, you haven't married one or the other yet. Like, so like
Okay, cool,
neither
cool,
one of
cool,
them
cool.
are
So your
good.
answer-
Neither one of them are
I
actually
got
good
you.
arguments for why your God is
great.
real. Because we can
Great,
disprove
great.
your God easy. It's not even hard.
Okay, great. So
Do
your
you want to
answer
actually
was
just
evolution.
hear the argument for why your God isn't
No,
real?
I want to stick to the topic so you don't divert.
Oh, you
So
don't want
said
to
the
talk about
answer
your
was
God.
evolution.
You
Your
definitely
answer
don't
was
want to talk
evolution.
about. He's terrified
Okay.
to talk about.
Yeah, I don't
They're
talk
so
about God.
Never wanna
terrified to
talk
talk
about
about
Yahweh.
God.
So
Yeah,
your
Phil
answer was
Bros are
evolution.
Phil Bros are
Your answer was evolution.
terrified of the actual
they don't let me talk
Bible
now.
and
Why are
talking
you
about
scared
his
of this?
God. No one's scared of it. This is just boring. It's not going to go anywhere. Because what
Okay,
you're
got
going to
you.
do is
So
you're going
you
to
said
take my
evolution.
answers. You're going
Can
to
you
say
tell
I
me
don't
where
get
in
it.
evolution the brain
And then
became
you're going to
conscious?
ask me the same question 5 times. I'm going to answer it 5 times, and then you're just going to keep asking the same question over and over again. And we're going to be in circles. We could end the conversation in like 5 minutes by just demonstrating that your God isn't real.
Okay, cool. You said evolution. Can you tell me where in evolution the brain became conscious?
Your mistake is thinking that there
Can
was
you tell me where evolution the brain
your
became
mistake was thinking that there was a day in which
Oh,
there was a
so it never
brain that
happened?
wasn't conscious, and then the next day the brain was conscious. But no, it was a slow,
Wait, but I thought we
gradual
came from non-conscious
process.
matter.
If you
Yes,
were
all bio-
listening,
So did we come from consciousness or not?
if you were listening, we explained it 3 times already. The thing that we call consciousness, awareness, processing, thinking is billions of chemical reactions happening in the brain. But it started with an entity that could only do 1 chemical reaction, and then 2 chemical reactions, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5, till we get to the point where we've got entities like human beings that can do probably at this point trillions of
Did we
different
evolve from non-conscious
processes.
matter, bro? It's simple. Did we evolve from non-conscious
We
matter?
did, and we still are.
Okay, cool. Now, where in the process of this evolution you talk about did non-conscious matter become conscious?
What do you think consciousness is?
State of being aware.
I don't know if anyone can tell you at what point, at what million years
So
ago.
you don't have a justification for the mind.
At what million
There-
years ago? But my
is
guess
atheism, guys.
is
This is atheism.
no. This is a really bad script. So we'll
No
try this again.
justification for the mind at all.
So-
Can't provide justification for how he's even reasoning.
Saint,
right
your
This is not
problem
a-
is that you.
I've
The
given
problem
you
is
ju-
that
I've given you just
I can't hear both at the same
justification.
time.
I've given you the justification. You just
No, you
don't like
haven't.
the fact that I haven't pinpointed the exact point in time in which, like, our multicellular structure became aware of itself. There
Exactly.
certainly
That
was a
means you can't
time.
provide a justification for
There's
how your brain is. You have a mind right
Justin,
now.
that's
I
not how
think Saint's
justification works.
I
Literally how
think
it is.
Saint's
So
biggest problem, Justin, is that he does not grasp the idea that evolution is a gradual process and that like something like consciousness didn't evolve overnight.
Just calling something a process is not a
yeah,
justification.
he doesn't understand evolution at all. So there certainly was a point where
Can you tell me
entities
when?
became a. Well, no, it's not my field of study. It's not
Oh,
even.
wait, wait.
I'm
So
sorry.
you
Are
don't
you?
know.
Why would
So
you
you have no
expect somebody who
justification
hasn't
then.
studied biologist to
Because you're
know
making the
this?
claim. Because you're making the claim.
No, I'm explaining how it works.
So wait, you're not
I
conscious?
didn't I
So
didn't make
you
a
just say you don't
claim.
know how it works. I'm
I
confused.
answered
Do you know how it works
I
or not?
answered your question. So the
No,
answer
you
to your
didn't.
question
You said I
is
don't know.
no, I
So do you
certainly
know or
didn't.
not?
So the answer to your
You
question,
said I don't know.
the answer to your question is that it was a gradual process. There wasn't, like Dalton said, there wasn't a
But you're
day
just calling something a
that
process. You
it
don't even
wasn't a
know
day
when the
that
process even
a
happened.
thinking thing became aware of itself. Certainly, it
Wait,
would
so
have
it never
been
happened?
after. Certainly, it would have been after, like the plants and vegetation had already evolved. It would have been already after we had some sort of a aquatic life in the ocean that was able to, I don't know, effectively form communication with others. Now, how many millions of years ago, or maybe even billions of years ago of that, is really not even relevant to me. The fact of the matter is, the best you can do right now is you're saying that you want to run a God of the gaps argument, which is, I don't understand, I
I
being
haven't even
you.
asserted God yet. LOL.
You
I haven't
don't
asserted God yet.
understand. You
I
don't
simply
understand how
critiqued your worldview and you
evolution.
have no answers for it.
You don't understand how evolution works. Therefore, God. That's your argument so far.
No.
I think the
It's
biggest
actually
problem is
ironic that I
that
came up and said
the
that
idea
atheism
that
don't have a justification for
Saint
basic philosophical
that
assumptions. And you
that life
proved my
could
point here.
come from non-life can only be answered through a naturalistic process until such a time, Saint, as you can demonstrate that the
Wait, why are you
supernatural
assuming
exists,
naturalism?
and until
He
then,
he
because you've yet
can't.
to demonstrate the supernatural exists,
Why
and
are you assuming naturalism?
until you can present the supernatural to us, it's not even on the table
You
as an
can't even
answer.
present the natural to me. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so the fact of the matter is, Saint is terrified of talking about his actual God because he doesn't actually have an argument for his God, which is why he runs this really
I
bad
just
precept
showed you
script.
how without God you
So,
can't justify anything.
well, you didn't say that at all. You didn't prove any of that. Not
Yes, I
even
did.
remotely
So
clue.
again,
Your
okay, so
argument
again,
rests
give
on
me
you
the
don't
point in
understand
time when non-conscious
evolution.
matter became conscious.
Your argument rests on you don't understand evolution, therefore God. But you actually don't have an argument for
When
God,
I
which is
asked you
why you
about evolution, you
refuse to
said I
give
don't know.
one. No, I told you how evolution works. It's
No, you
okay if you
didn't.
weren't listening for the fifth
I
time.
asked you, okay, I'm asking you again, where in the process of evolution did non-conscious matter become conscious?
I don't know the date.
So again, you have no justification for
No,
consciousness under your worldview.
just because I didn't look up the time or look up the millions of years ago, I don't have that
Okay, go ahead
fact
and
on
do it.
hand, doesn't
Go ahead and
mean
do it.
that evolution didn't happen.
Go ahead and do it.
So again, you're not even doing a good precept script. Your precept script is
Well,
supposed
you
to be
have no
on
answers.
your
It
precept
seems like it's
script
really
is
doing
supposed
pretty
to
good to me.
be on justification and grounding, and now what you're doing is God of
That's
the
exactly what I'm
gaps.
doing. No,
Exactly
no,
what
no,
you're doing is
no.
God of the gaps.
I'm
No,
asking you to provide a
because
justification
not
for mind and reason, and you can't do it.
not knowing a specific date has nothing to do with finding a hole in my worldview.
It is a hole in your worldview.
At what
Your
year
worldview
was
cannot account for
what
mind.
what year was the first precept script ever used?
Why does that matter? Let's say it was today.
Answer it. Answer it.
Let's say it
What
was
year?
today.
What year?
Let's
No,
say
give
it
me
was
the
today. I
answer.
don't know.
You don't know? Oh my God, your whole worldview fell apart. You don't know when the
I made
precept
it up.
script was
I made it up
invented?
just now. I
Oh,
made it
now
up just
you're a
now.
liar
So
too.
Saint, can you
This is
demonstrate
this is
to
what's
us?
that to do with
pathetic.
my argument?
Can you
This is
demonstrate to us
sad.
Can you demonstrate to us the supernatural, Saint? If you can do that, then we can consider a supernatural answer for the origin of life.
No, it's this a worldview. Just like naturalism is
Yeah,
a worldview. Can you prove naturalism?
can you demonstrate the validity of the Christian worldview?
Wait, why are you diverting to the Christian worldview?
He's so terrified to talk about Christianity because you're a Christian. You
They
came in, you told me you were
Okay,
a
so
Christian, and
okay,
now
so
you're
we can
terrified,
divert.
like every other Phil bro ever. You're terrified to
Well,
actually
let's divert.
justify why your religion is true. Which version
they
of
hate the
Christian are
Bible.
you? Are you Catholic,
We can
Orthodox,
divert.
Protestant?
We can divert. It's no problem. You had
It's
no,
not a
y'all had no
divert.
answers.
You're on my live
So
stream. I know you don't have any answers.
so I don't
So
subscribe to
so
Protestant
try
or
again.
Orthodox or anything.
Okay, so you're a generic Christian. You don't follow any particular strain.
No,
Or do you think that the Bible is inerrant?
meaning like no contradictions or something,
No errors.
no errors. I believe there's scribal errors.
Okay. What about contradictions?
Not irreconcilable contradictions.
So you don't think there's any irreconcilable contradictions? Come on.
No,
Oh, good
no. I
grief.
believe you can probably pull up one that says, "Why did this say this and this say that?" And it could seem like a contradiction, but it can be reconciled.
Oh, it
Sure.
can't.
Okay, let's
I'd
see.
love to show you one that I can only assume you can't reconcile. I'm sure you'll do your best at it, but it's not going to work. John 3:13. Can you see
Okay,
the
John
screen?
3. I'm gonna pull it up myself. John 3:13. All right.
Yeah, Justin, because you're using a fake Bible.
That's what it is. I'm using the Devil's Bible.
No,
Insert conspiracy
I want to
theory.
actually read it for myself. So, no one has ascended into heaven except he who descended from heaven, the Son of Man.
True or not?
Okay. No one has ascended into heaven except he who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. Um, I guess true.
Do you think that's true? Have you bothered to read Second Kings?
Okay. Second Kings. What does it say?
Second Kings chapter 2, we find somebody, does ascend into heaven. I'm sure you know his name.
Elijah.
Yes, yes, Elijah ascended into heaven in a whirlwind, even. Verse 11. As they continued walking and talking, a chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven.
Now, when the Lord was about to take Elijah up to heaven by a whirlwind, Elijah and Elisha were on their way from Gilgal. Yeah, it would seem like a contradiction, I guess. I don't know how
Yeah,
to
it certainly
reconcile it.
is. Cool. Now, like Christianity basically rests on this idea that Jesus is God, right?
Yeah.
Can God tell a lie?
No.
So did Jesus tell a lie or was he just wrong?
I don't know. I haven't done my research on it yet.
So in John 13, 3:13, like he's either wrong or he lied, right?
Well, I don't think those are the only two options. I think it could be truth in it, depending on his
Oh, well show me how it could be
angle.
true. I've got it
I
on the
already
passage.
said
Just go ahead and show me how it's true. So
I
you have
haven't done
no
research
answers
on
for
this
your
yet.
worldview?
No, not for this one.
His worldview is false. We just proved it. He didn't know something.
Assume there's a contradiction here. How would that disprove the
Yeah,
worldview?
it is a contradiction. Want to see another one?
No, but I'm saying, how would it disprove? Let's say I grant this. How would it disprove the worldview?
Because you have no foundation for your worldview.
How is this the foundation?
No, you have no foundation for your worldview because you've got a gap in
How
it.
how is
Because if
this a
Jesus is God
foundation?
and God can't tell a lie, then it's already done. So, again, to be sure, this doesn't invalidate the God worldview. I'm just fucking with you because that was the claim that you made because I didn't know a date. So, not knowing a specific thing about your worldview doesn't mean that the whole worldview is
So I
false.
guess you don't know how that works.
It
The
just
way that
means
that
that
works.
it just
So
means that
there's
you
a
don't. It just means that you don't know a specific thing. And again, Saint, I'll remind you,
no.
my microphone's way louder than you. If you continue to talk while I'm they just won't hear you. If you want people to hear like your bad apologetics, you have to at least
Mhm.
take turns.
Okay, cool. So I guess you don't understand how justification and foundation works because mind and reason and logic are necessary to have a worldview at all. So if you can't justify those things, then your worldview does crumble. Me not being able to justify a
Well,
contradiction does not
again,
make my worldview fall apart.
I can justify how the mind works just because I didn't know a random
No,
fact about history, about the history of evolution, doesn't mean I don't have a justification for the mind.
I
But
didn't ask
what
you
about
how it
what
works. I asked
what
you what is
about
the justification for its
what about
existence.
what about Jeremiah 22? It says, "For in the day that I brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices." Is that true?
Um, Again, haven't researched that. I
Have
don't
you
even know
actually
how
read
that's
this
a
book?
Bible topic
How do you know this book is true if you haven't researched it?
because the
You have
crucifixion is
no
historical.
foundation for the validity of your holy book?
You still don't know what foundation is, do you?
Or, to be true, you don't know if
What
your
is a
holy book
foundation?
is you don't know if your holy book is true.
Can I ask you what a foundation is?
No, you're diverting. You don't know if your
Well, you
foundational
diverted.
book is true. Do you know if the Bible's true?
What do you mean by true?
It says true things,
Comports to
Well,
reality.
yeah, I would say so.
but we keep finding things that don't because in Jeremiah
How
7:22,
is that
the
comported to
prophet says
reality?
God
Wait,
says
so you
through the
think heaven is? You
prophet
think
that
heaven is a
in the day
reality?
that they brought your ancestors out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to them or command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices. But that's certainly not true.
Who were the ancestors?
The Israelites. Have you read any of this?
How do you know
Have
that?
you read
I'll
Exodus?
I'll never understand the Philbro Christians that refuse to read their own book. It's crazy to me.
How do you know you're talking about the Israelites?
Those are the ancestors. This is Jeremiah talking to the exiles or the
What other
soon to be
ancestor?
exiles.
What
I
other
understand that.
ancestor did Yahweh take out of the land of Egypt?
You said Jeremiah what?
722. Still looking for it?
22 what?
722.
22 what?
Chapter
Oh, you said
7.
722.
722. Like you said 20. Okay, 722.
Man, these Bill bros need to start reading their Bible, Justin.
He's got to go to the table of contents and figure out what Jeremiah is because he never opened his Bible.
It's after Isaiah, everybody.
Okay, so now what?
722. Read it.
I just did.
What's it say?
For in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to your fathers or command them concerning burnt offerings or sacrifices.
Yeah, is that true?
Is what true?
The statement.
That he didn't command them to do burnt offerings and sacrifices?
Yeah.
Yeah.
False. Literally the day. Literally within 12 hours of them leaving, they were given the Passover instructions on how to sacrifice the Passover lamb, Exodus chapter 12. Within hours of leaving, those instructions were given.
Is this a time? Wait, so if it says, for in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, I did not speak to your fathers or command them concerning burnt offerings. And then you're saying down the line he commanded them?
No, no, no. That very day that they left Egypt, he gave them instructions on sacrifices and burnt offerings.
After the fact?
No,
No, no.
the day.
The,
But I'm
the
saying
whole
after
point
the
of the
fact. So if this is
Passover
like a
is
time when you
celebrating
think,
the night that they left Egypt.
okay, so what?
So it's just another false statement.
How is it false if he gave the command after?
He didn't give the command after. And also, it
You
wouldn't
just
matter if
said
it was
after.
before or after, if it was still the same day.
No, but I'm saying like you can make a statement and say I didn't command them to do this, and then you can command them to do it later. I don't see that's not a contradiction there.
Well, try this again. Maybe you weren't tracking. So the statement is that in the day. Now you can say that's a generic statement for like a time period. You could even say that it's a 24-hour period, like an actual literal day. Either one of them, the statement's going to be false. It's saying in the day that I brought your ancestors out of Egypt during the Exodus, I did not speak to them or command them concerning any burnt offerings or sacrifices, which is patently false. The first thing he did the day they came from Egypt, both before and after, was to command them about sacrifices.
I think this is just going to be a topic about time frame, which
No, it's
I
not.
wouldn't agree with what you're saying.
Do you think a day is 24 hours?
That's how I would interpret it.
Okay,
That doesn't mean
so
that doesn't mean that's the
so
case all the time.
the day that he brought them out of Egypt, was that a
It says for
24-hour period?
it says for in the day.
I agree, yeah, in the day, which is one reason why we probably should interpret it as a generic time period, but most people want to interpret it as a literal day, which is fine. I don't care which way you do it. Either way, it's false.
How
So
is it false if it's
in the
the time
day,
period?
in the day, the very day that he took them out of Egypt, he did command them concerning burnt offerings and sacrifices.
No, but I'm saying you just said you can interpret it in different ways. I think that you can interpret day in the day, especially if it says in the day. It'd be
I
different to say if it said the day.
I agree. It doesn't matter which way you interpret it. It's false both times.
How is it false if you interpret it
It's
as like in the day, like in the time period?
God damn,
because
the simple reading
because
comprehension.
I know it's crazy. Yeah, you don't learn this in philosophy apparently. Okay, so if you take it to be a longer period of time, like the general Exodus, meaning the whole book of Exodus, then there were hundreds of laws concerning sacrifices and offering,
But it's
which
talking
means it
about a
makes it
specific time
worse.
period. It's saying a
Okay,
specific
I
time period.
agree. Yeah, it's a specific time period. And when is it?
In the day when he took them out of Egypt.
The 24-hour period in which they left Egypt, right?
So are you interpreting this to mean? Are you interpreting this to mean 24 hours or not? Because you
I'm
can't
telling
keep
you,
going
it
back and
doesn't
forth.
matter. It's wrong either way.
Okay, we have to agree to disagree then.
All right, I'll no, we're not going to do that. You can't be that dumb. I'm going to show you a timeline. No way anyone can be this slow. Almost as slow my web browser. Come on. Or maybe the site's down. There we go. Okay, look, we already got a line on there. Okay, I'm going to grab a pen. Bada bing, bada boom. And we'll make it red for now. Okay, we're going to say that this, I don't know why looks like not a pen stroke, whatever. What if I used a paintbrush? Is that better? No, even worse.
You know what you need to get, Justin? You need to get one
Fucking
of
hate
those
this app.
You need to get one of those drawing tablets so that you can hook it up to your computer so that you can actually write properly.
I know. I really do. I hate this app. I need to find like a better app for this. Well, I don't know why it's erasing it rather than fucking making it red. Hold on. One of these. I never understood how anyone can fuck up a paint program. Okay, so this is 24 hours. I don't know why it's doing that either. Do you see the screen? Do you see the 24-hour period?
Yeah.
Okay. When does a day start according to the Hebrew tradition?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Nope.
Sunset.
Okay.
Okay. So at sunset, they were given commands for the Passover lamb. Within this 24 hours, this is when they left, they were given instructions for the Passover lamb, which means here's the instructions and that they're leaving. Instructions leaving right here. They're gone, fucking out of there. Within the 24 hours. And then this is the wandering in the desert. I don't know why it's filling it in. I don't fucking, because this program's the worst. There's got to be a better drawing program.
Procreate.
Procreate, is that the app we need? How about
That's
auto
what I use
draw?
for all my artwork.
All
So,
right,
Saint, Jeremiah says
there we go.
that God did not command them concerning burnt offerings in the day that he brought them out of Egypt. Yet Exodus says that in the day he brought them out of Egypt, he did command them concerning burnt offerings. So what's the disconnect here?
Maybe he wasn't being like literal when he said he didn't command them, but trying to get a theological point across.
What would the theological point be? It's a statement about the past.
No, but I'm saying it could not be a statement about the past though.
But it
To
is
get a
a
theological
literal
point.
statement about the past. For in the day that I brought your ancestors out of Egypt, is that the past?
That's a point in the past, yes.
Okay, is this a statement about the past?
Could be.
It could be. I did not. Is that a statement of action?
Just saying the word I did not does not make it a statement of action necessarily.
Do you know what an active verb is?
No, but I'm saying you can say those words.
What's an
but
active
it
verb?
It can still be to begin a point across.
Words don't mean words.
I know. What's an active verb?
You tell me.
It's a verb that's doing something rather than being passive, receiving something. It's doing something. So when he says, I did not speak, it's a negative active verb.
Okay.
So he's saying, I
said what I
did
said.
not speak. He's saying, back in that day, here's something I did not do. That's a statement about the past. Okay. We'll try something maybe a little bit easier. Let's do Isaiah 61. See if he'll be up to speed. Do you know what was happening around the time period that Isaiah was writing in chapter 61?
Wait,
Have you
so
read anything in Isaiah?
what is the goal of this?
My goal of this is to demonstrate that the Bible is not trustworthy, which means your foundation of faith is not trustworthy.
Okay, what does that have to do with God?
It has to do with your specific God. Keep in mind, the claim on the board is your God is imaginary. I didn't say all gods are imaginary. In fucking fact, every argument that you just made only validates that this is Doug and Doug is God. Has nothing. Your Christian God certainly isn't real, but I can make plenty of arguments for Doug being the real God.
What is your evidence that my God is not real?
We're going over it right now.
What does this prove?
Also, because the Trinity entails contradictions, which we'll get to next.
Like what?
So it says, the Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me. He has sent me to bring good news to the oppressed, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and release to the prisoners, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor and the day of vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to provide for those who mourn in Zion. First of all, why are they mourning in Zion? Do you know the background?
I'm just trying to understand what relevance this have to the existence
Yeah,
of God.
he's never read it. So what's happening is there are people mourning in Zion because their children had been carried away in Babylonian exile. They were taken captive starting in 605 by Nebuchadnezzar, and they were supposed to be gone for a period of about 70 years. And what we find in 2nd and 3rd Isaiah are predictions about what's going to happen now that the 70 years is over and they're going to come back to the land. That's why we have at the very end of Isaiah in chapter 1 or chapter 61 a prophecy that is no longer about mourning but about gladness, right? Because they're going to come back. It says to give them a garland instead of ashes, of oil of gladness instead of mourning, mantle of praise instead of faint spirit. They will be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord to display his glory. This is the last verse, by the way, that I'll read for now. They shall build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities and the devastations for many generations. So based on what we know about Isaiah, based on what we know about the time period, and based on what we just read, what would you say is being spoken about here?
I don't understand how this is any relevance to the existence of God.
It's a really easy question. It's okay if you're terrified because you read
It
the
sounds
book,
like we're
but
just arguing Bible
just
criticism.
just dig a
that's
little
not an
bit
argument
deep.
for the existence
Just
of
dig a
God
little
or
bit
not.
deep and put your thinking cap on. What do you think the prophet is saying in chapter 61, verses 1 through 4?
Let's say, because I mean, maybe this is another contradiction. I'm trying to get to the
I'm
existence
not.
of God.
I'm not saying it's.
That's what I came to
I'm not
talk
saying
about.
it's a contradiction. I'm asking you, what do you think this is saying?
So then, what relevance does it have to the topic?
What do you think?
Could
this
you
is
speak
saying?
up a little? Because the Mike, everyone is having a hard time hearing you.
Who?
Saint, like no one in the comments is able to hear him. He's so quiet.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. I can hear him, but I got 2 earbuds in, so it's hard for me to know. Sorry, I can't hear what the audience is hearing.
So I'm trying to understand what this has to do with the existence of God. You said your
He
God is
got real.
imaginary.
He got real timid real fast. So again, the
Well, I'm trying to
question
get an
is, what
understanding.
you'll figure it out once you just follow along. So what do you think's happening in Isaiah 61, 1 through 4?
So what you're about to tell me
So
is how
you
this disproves God?
so you're going to answer the question or no? It's okay if you're too afraid.
No, I don't have a problem. I just want it to
Okay,
be
then
relevant to the
what's the
topic.
answer?
Is there going to be relevant to God?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I don't know.
You don't know. Again, you have no idea what's in this book. Well, I'll just fill you in. This is a promise of restoration after the Babylonian exile because they were destroyed by the Babylonians. This is where he starts to talk about how the actual land of Israel is going to be restored. They will build up the ancient ruins. They will raise up the former devastations. They shall repair the ruined cities, the devastations of many generations. Obviously, you don't need like a degree to figure out what's happening in Isaiah 61, which is why it's really confusing that Jesus doesn't know what's happening in Isaiah 61, because in Luke chapter 4, he gives the most spurious interpretation of this passage that could have literally ever been given. When he's in the synagogue, it says, the scroll of the prophet Isaiah was given to him. He unrolled the scroll and found the place where it was written, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because he has anointed me to bring good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim release to the captives, recovery of sight to the blind, which is interesting because that wasn't even in the Hebrew text. He just made that part up. To set free those who are oppressed, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. And he rolled up the scroll, gave it back to the attendant, and sat down. The eyes of all in the synagogue were fixed on him, and began saying to them, today this scripture has been fulfilled in your hearing. But how is Isaiah 61 fulfilled in their hearing when they didn't get restored during Jesus' time period? They actually got their asses kicked even more by the Romans.
I thought you said it had something to do with God.
It does. Go ahead and answer the
You're just
question.
telling another contradiction. Let's say
It
I grant
does.
all this. I've already granted
Oh,
this.
okay. So
How
does
does this
Jesus
disprove God?
So is Jesus God?
Yeah, under my theology, yes.
Then how come he doesn't understand his own text?
Well, that's your presupposition.
Well, how come you didn't come to the same conclusion as Jesus came to when we read that?
Because I haven't read the entire Bible.
You haven't read any of it, it seems like. Why would
what
we
you're talking
possibly
about. That
why
doesn't
would we
follow.
want to believe that Jesus is the Messiah when he clearly doesn't even know what's in his book?
How do you know he doesn't know what is in his book?
Because every time he quotes from it, he fucks it up.
Well, here's
Based on your interpretation, right?
here's a really good example. One that even I don't think even you can fuck up, Saint. In John chapter 10, Jesus is talking to the Pharisees, and I think it's in verse 34. He says to the Pharisees, let's see. Jesus answered, "Is it not written in your law? I said, you are gods." Now, Saint, I'd be curious, where in the law is this verse coming from?
What do you mean by law?
You know he doesn't know.
Yeah, the law, as in the law of God, the law of Moses, the law that Jesus always references in the Gospels.
Why are you
Where in the
assuming that
law
is
does it
referring
say,
to
"I
Moses?
say you are gods"?
Why are you assuming that law equals law of Moses?
Because every time Jesus talks about the law in the Gospels, it's always referring to the law of Moses.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, how do you know that
I just told you, every time Jesus mentions the law, it's referring to the law of Moses.
Can you answer my question now?
That is an answer to your question. Can you answer mine?
No, you didn't. The answer to my question would be
The answer to your question is because there's a tripart division of the Hebrew Bible. You've got your law, your prophets, and your writings. That's why the Tanakh, the Jewish Tanakh, is called the Tanakh. It's an abbreviation for the Torah, the Ketuvim, and the Naviim or Nevi'im.
So where in the Torah is
the
the
sections?
So where in the Torah, the law, is the quote that Jesus quotes coming from, Saint?
Yeah, and ask you again. Why do you assume that he's talking about the law of Moses?
Because he says it's because he tells us, is it not written in your law?
Law?
What is the law, Saint?
That's my question to you. Why are you assuming?
No, that's my question to you. I've already answered it to you because anyone with a Sunday school level of education knows exactly what the law is. You don't seem to know. So where in the law is this quote coming from? Tell me.
It's a quote from Psalms.
So not the law.
Why are you assuming that the law he's referring to is the law of Moses?
Are the Psalms laws?
They have laws in them, yeah.
No,
Where?
No, they don't.
Okay, let's see.
This guy's never read his book.
I really thought he wouldn't fuck this up, but I gave him too much credit.
Still trying to understand how this disproves God, but let's see what
Psalms
it does.
are not laws. No, this disproves your God.
Psalms are laws. I didn't
This
say
disproves
Psalms are laws.
your God, Jesus.
How?
Yeah, if Jesus were God, if Jesus were God, he wouldn't be stupid enough to make the claim that the quote he made was from the law.
Why are you again? You're still assuming without justification.
No,
I've already justified it thoroughly.
Yeah, show me one psalm that's a law code.
Okay, let's see.
He's like feverishly chat GPTing it, hoping to find something, anything.
Yeah, if I was walk up to a group of Jewish people and say, "Is it not written in your law?" What would they assume I'm talking about? The Torah, because that's what the law is.
You can give a law. Like I believe there's like laws or orders in every scripture.
Yeah, show us where the law code is in the Psalms.
What do you mean law code?
That's what the law means. This guy's crazy.
Simple words.
Where is the Torah in the Psalms? I didn't say the Torah was in the Psalm.
That's what Torah means. Torah means law.
Exactly. And I'm asking why are you assuming that the law he's referring to is specifically the Torah?
Because
there is
what
no other
Torah
law
means. The first 5 books of Moses are the Torah.
What is your
That's why
Literally in
they're
justification?
every
that's why they're called
What
the
is your
laws of
justification?
Moses.
What
literally
is
in
your
every other
justification for
instance
him
where Jesus refers
referencing
to
that
the
though?
law, he's always referring to the law of Moses.
Why? Why would it? Why? How do you know that this time he's not referring to something else?
Because unlike you, I've actually read the Gospels. I've read the Bible. I know
That
what
doesn't answer my question, unfortunately.
it
You don't
does. I'm
even
sorry
No,
that
it
you're
doesn't.
too
you
stupid
don't
to
even
understand
need to
when
read the
someone has answered your
Bible.
question.
Like you
So
can
your
just
answer is,
figure
I think so.
you can just figure it out by reading the Hebrew Bible. You don't even need the New Testament for this. So the Jewish people refer to the first 5 books of Moses or the 5 books of Moses as the Torah. Are you aware of this?
Of course.
Okay. So when the Jewish people refer to Torah, what do you think they mean?
The Torah specifically, of course, is the 5 books of Moses.
Okay. And so when a Jewish
Did he say
person,
Torah or did he say law?
so he says Torah,
So did he say law or did he say Torah?
written in your law. I'm sure it's a variant
so he
of the
didn't say
Greek
Torah.
namis, which is the cognate word here for Torah.
Yeah, if you open up the Septuagint, Saint, wherever you see the word Torah, it's going to get translated as nomos. The same word is used in the New Testament. This is not hard.
And keep in mind, he said your law while talking to the Pharisees. I assume there are scribes there too, but
The silence is palpable.
indeed, yeah.
Well, I'm just reading.
Mm-hmm.
But I still don't understand how this disproves God.
Yeah, in what part of Psalm 82? Because if Jesus is God, Jesus should know that Psalm 82 is not found in the law.
Yeah.
Is God omniscient?
Yes.
But Jesus is not omniscient, so he's not God.
Well, again, with your interpretation, of course, that wouldn't follow.
I feel like I'm
Well,
talking
he's-
to a 4-year-old.
No, he's not omniscient. He doesn't know that Psalm 82 isn't part of the Torah.
Why do you assume that he's referencing the Torah?
Because he says it, written in your law.
That's an
Who's
assumption.
your? Who's the your in the sentence?
The Jews that had many books.
Okay, and
Why are you assuming he's talking about one specific book?
did the Jews have a name for their law?
Yeah, it's called the Torah, which he didn't say.
Yeah, exactly. So he was written in your Torah. I say you are gods. It doesn't say that in the Torah.
Okay, maybe he meant something else by it.
What could he possibly mean by Torah?
He didn't say Torah.
Here
again.
comes the words don't mean words. I knew it.
Do we have any
never
example-
have meaning to Christians? None.
Do we have any example within Jewish literature where the Psalms are referred to as Torah?
I didn't
Saint?
say they were. Why do you keep inserting this word Torah in this
Okay, so here, I'll say it one more time to
That's
make it
what
really
law
easy for you.
means.
The Greek word used here is namas, which is the Greek translation of the Hebrew word Torah. If you go to the Hebrew Bible and you see the word Torah and you read the Septuagint, which is the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, the one that the authors in the New Testament are quite fond of, the word chosen to translate Torah is namas.
Okay. How does this disprove God again?
It demonstrates
Fuck.
that the God you believe in not only is not omniscient, he also doesn't know what's in his own holy book. So he's either
just
not
arguing
omniscient
Bible criticism.
or he's lying. Well,
You're just
is the
arguing
Bible
criticism.
trustworthy or not?
I believe it is.
But so did Jesus say these words?
Trustworthy for what?
Did Jesus say the words?
Trustworthy for Jesus' words? I believe so. As long as
Okay,
it's
so
history,
that
then
means
people take
Jesus
its
didn't know
historical
something.
wrongs.
Jesus said something that was untrue on multiple occasions. Now, we've already shown you 3 occasions where the trustworthy Bible demonstrates that Jesus gets things wrong.
So your argument is contingent upon Jesus being God.
That's your God. Again, the
So
prompt
assume I
on
was
the
talking about
screen,
so assume I was
the
a
prompt on
Unitarian.
your
How would that
screen
argument?
says your God is imaginary. Is Jesus your God?
Well, that's a generic thing.
Is
You
Jesus
couldn't
your
even give
God?
Justification. Well, yes.
Okay, so your God is imaginary if it entails contradictions, or you could just be a Catholic and say, well, the Bible's not all true. I believe in church tradition, but I'm guessing you don't want to be Catholic.
Well, no, I hold the church tradition. I just thought I don't hold to a particular denomination.
But you started by also saying that the Bible was true. Now it turned out it's not true or
Of course,
trustworthy.
every Christian is
How
going
do
to
you
say the
know
Bible is
anything
true.
about Jesus if the Bible is not trustworthy?
Who said it's not trustworthy?
We're demonstrating right now that it's not. In fact, even
Jeepers.
like the first
So why do
page, like
historians disagree with you
Matthew,
then?
they don't. They agree with me.
Can you
So
show me a historian? Can you show me a
Matthew
historian that believes he
chapter,
exists that says the
Matthew,
Bible is untrustworthy?
Matthew chapter 1. There's literally hundreds of them. Like almost all of them that
Can
are
you show me
not
one?
Christian
Can you show me
agree
one?
with me. Yeah, fucking
Can you show
Emmanuel
Damn.
me one?
Tove. He's written
What does he say?
volumes on the untrustworthiness of the Bible.
Does he believe he existed?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course. He's not a
Dan,
mythicist.
Dan
Okay,
McClellan.
show me where he says that the Bible is untrustworthy on the life of Jesus. That's a literal. That's a literal
So,
contradiction.
so again, Emmanuel Tove is a Hebrew Bible scholar. If you want to do New Testament criticism, you would go to somebody else. You could talk about like David De
I
Silva,
asked
Bart
you. I
Ehrman.
specifically said that
There's
believes he
dozens
existed.
and dozens of. Listen, again, I'm not a mythicist. I don't follow mythicist scholars. All the scholars that I actually read
Believe
believe
he
that
existed.
Jesus was a real person. I'm not saying that he
And they
wasn't a
use
real
the Bible,
person.
so in some
What
way they
I'm
believe the Bible is
saying,
trustworthy, and that's a contradiction.
no, no, they don't. Follow along.
So
Matthew
then you're using a
chapter
source to say
Matthew
that he
chapter
doesn't exist or that he does
1.
exist, but then say it's untrustworthy. So does he
The
exist or not?
Bible is the source, and I'm demonstrating to your face
But
why
then the
it's
source
not
is
trustworthy.
untrustworthy. But that
So
doesn't.
just
Do you not see the
follow along
contradiction here?
here. No, there's no contradiction, only in your worldview right now. So
Do you
in
believe Jesus
verse
existed?
8 of Matthew chapter 1, it says,
Do you believe he
Joram
existed?
was the father of Uzziah. Do you think that's true?
Do you believe Jesus existed?
I told you, I'm not a mythicist. The answer to the question is obviously a yes if I'm not a
Okay.
mythicist.
You're
So I
critiquing
believe
the
Jesus
very Bible.
existed.
You're
I
critiquing the very
believe Jesus
Bible that says
existed.
that.
I don't need the Bible to be trustworthy to believe that Jesus existed.
So what would be
Just
your
like
primary source?
you don't think that the Talmud is trustworthy, do you?
Not until
Do
I
you,
don't
do you
really
think
follow the
everything in
Talmud.
the Talmud is true?
Some things could be,
Okay, but not everything.
but I
I
wouldn't
doubt he
critique
knows
the.
what the
I don't
Talmud
critique the
is.
Talmud
Yeah,
either.
no idea what Talmud is. Okay, do you believe that Rabbi Gamliel existed?
I don't know what that is.
Of course you don't. Certainly he
He's
doesn't.
in the New Testament. Jesus.
Dude, do you think that Christians have to know everything about the Bible? I'm confused here.
You don't
Like,
know
we
anything
don't have
about
to know everything about the
anything.
Bible.
This guy took philosophy 101, thought he was smart now. Okay,
Yeah, I
Matthew
destroyed y'all on
1
that, which is
1.
the way I
Uh,
diverted.
not only in your dream world. Says Joram was the father of Uzziah. Actually, in Greek, it says Joram begat Uzziah, meaning he came from his loins. So, do you think that's a true statement?
What are we
This is
arguing
important,
here?
by the way. This is
I'm really like I'm
establishing.
trying to understand what is
This
the
is
like what are we doing here?
establishing the lineage of Jesus.
Is this just like
Stop,
a Bible
Saints. Stop
criticism?
asking. Saints, stop
Terrified.
asking about how this disproves God, because we're
That's what
going to
the
give you the
topic is
same answer.
about.
We're going to give you the
Like,
same
what are we talking
answer every
about?
time.
That's what the topic is about, though. Like I'm
Yeah,
saying, like
he's
what is
he's
that? How
shriveling
where are
hard.
we getting? Where are we getting with this? I don't understand.
You'll find out.
Like
Joram, the
when I
father
came
of
up, I argued that you
I
can't
love it
even
like
justify
when
anything
the
within your worldview without
the
God.
Phil Bros come up, they want to run a script without actually giving you premises and conclusions. Then, when we actually want to talk about the source of your religion, all of a sudden, like you don't want to talk about it. You're like, oh my God, tell me where it's going. I have to get ahead of this somehow. The
Yeah, but
reality
where?
is
I'm just
you have
asking, like,
no
where is it
idea.
going?
You have no
Like
idea where this
where
is
I will,
going,
my
and it
argument,
terrifies you because
it
you know
literally
every
destroys your
time I
entire
read
worldview.
another passage, every time I read another passage, you're not going to have an answer for it. You're going to have to conclude that the Bible says things that are untrue. So
What does that
was
have to do with the existence of
Joram the
God, though?
father of
That's what's
Uzziah?
confusing. That's what confuses me. What does that do with the existence of God?
You'll find out. Was Joram the father of Uzziah?
Okay, this isn't going anywhere.
Was Joram the
Yeah, I would
father of
run away
Uzziah?
too if I were you.
Yeah, he ran.
Track stars in the comments.
Typical Phil bro. Had no
Well,
idea what's in his holy book, but it's all true. It's completely true.
You know, Justin, one of my new favorite contradictions of a sort is that Hebrews 10 quotes this passage from the Psalms, saying it's about Jesus. And if you just go a little bit further in the Psalm, it
Three of
makes the
them.
claim that the person is a sinner.
Yeah. In
Love
fact,
that.
it does the same thing in the book of John. It quotes from either Psalm 49 or 60 something, when it talks about he lifted his heel against me. I think that was the one. But if
Yeah.
you read like verse 4 or 5, it's clearly like King David describing his own struggles, and in that passage says he's a sinner. Exactly what you said. That is on my cheat sheet, by the way. If anyone wants that, you can find that on the cheat sheet tab called JC Prophecies. I'll grab it for you so you know which one we're talking about. It's going to be in Psalm. Could be Psalm 69 or Psalm 41. One of
69,
those
that's easy
two.
to remember.
Yeah, right.
You know when you're scolding a child and they know they're in the wrong and they start muttering a little bit under their
41.
breath. I was getting the same vibe from our last guest.
It was really funny. Like he was so mad that he couldn't stay on the Philbro script. He obviously has uh no understanding of whether or not his religion is true. He is another one of those guys that thinks as long as I can like disprove or find a hole in somebody else's worldview, mine is true by default. But that's not how it works. So in Psalm 69 says, "As for me, I said, O Lord, be gracious to me, heal me, for I have sinned against you. My enemies wander in malice when I will die and my name perish. And when they come to see me, they utter empty words, and their hearts gather mischief. They go out and tell it abroad." I think verse 9 is the part that Jesus quotes. "Even my close friend in whom I trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted his heel against me." He quotes this as referring to Judas.
Listen, Christians, if you want this to be about Jesus, you know what? I'll let you have this one.
Yeah, Jesus is clearly a sinner now. All right, good stuff. Let's grab a couple of super chats. And remember, friends, I don't always read the super chats in order. I promise I'm not skipping any super chats, but we will get all of them read eventually. Hank says, "I'll never understand why Philbros think they're so clever. Jargon doesn't mean you're smart. It just means you have access to a thesaurus." Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Also, I was surprised that he definitely was running a pretty well-known precept script. I'm surprised he didn't actually have a syllogism for it. Was a little bit shocked. I was waiting for like a P1, P2. The Dark Soul, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, "Exactly why is KJV considered not good? Well, because it's out of date. So we know way more about the Greek and Hebrew today than they knew in 1611. We have way more manuscripts, thousands and thousands of more manuscripts to work from for the translation itself. And also, the KJV wasn't a translation to begin with. It was an update of the Bishop's Bible. So it wasn't like these Oxford scholars, a lot of them were from Oxford. It wasn't like these Oxford scholars just sat down with the Greek and Hebrew text and said, let's make the best translation ever. No, they were revising an already well-known Bishop's Bible. Design says, but where in this scientific method is the plug for my bias? That's what it is. That's what it was. But don't worry, he cooked us because we didn't know exactly where on the evolutionary tree awareness happened. Rez, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars, says, "Someone used the name Saint being dishonest." Gee, what a shock. Yes, very dishonest. And it was funny, he came in so cocky, so sure of himself. And then he got real sheepish towards the end. There's always the same, a lion at the beginning, a lamb at the end. Baghead, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, "Used to have to spend Wednesday nights being dragged to a Kingdom Hall." I'm sorry to hear that. "When I was raised as a JW, but I think this is a much better use of my time. Take this as a token of appreciation. Rock hard for Doug." Well, thank you, Baghead. I appreciate that. It was also funny. He was so mad that we kept addressing his specific God. He wasn't prepared for that. David Burke, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. Let's get some W's for David in here. It says, "After listening to your show and others for a very long time and came up with a new term, macro Christian." It's like macro evolution that Christians bring up. The macro Christian is willfully ignorant, lacks the ability to think critically, cannot. I agree. Well, actually, I think that guy could. He could think critically. He just refused to do so. And a follow-up from our friend David as well. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, this is the second part of it. "Cannot comprehend even basic analogy, cannot follow basic logic, and therefore cannot stay on topic. Really doesn't know much of what's in the Bible, doesn't understand God, knows zip about the Old Testament." That is true. Although I would say this, it sounded to me like he had memorized these arguments, but he didn't fully understand how the arguments work. So he was trying to get a precept argument out of his mouth, but the way he was trying to win the precept syllogism was by appealing to a god of the gaps. But the precept is not necessarily always a god of the gaps.
Yeah, I read in the comments people were telling me that he's a follower of Darth Dawkins, which makes a lot of
Sounds
sense.
about right. David Burke, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. Thank you so much, David. Says this is 3 parts. Okay, 3 parts. I'll try to get it in the correct order. Oh, was the first one or is this the third part? So this is 3 parts. This is part 3. Okay, because the way it's time they make come in the wrong order. What? This is part 3 because the way it's timed, I think you mean timed, they may come in the wrong order. That's true. The super chats. Thinks she is objectively moral, but lives by the most immoral divine command theory and still believes in a good and all-loving God. So we're clearly missing the first 2. Let me scroll back and see if the first 2 are back here in numerical order somehow. Let's see. Oh boy. Yeah, a 3-part super chat. I don't know if it's going to order that the way you want it to. I don't see David a super chat from you. There's one that came right after that. He said, I sent 3 parts. They may come in the wrong order. Please put together when you get them. I am trying, David. I see 3 super chats before you read this, but I don't know which one of them came first. And
I think we
all
read them
3
in
of
the right order.
I think we did read them in the right order. Yeah, I think you're right. But thank you for that, David. I really appreciate that. Big W. Thank you so much for supporting the channel, friend. And Noco, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, can the real believer please stand up? Will someone who isn't scared to talk about their own book please call in? I'm turning my clown music on now. I need to get circus music for the soundboard. That's Noco. Thank you so much for reminding me to add circus music to the soundboard. That would be an amazing addition to the soundboard. And Snipnut says, I'm crossing the streams. You're doing both? The Ghostbusters warned you about this. I'm going to grab 4 more super chats, friends, and we're going to get Blessed in here next. Nano from over there says, dentist said, open wide. I said, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? I woke up with fewer teeth and more questions. You're going to have some of that. You don't want to ask your dentist if they're over 18. Helping Megan deconstruct says, using granitic gneiss to stone the vertical stream isn't a sin. Put a path to Doug's huge grace. Let the first crusade begin in Doug and Sharon's helping. I will not tolerate crusades from one stream to the other. That's asinine. Man with a stoat through his head says, just saying hello. Well, hello to you, friend. And Ivan says, looking forward to the stream. As someone that began to discuss theology, would you be willing to consult to solidify my arguments with your knowledge? Well, we're just debating, friend. We're not. This is not like a Q&A. We certainly will do a Q&A eventually. Today is not a Q&A. The mods are asking, can you enable slow mode in the comments? The slow mode is already on. It's at 5 seconds. Please don't turn it up past 5 seconds. The reason why I don't have the slow mode up higher is because it decreases the reach. The higher the chat rate is on YouTube, the more YouTube is going to push it out to new people. So while I understand it might be difficult to moderate all the chats because they're moving quickly, the reality is if we want the channel to grow, we have to keep the slow mode like at some kind of a minimum so that YouTube actually knows when our comments are popping off and to show it to new people. All right, let's get Blessed in here. Maybe. Have a little trouble connecting. Maybe just a little bit slow. We'll see.
First we had Saint, now we have Blessed.
I'm not Christian. That was
Yeah.
accident.
Oh, sorry. I'll drop you then. It's okay.
Okay,
We got up here by accident. Okay. All right, then. It looks like then we're going to grab the next in line. It looks like Alex from the YouTube queue was next in line. So give me 1 second. We'll bring Alex in here, and we'll keep the conversation moving. Let me make sure his audio is actually set up. It doesn't look. It says Alex. It says he has no microphone, buddy. Are you actually connected? I don't think you are. I think Alex is only half connected. I'm gonna hang Alex. Sorry, I'm gonna hang you up. You weren't actually fully connected, so it didn't grab your hardware. You might have a bad connection on your end. Try reconnecting and coming back. We'll grab our next after that. It looks like it's gonna be Joe.
Hey, Justin.
How you doing, Joe? Joe, welcome back. We know you're at least 18, and we know you're probably still a Christian.
I am indeed.
Sure. So we'll start as we always do. What's the most compelling evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Well, I wasn't planning to start with that, but I was, just thinking about talking with you a little bit more about ethics. But I guess as far as the most compelling evidence, well, I'll just go with one compelling evidence for me, since having kind of gotten hooked up with you guys, and the line would be kind of the desperation to show all the different so-called contradictions in Scripture. It's very telling to me how much you guys have to twist and like discard knowledge. Now that doesn't mean that I can answer every objection. You bring up some that I am not familiar with, but as I listen to you, there's lots that I hear that I'm like, that is not a contradiction, and I know you're smarter than me. I know you know the Bible better than me, so you should have the honesty to admit why those things are not contradictions.
Sure. So give me the example then, Joe. I can imagine this is going to go exactly like our previous 3 sessions where you accuse me of being bad faith and I roast the absolute fuck out of you.
Well, let me go get some sunscreen on real quick. So a couple of them. I looked into the situation with Daniel.
Oh, you picked the worst one.
Well, I'm just going to bring up one. I mean, you can take it wherever you want. I've learned lots. I plan on learning more. This is great. But you were talking about how Daniel is not historically accurate, and how it messes up the line of the kings.
Yep, sure does.
And so that's really funny to me. You're committed to that line of thought that Daniel messes up the line of the Babylonian and Persian kings?
Yeah, it's a cold hard fact.
I know the name of all the kings from. I know the name of all the kings from Nebuchadnezzar to Nabonidus by heart, and it definitely gets it wrong.
Yeah, so I think your contention is with Belshazzar. Is that correct, or Belteshazzar?
Belshazzar. That's different than Belteshazzar. Belteshazzar is the Babylonian name for Daniel.
That's right. Yeah. So your contention is with him not being in any of the lists of the kings?
No, it specifically says on 5 occasions that Belshazzar is the son of Nebuchadnezzar, but he's not.
Wasn't even related to him.
It also has him listed as the next king after him, which he wasn't.
Okay.
The kings of Babylon were Nebuchadnezzar, followed by his son Amil-Marduk, who was killed, and then he was succeeded by Labashi Marduk, who was succeeded by Nabonidus.
Okay.
And Nabonidus wasn't related to any of them. He was essentially an usurper.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Oh, actually, sorry. After Amil-Marduk, it was Nerigal-Esar, and then Labashi Marduk. And Nerigal-Esar was the son-in-law of Nebuchadnezzar. But yeah, definitely not Belshazzar's dad, Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay, so in the Nabonidus cylinder, he talks about I guess it's a prayer to one of his gods about praying for his son.
About his son, yep.
Yep, his firstborn son, praying whatever, that he'd be kept from sin, etc. And we also know about Nabonidus that he spent a good bit of time away from the kingdom. And so it makes perfect sense for Belshazzar to have just been appointed in his stead, that he wouldn't actually have been in any of the official lists of kings.
He would have been. Yep.
No, he wouldn't have been.
He
Firstborn son
or
just stepping in for his dad.
Belshazzar or Nabonidus.
Belshazzar.
Yeah, Belshazzar was never a king.
He was a vice
right.
regent.
Right. Okay. So maybe I misunderstand your contention with the historicity. I thought I've heard you say that
There are
Belshazzar.
two problems.
Okay. Yeah.
The first problem is Belshazzar is not remotely related to Nebuchadnezzar. They have no relation. He's certainly not the son of Nebuchadnezzar. The second problem is it refers to Belshazzar as a king, and he was never a king. Which I don't really care about that point, because if you're a Hebrew and you're in Babylonian exile, do you really know the difference between the person in charge being a regent versus being a king? You probably don't. I don't really care about that one that much. But the fact that on multiple occasions it refers to Nebuchadnezzar as being the actual father of Belshazzar is just historically inaccurate. And the reason why it's inaccurate is because whoever wrote it was writing in the 2nd century. He didn't know anything about the 5th or the 6th century.
So I think that's inaccurate because I think it's just using the word father very, very generically.
No.
Just like Israel always uses fathers. And one reason that would be the case is that if you recall, when Belshazzar saw the handwriting on the wall, the queen mother, I don't know who that was, it was his mother, grandmother, whatever, she had to come in and say what happened in his father's day. That tells me it's not referring to his biological dad. It's referring to somebody that he didn't actually have firsthand knowledge of this man's life, because the woman had to explain to him what happened with Daniel and how that Daniel came in. I mean, if
That's a crazy cope. Were you alive for all of your father's days?
Yes.
No.
Oh, I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think that if your mother told you about something that happened before you're born, she would say, when your father was king in the days of your father, so on and so forth?
She probably would.
And all the ancestors of the Hebrews, when we have this term where father refers to like ancestry, it's referred to in the plural, your fathers, as like a whole lineage. And it's a lineage because they all came from the same seed. But there was no seed shared between Nebuchadnezzar and Belshazzar. They weren't related. There's no fathering anywhere.
Marduk was the son of Nebuchadnezzar, but his offspring never ruled. The immediate successor was Nebuchadnezzar's son-in-law, but he was also killed. His son Labashi Marduk became king of Babylon, but he was killed in a coup and succeeded by Nabonidus, who was the actual last king of Babylon. So they're like not in the least bit related at all.
Okay, interesting. Cool. I will have to go back and do more research. I thought I had chased it down as far as your contention was, but I misunderstood
Joe,
your contention.
This is the problem when you come in all confident, claiming that we're being dishonest. It makes you look bad. You could have come in here in good faith and said, listen, I think there are some things we disagree on, but that's not what you did. You came in and you accused me of personally being dishonest on purpose, which now makes you look like a clown. Had you not done that, we'd still be in the middle of a good faith discussion, and we could just be disagreeing on something that you don't know as much as I do about, or as much as Dalton. And nobody here would be thinking that you look like a clown, but now you look like a clown because you came in overconfident.
Point taken. Thank you for your critique. I remember watching. I mean, that's not the only point that I believe you've been dishonest on. I was wrong about that. I'll admit I didn't understand it. I was wrong about that. You've
doubling down's crazy.
You've made the point. Sure, you've made the point that God was lying to Adam and Eve in the garden, but Satan was telling them the truth.
Yeah.
I remember that. That's pretty silly.
Well, they didn't die the day.
Yeah, but you both know enough about Hebrew idioms to know that that's a ridiculous interpretation of that.
I know enough about Hebrew idioms to know that this is not an idiom.
Yeah, I don't see an idiom anywhere in Genesis 2:17.
it's repeated verbatim to Abimelech when God says to him, "You are a dead man because you took Abraham's wife." It's
It's not.
Did he?
It's not
Did he say?
verbatim.
Did he say to Abimelech that you will die this very day? Mot tamot, the same Hebrew phrase used in Genesis
let's see.
2:17. Because a similar phrase is used elsewhere in Exodus, where Pharaoh tells Moses that the next time you see my face, you're gonna die, and he uses the same Hebrew phrase. That's not an
Yeah,
idiom.
I think
That's a threat.
he's referring to when God says you're a dead man in the present tense to Abimelech, but that's different.
Nope, I'm not finding it now. There was a list. I had it looked up. There's like 4 other places where it uses this idiom, and it just means that there's a certainty of your death.
No,
David.
it doesn't. It doesn't use
Yes,
the.
it does.
It's a different phrase. No, you're wrong.
Well, it says, okay, translated literally, it says, "Dying you shall die."
In Genesis,
Yep.
not in Genesis 20, not with Abimelech.
Not with Abimelech. Okay, that was tracked down. I'm trying to. Dying you shall.
It's Genesis 20 verse 3. It's just Hene Meth.
If this is a common idiom, or even an idiom at all, we would expect to see it used elsewhere in the scriptures as an idiom.
So
Well, I'm
the
not
way
sure
this
what-
should be translated in Genesis 20, if you want to be as literal as possible, it should be translated as "Behold death," which is why, like the NRSV and a lot of the other ones will say, "You're dead." You know, because behold or hine in Hebrew means like, "Hey, look at this. Check this thing out right here." It says, "Behold death." He's like, "Death is upon you because of what you've done." And the next word is al haisha, because of the woman.
Okay, I mean that's not what Young's literal Bible translation brings it
So
up
what?
as.
Well, then you got it
Yeah.
wrong.
I thought I've heard you say before that you're not qualified to
What, here, what's
translate.
the verse?
I'm certainly more
Um,
qualified than Young.
You're more
What's the
qualified
verse?
than Young. That seems odd. It's let me pull it up here. Genesis 2.
Because I can.
23.
Are you also talking about Genesis 2:17? The day you eat, you shall surely die.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a different phrase though. That's not used in Genesis 20 verse 3.
Oh, Genesis 23. Let's see. Let's see. Said, and Vayomer lo. He said to him, Hinecha met. Behold, you are dead.
So it's the same word repeated twice, isn't it?
In Genesis 2:17.
I mean, dying you die makes
Well-
more sense to me.
Dying you shall
Hebrew.
die.
Dying you shall die, or dying thou dost die.
And the question is,
makes
when
a lot
is this said to happen?
On the day that they eat of it.
Yeah, this is very similar to Exodus 10:28, where Pharaoh says to Moses, "The next time you see my face," he uses the word tamot. You're going to die.
So what you have here is an emphatic construct. The first word is an infinitive. The second word is future tense. So muth would be the actual verb at hand. The ta at the beginning of it is the actual conjugation for you shall or you will. So he's saying dying you shall die, which is when you add the infinitive in front of it, it just means, or participle in front of it, it just means surely you will die. That's what it means.
Basically, he's just doubling down on what he's saying.
Yeah. That's like saying kill him till he's dead.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't trust your interpretation of that. You're getting into interpretation rather than translation at this
That's
point.
that is the translation.
No, I mean, I'm looking at a translation and it says, "Dying, you shall die."
Yes,
And
that's
and he,
that's the literal translation of these words, and the reason why it's translated as "surely you shall die" is because this is a Hebrew construction that causes emphasis to be added to it. There's actually a name for this construction. It's a really well-known construction in Hebrew.
what is it? I don't know why everything is blanking here, including my brain. But that's probably the main reason. I'm trying to look up the other place where it says you shall surely die. Oh yeah, when David tells Shimei that he has to stay in his hometown, and if he leaves it, on the day that he leaves it, he will surely die.
Yeah,
And
same.
then
That might be the same construction.
same construction.
Yeah.
Okay, but so again, there it doesn't happen. The guy goes away. I mean, his fate was sealed on the day he left his house, but he didn't die that day. What I've been reading is that this is an idiom for you receive the death sentence, not necessarily that is when you will specifically bite the dust.
Well, it doesn't say that.
It
So, which passage specifically? It's in Second Kings, the one you're referring to, when Shammai goes to get his slaves. I
right.
forget the. Was it chapter? I forget which chapter it was. I'll find it.
Trying to get Google on my
Chapter
side.
First Kings chapter 2, I think. Not Second Kings. First Kings chapter 2. Yeah, that's where it is. All right, let me pull it up. That's when he actually goes to get his slaves. But the promise to kill him happens prior to this. Let me see. I'm going to open up the whole chapter. Da, da, da. Okay. So here is the chapter. It says, I swore to him by the Lord, I will not put you to death with the sword, therefore do not hold him guiltless, blah, 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 blah. It said, there is also with you Shammai, son of Gerah, a Benjaminite. Let's see if this is a chapter. How many times does Shammai show up? And then the king sent and summoned Shammai and said to him, build yourself a house in Jerusalem and live there. Do not go out from there to any place whatever, for on the day that you go out and cross the Wadi Kidron, there we go, know for certain that you shall die. And what's your complaint?
I was under the impression that this was the same Hebrew construction as Genesis 2:27.
It is, and basically the idea mot tamot. The idea is that as soon as Shammai returned, David would have him executed, and Yahweh tells him that the day of execution for Adam and Eve is the day they eat it.
Right. So David told Shimei the day he leaves, he will die. And we can clearly understand that means he's sentenced to death on that day. That he sealed his fate of death because he didn't die when he left in David's situation. And Adam and Eve were sentenced to death when they ate of the fruit because they also did not die that day. But they sealed their fate on that day. And I believe that's what that Hebrew idiom means if you're consistent with its usage through the Bible.
Well, again, this Hebrew idiom shows up on multiple, it's not an idiom, first of all. It shows up on multiple occasions. Are you suggesting that David and Yahweh have to use it the same way? Also,
I'm
what day did he actually die?
it doesn't say. I think it's just when he gets back and it's told to King David.
Mm-hmm.
David then sends and has him put to death, but it doesn't say exactly.
Mm-hmm. So it's
Or
in
does
the
it
same
mean that
chapter. Mm-hmm.
or does it mean that the day Shimei leaves, David will have men sent for him to kill him?
I mean, now it's conjecture. I'm just saying that if you're going to be consistent with this use of language, which you have to do to interpret and understand the Bible, if you're going to be consistent with it, you have to look back at
Yeah.
Genesis and say, "Oh, this doesn't actually mean that specific day is when you're
Well, that's
going to
what David
fulfill the
says.
just."
David makes the declaration that if Shimei leaves, he's going to die that day.
Yeah, and he didn't. He sealed his fate as a dead man. Like, how
I don't
is?
see
Did you
that.
see how the construction is? Did you see how the
How many
construction
days
is in
passed?
Bible?
How many days passed, Joe?
Let me keep reading. Is that in this end of this chapter?
The same chapter. Yep.
Actually, I think it's in the next chapter.
Same chapter.
It is. It's 2 Samuel 19.
No,
Is
it's
And
where-
First
Solomon,
Kings
not David,
2.
by the way.
First Kings chapter 2.
Oh, first. Okay.
It's on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't really. It's very tiny.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, it says in 1 Kings 2:46 that Benaiah, son of Jehoiada, went up and struck Shimei down and he died. This was on the same day that he left.
It's that way.
So David did send, like I said, David did send someone to execute Shimei that day. I mean, not David, Solomon. Fuck. Solomon, or was it David? Oh, it was King Solomon. So Solomon did, in fact, send someone to kill Shimei the day that he left.
Yeah, because David swore not to to do anything bad against Shammai. So once David died, then Solomon took vengeance on him.
Right, but it says that he returned, and it
Yeah,
was
so
upon
what?
his return.
So what?
He sought him many days. I'm trying to find that. He couldn't possibly have actually died on the day that he left, which
Prove
was
it.
how that word was. I'm hunting here. We got a couple of. There's a couple of chapters here. Oh, I'm still reading in Young's. That's why it's difficult.
He's a Benjaminite. He lives right by Gath. Not even a day's journey. Where do you get cursed to go to? It says, let's see. Okay, for the day you go out and cross the Wadi Kidron, know for certain that you shall die. He didn't even. I don't even think he had to cross the Wadi. It says build yourself a house in Jerusalem. So he's in Jerusalem. Jerusalem's not far from the Philistine Gath. Now I need to know where the Wadi Kidron is. It's in Jerusalem. There we go.
All right, so he travels to Gath.
They already know where his slaves are, by the way. He doesn't have to search for them.
Okay. Well, I'll have to poke into that. I'm not great at focusing here, or not focusing, but splitting my focus. When I read it before, it seemed very plain that it was a matter of several days in between the sentencing of death and when he was actually killed.
I mean, Gath is only like, I'm seeing here is Gath is Tel Es Safi, scholarly consensus today, it's only like 30 miles from Jerusalem, and you can go and come in a matter of a day.
Okay.
So it seems like Shimei left and then returned, and that same day he died, as Solomon declared.
Okay.
And it's also true that Satan, not Satan, but the serpent did tell the truth. The serpent says, God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil, which is confirmed in verse 22. After they eat, says the Lord God said, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil, and now they might reach out their hands and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. So they did. Say, the serpent was telling the truth.
Yeah, I still contend that strange construction of the Hebrew
Was Satan telling the truth or not, Joe?
was Satan telling the truth. No, he was not telling the truth.
So they
What
didn't.
strange
They
construction?
didn't start knowing good and evil.
Oh, they did start knowing good and evil. Yeah.
Okay, so he was right about that part,
Yes.
but he was wrong. He was right about this part, but he was wrong about the part where he says, "You won't die."
Well, yeah, that's always Satan's tactic. He never tells a complete lie. He always mixes lie and truth. That's how he approached Jesus.
That makes him better than Jesus, because Jesus mostly just lies.
Alrighty.
Like over and over again, repeatedly.
Okay. I think
So-
we've looked at some of those together. I may be wrong.
Probably. Yeah.
So
So
what?
why would I possibly believe that Jesus is either the Messiah or God?
Yeah, I was curious about your take on the resurrection of Jesus. I've listened to oh boy, it was a few weeks ago now. Wow, I can't think of his name. His method is the minimal facts.
Gary
argument.
Habermas.
Gary Habermas?
Yeah, yeah, and to my mind, that seems pretty waterproof. What is your competing hypothesis for what happened to Jesus and why the church started?
Is imposter.
Yeah, it's either an imposter or bereavement hallucination. Both
Actually,
are more
could-
likely than resurrection.
Literally could be a combination of both. Even Emperor Julian writes about how the Christians hang out around tombs, bewailing the dead, hoping to have apparitions appear to them.
So Jesus gets executed, thrown into a mass grave after rotting for a while. And then one of his disciples, the first person to whom Jesus appears to would be Peter, who is grieving. And we know for a fact that grieving individuals can have the quote, the dead appear to them in hallucinations.
Okay, so what was the cause of Paul's hallucination and James and Thomas, all the others who
Well-
did not previously believe in Christ, but then after he rose from the dead,
Religious
they did
hysteria.
And
Religious
to be,
the same thing that
to be sure, we don't
Yeah.
believe that all of them had hallucinations. So, like the story of Thomas, I personally don't believe that was even a real story. I think that's just fiction. The question is not what part, like, how do we interpret what the Bible says happened? The question is, what do we think actually happened in real history? What actually happened, most likely, is what happened in other resurrection accounts. Somebody said, I was going to die and come back, and then afterwards, either somebody claimed that they died and came back, or an imposter came along. This happened on multiple occasions. In fact, it was already so common prior to Jesus. Zelmoxis, he was a follower of Pythagoras. He claimed he was going to die and resurrect. He literally pretended, he faked his own death, left for 3 years, and came back claiming he resurrected. And his followers believed him. There was a whole cult around Zelmoxis. That's all it takes, is just a little bit of trick, and you've got a dying and rising person. Same thing with the cult of Nero. A lot of people thought Nero rose from the dead because after he died, there were imposters One of them very successful all the way, are already in the ninth century, or sorry, the ninth century. Sorry, wrong. The ninth decade, in about 88, 87, 88. So long after he already died, there was an impostor that was very successful in convincing the Parthians that he was the resurrected Nero, because he looked like him, he sounded like him, and he could play the harp like him. And he was so convincing that the leader of the Parthian army prepared himself to go to war, thinking they were going to depose the emperor.
And in regards to Paul specifically, all Paul tells us about the revelation of Jesus he had was that, quote, God revealed his son in me. So it's an internal revelation.
Gotcha. So clear it up for me. What is your hypothesis of what happened? I just a combination of Jesus faking it and the disciples faking it, or I'm hearing a little bits.
No, that cloud cadaver is dead. He's gone. He died. He's worm food now. Somebody that looked like Jesus came around later, probably shortly later, pretending to be the resurrected Jesus. It's why we find weird things in the Bible about how people don't even recognize him after his resurrection. The people on the road don't. Mary Magdalene doesn't recognize him. And then we've got weird statements in Mark 13 where Jesus himself, supposedly, says, many will come in my name, saying, I am he, and they will deceive many. Seems like the gospel authors are trying to prepare you ahead of time for the idea that there are people that are impersonating Jesus. Because Jesus himself said, according to Mark and Matthew, that somebody will do it. And I believe that's a real historical fact. I think somebody was impersonating Jesus. I think that's why the gospel authors had that warning in it.
So you think, according to that hypothesis, you think that James, the brother of Jesus, who before his death rejected him as the Messiah, said that he was out of his mind, was absolutely not religiously connected with Jesus at all. You think James fell for an imposter?
You have no idea.
We don't really know that about James. That's from the Gospels.
Right,
So,
the Gospels is what we're going with.
No, it's not. If I was going with the Gospels, I'd be a Christian.
The Gospels
not me.
is,
I'm just my only source for the appearance of Jesus. My only sources for the appearance of Jesus would be Paul in 1 Corinthians 15, and at least in my hypothesis, it's merely all psychological experiences, either hallucinations or religious visionary experiences.
So, yeah, what are the chances of 12 people all sharing the same hallucination?
Did they share the same hallucination?
Yeah, that seems to rise up to the same level as a miracle of resurrection.
Joe, no one made that claim.
Well, all 12 disciples believed in him after he was dead, or after
we have no evidence of that. So the question is, did they all believe? We don't know. And if they did all believe, how did they come to be the point of believing? But the reality is, all it takes is one of them, say Peter, who says that I saw the resurrected Jesus before the whole group is convinced. It doesn't take much. We see this play out in all kinds of other cults. For example, there are cults that are alive right now that claim that miracles are afoot, that people are doing spiritual surgeries over in India. There's a guy that does spiritual surgeries where he pokes in people's abdomen and other body parts and pretends to do surgeries. And hundreds and hundreds of people claim to have been healed by this person. And even people who've never met him literally believe that he's out there healing people, because people are willing to believe testimony.
And we don't know that the apostles all saw the same exact thing. As far as we know, each of the individual 12 apostles could have had a solitary visionary experience and then told each other, yeah, I saw him too. But do we know that they saw the exact same thing, the exact same way? No.
So, clear it up for your audience. Who was the first witness? And did the disciples believe when they heard it the first time?
According to Paul, the first witness is Peter. And he mentions no Mary Magdalene.
Yeah, I personally would say probably Peter as well.
I mean, the Gospels are consistent that Peter and John ran to the tomb after the report of the ladies. coming back.
Yeah, but
Well,
well, we have earlier accounts from Paul. Paul's letters predate the writing of the gospel, therefore predating the invention of the myth of the gospels. And he doesn't mention a Mary Magdalene. All he says is that Peter is the first person to whom Jesus appeared to.
It says that Peter was the first person Jesus appeared to. First
yeah,
of the
Yeah.
disciples. Is that the first of the disciples? Sorry, what's that? What's that reference?
1 Corinthians 15.
Yeah, for I delivered to you as of first importance what I also received, that Christ died for our sins in accordance with the Scriptures, that he was buried, and that he was raised on the third day in accordance with the Scriptures, and that he appeared to Cephas, then to the 12, then he appeared to more than 500 brethren at one time, most of whom are still alive, though some have fallen asleep. Then he appeared to James, then to all the apostles. Last of all, as to one untimely born, he also appeared to me. The list of people that he gives to whom Jesus appeared to, first and foremost, is Cephas, or Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but that doesn't. He's not saying that Peter was the first. He just lists him first. He just says he was seen by Cephas, then by the 12. That doesn't mean that the gospel accounts are incorrect. In fact, we have good reason to believe that they are correct in that detail, because there were spurious gospels that came out later that changed the embarrassing detail of the women seeing Christ first.
It's not,
That's
not
not
an embarrassing
embarrassing.
detail.
Disciples.
That's not an embarrassing detail.
It
That's
certainly
exactly.
was.
No, it's not. That's exactly who you would
certainly
expect
was.
to be at the tomb first. The women were the one that did the spicing of the body. That's exactly, if you're trying to write a story, that's exactly what you would say. You're not going to have men go to the body to spice it,
Okay, but they were the first witnesses of Christ.
because they were
And the-
there first. Because
Yeah,
the women,
and
the
with
women
their-
were the ones in charge of embalming and spicing the body.
Yeah, if you're going to place Jesus in a tomb, which Paul never speaks of a tomb, so if you're going to invent a story where Jesus is found an empty tomb, the person you would have to go visit the tomb would be the women.
Right, but I mean, the whole thing, the entire account of the disciples from the point of the Last Supper all the way until the ascension of Christ is embarrassing to the disciples. They don't
No,
believe. They're
not.
scrambling around. They don't.
Why would we believe that? Why would we believe any of that?
What do you mean? Why would you?
Again, Joe, you just keep stating that this is the fact because the Bible says so. Why would we believe that? When the Bible says so many things that are untrue, why would we just take its version of events?
Because it has the ring of truth. This is
No,
not.
it doesn't. It has the
This
ring
does
of
not-
mythology.
No,
They
it
contradict
doesn't.
each other.
Yes, it does. It's identical to Roman history that includes mythology. Have you read the resurrection accounts from the Roman and Greek histories?
I have not.
So then how would you know what it rings as? You haven't read any comparative literature.
So, for example, what would be very embarrassing is if you believed that your God committed fratricide, killing your brother which is a high crime in the Roman world, and yet the story of Romulus and Remus, Romulus kills his brother Remus. That's embarrassing, and yet it's part of this myth about Romulus and Remus. And we even have a story where after Romulus has been killed by the Senate in a conspiracy, much like Jesus, that Romulus appears alive later to two of his followers on the road to Rome, very similar to the road to Emmaus story. It reads like a myth, the Gospels.
No, it reads like honest eyewitness testimony from multiple perspectives. That's why.
No, it does not.
It's
It
hard
reads
to
like
piece the resurrection
identical.
together.
Name one
Because all
ancient
the
Greek or
details
Roman.
are
Name one
mixed and
ancient
matched.
Greek or Roman text you've ever read.
I have read. I have not read any to completion. I
So
began.
you have no idea what a Greco-Roman mytho-history even looks like. You can't even begin to make comparisons. Even in like the writings of Herodotus writes about this guy named Aristeus who rose from the dead and appeared many times to multitudes of people, so much so that they made a statue of him and put it next to Apollo. Like that, but
So
this
I've
is in
never
this
I've
is
never
in
heard before that Luke
this is in
wrote
Herodotus's
this.
history. It's the title of his work is History, and he talks about the resurrection of a guy named Aristeus. It's
Okay, so
exactly like the history of the Gospels. It's the same thing.
I don't have a problem with people rising from the dead.
Do you believe that Aristeus rose from the dead?
I don't know anything about him, so I don't know, but I have no problem.
Well,
But
give me your version of
based
events,
on what
because
I know,
unless you have a good explanation for it, he did rise from the dead.
Yes,
Are you an
the
Aristeus
fact-
mythicist?
I'm completely ignorant of Aristeus.
Well, then obviously he rose from the dead under the, I would presume, the power of perhaps Serapis even.
That's fine. Okay.
I've read first century actual historical works like the works of Josephus and Plutarch. And what we see when we look at actual histories is that one, they will generally cite their sources. So like for example, Plutarch, when he gives us the life of Alexander, gives us his source being Ptolemy, the first Soter, who was his general. Or if there are contradicting the narratives, they often express skepticism and give their opinion on what may have happened. But the Gospels don't read anything like that. They don't give us their sources, and they don't ever express skepticism about what may or may not have happened.
Okay. Could that be because of the close proximity in which they were written? I mean, if these were written by the actual men who claimed to write them, then that would be why they
Josephus
don't.
was in close proximity to many. Josephus lived in close proximity to the events that he narrates, and even he cites sources like when, for example, when he writes about Herod the Great, he cites Nicholas of Damascus, who was one of Herod's court members, Herod's court historian, when giving information about that. So I would expect no difference from the unknown gospel authors, that we should at least know with some certainty who wrote them, where they get their information from, and their methodology.
Okay, I may have missed a crucial word in what you just said.
Do they ever cite their
my
sources?
understanding and the assumption that I'm going with is that these are just honest eyewitness accounts, which is why none of the disciples come out looking good in any of it. They look like a bunch of buffoons. They're comparing.
Why do you
one
think these are
another.
eyewitness sources?
Why do I think they're eyewitness sources? Because they said so. Because Luke was able
Who
to.
said so?
Luke said that he interviewed eyewitness sources. John said that he talked about things that we have seen and heard and our hands have handled. Paul saw, according to Luke, Paul saw.
What are the name
river
of Luke's sources?
Damascus.
What are the names of the sources?
He doesn't give those names.
So-
You talking about Luke?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a variety. He was on the journey with Paul, and he would have gone with him to Jerusalem. So his sources would
Sounds like a
definitely
trust me,
include
bro.
the disciples. Sounds like a what?
Sounds like a trust me, bro.
I mean, that's what history is.
No.
History. We actually. So to be sure, the type of history you're referring to is just like other bad non-firsthand history. We do have firsthand history. To be sure, like we can actually look at them. Like when we're reading the writings of like Pliny the Elder cites the sources. Like in the story of Aristeus, and even before that, before Aristeus, he tells about a guy named Hermotimus. Hermotimus. There's a guy named Hermotimus that he quotes from the specific author that tells the story, and says that this guy had the ability to have his soul leave his body, and his soul would wander around the world, and he would tell people stories about it. Like people actually believe this nonsense. But like even like the Greek and Roman historians, like they at least told you who their firsthand sources were.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons would probably be. Sorry, my computer's dying here. One of the reasons would probably be that these were not meant to be, they weren't not intended by the disciples to go out to necessarily like a strange group. These were interchurch letters that were written. And so that's one of the reasons that you don't have them, the authentic gospels, making a big deal of who the authors are, is that the people who received these gospels already knew who they were. And it's the spurious gospels that make a big deal of, oh, this is from Thomas, oh, this is from Mary, oh, this is the gospel of Peter.
Actually,
They make a big deal of wielding the names because they were trying to get into those communities, whereas these gospel writers were already in the communities.
you want to know why the gospel authors paint the disciples as buffoons?
Why, who paints them?
Yeah, why the gospel authors paint the disciples, who are Jewish, by the way, as buffoons. Why do they do that?
Because it's the truth.
No, because they're written by Greeks, by people who are not disciples, and the religion has already moved away from its Jewish roots, which is why we see this hard movement away from the Jewish law, away from Jesus's actual teachings, trying to soften this idea of following the law of Moses, because the Greeks didn't care for it. The Romans didn't care for it. In fact, they thought that they were barbarous laws. And that's why we find in the Gospel of John over and over again, God, he says, the Jews did this, the Jews did that, because who's ever writing the Gospel of John isn't a Jew. It's not John.
Surely a Jew would know that Psalm 82 is not in the law of Moses.
Indeed. And he doesn't even understand the Passover tradition. He fucks up the Passover tradition.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a response for that. I think to say that the resurrection was a hoax, I think you need to have something better than that because
Why?
of. Well,
why would I need something better than to say we already know that resurrection hoaxes happen? We have evidence that many resurrection hoaxes have happened. We have no evidence that Jesus is a truth teller, that he's the Messiah, much less that he's some sort of a Trinity, which means I'm going with where the data actually is, which is we know resurrection hoaxes happen. I have no reason to believe that this isn't one of them. Give me one reason why I would actually believe this mythology.
Again, just the embarrassment of the supposed authors, the fathers of the church.
We already covered this. The reason why the disciples are painted as buffoons is because it's written by people that weren't Jews who wanted the disciples to be buffoons. They were actually Jews. The disciples were all Jews. They were illiterate Jewish fishermen. And the reality was that the Greeks thought they were superior to them, and they wanted to modify the tradition. And one of the ways you modify the tradition is you downplay what the disciples... Because if the disciples actually followed Jesus after Jesus' death, surely they would have followed a Jewish tradition. That's why we see like Paul and Peter getting into an argument over whether or not they should be communing with the Gentiles and in how. It seems to be that according to the narratives that we have in the Bible, even the ones we have, even though I don't think they're trustworthy, it paints the actual disciples as being Judaizers, just like Jesus was, which means the Greeks who came later and recorded these stories wanted to downplay the Judaizing disciples.
That's a bit far-fetched.
What's far-fetched is that some fucking guy rose from the dead, claiming to be Messiah, didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, couldn't even read Hebrew, misquotes the Old Testament, and then doesn't even know when he's coming back. He fucks it up. He says he's coming back within that generation. He doesn't come back.
He does come back within that generation.
No, he doesn't.
I don't remember reading that I don't remember reading that in Josephus.
It says he's going to come back on the clouds with the angels, and he's judging mankind. Did that happen?
Every eye will see him, even those who pierced him, and all the world will mourn. That never happened.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right that didn't happen. I was thinking of the destruction of Jerusalem.
Based on all the historical evidence we have, there's no reason to think that this guy was anything more than another Galilean messianic failure. There was more before Jesus. Jesus wasn't the first, nor was he the last. There's another Galilean named Dositheus, who similarly claimed to be the Messiah, and they believe that he resurrected from the dead even.
Well, all right. So I've got it figured out now. Justin, and is it Dalton? Was that your name?
That's my name.
Hey, I think I have it figured out then. I think that you guys are just jealous that a failed Jewish rabbi has about 10 billion times more influence on this world than the two of you will have combined, even if you were the father of 1,000
Why
children.
in
take
your
care of it.
puny brain think that we want to have the same influence as Jesus?
I think you're on here as an influencer.
To be sure, I have more followers right now than Jesus ever dreamed of having when he was alive. It took Jesus.
True.
It took Jesus the power of the sword to get the followers that he had. The Roman emperor had to start killing people and forcefully baptizing entire people groups to spread his religion. I just get online and I talk to people and they listen.
Well, we know that there were far more followers than that before the 400s.
You certainly don't know that.
You're referencing. I certainly don't know about that.
You have no idea how many people are going to be followers of me 400 years after I die.
Oh, right. Okay, gotcha.
Because I'm the Jewish Messiah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I saw you. I saw you doing like one of those prophecies about yourself. That was pretty funny with you having ridden a donkey.
It's true. And it'll be worse for Sodom and Gomorrah. I'm sorry, it'll be worse for you than it will be for Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment if you reject my message.
To be fair, I mean, Justin's fulfilled as many prophecies as Jesus has, if not more.
So was your donkey going into Jerusalem with the children of Israel shouting Hosanna?
Not necessary. It's a partial fulfillment.
Also, the prophet doesn't say anything about the children shouting Hosanna when the king rides into Jerusalem. Also, how do you know it's literally Jerusalem? It might. You have to read it with spiritual eyes.
Yep.
Good point.
If you had the Holy Spirit, you'd know. It's okay. If you deny me before men on earth, I'll deny you before the Father in heaven.
Joe, I'm curious. So, there was this rabbi who lived in the 90s. His name was Menachem Mendel Schneerson, and many thought and still do think he's the Messiah. Why do you reject the Rebbe as the Messiah? On what grounds?
Probably on the same grounds that Annas the priest told the Sanhedrin to just hold their horses on the early Christian persecution.
Yeah, it's been 30 years. People still think he's the Messiah within Chabad. So why should for what reason why I think that Jesus is more likely to be the Messiah than the Rebbe?
Well, I think now Justin and I have been over this before, but I think one cool thing about Jesus is that there's almost as many details of his life, specifically his death and resurrection, in the Old Testament as there are in the New Testament.
No, there's
same
nothing
with
about
Rebbe.
his death and resurrection
Isaiah
in the Old Testament.
53 or 52.
I can make that.
We've
has
certainly been over this.
details
None of those are about
of the
Jesus.
suffering of Christ.
Not a single
And
one of those
Joe-
are about Jesus, Joe. I already
So
cooked you on this.
unfortunately with
How many
Christ, you
times
can't
do you
deny it.
how many times do you want to get cooked on the prophecies?
And also,
I'll never,
Joe, what's
I'll
to
never
stop
get
me-
over how you can get absolutely annihilated on the prophecies of Jesus and then come back with the same talking points. It's crazy. You never learn. Go ahead, Dalton.
You know that members of Chabad also think Isaiah 53 was fulfilled by the Rebbe.
Was he bruised for somebody's iniquity? Did he die and then see his offspring afterwards?
Well, Jesus didn't have offspring, so that he wouldn't have fulfilled that either. But according to many within, so the Rebbe got very, very sick at the end of his life and died, which, he bore our sicknesses, according to Isaiah 53. And then many of his followers claim to have seen him after he died. There are members of Chabad who claim that the Rebbe has appeared to them.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have anything to refute that. I mean, his
Well, that must be
influence
true.
is not going to be significant. He's not going to end up leading.
How do you know?
How do you know? It's
Can
only
you
been
see the
30
future?
years.
Well, Jesus had a following of at least 5,000 within 90
Prove it.
days of
Prove it.
his death. The book
Prove
of
it.
Acts.
The
The
Book
book
of
of
Acts
Acts.
says things that aren't true. I'm not going to believe they had 5,000 followers.
Let's see. How many followers?
The Book of Acts says
of-
the disciples were illiterate. The Book of Acts also can't even get Paul's conversion straight.
How many followers do you think the Rebbe has, Joe?
I don't know. How many Orthodox Jews are there?
The Rebbe led the Chabad Lubavitch movement, which, as of recent estimates, has around 90,000 to 95,000 fully affiliated members worldwide.
That's cool.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, it is pretty good. I mean, Jesus has 3 billion, or no, not quite 3, like 2 billion people.
Yeah, he's
and it
had
took
longer to
2,000
acquire them.
years.
Fun fact: Justin has like 100,000 followers, and I have like 7,000. And the reason for that is I just got started, just like the Rebbe just got
Yeah.
started.
I'm fucking Jesus up on numbers. He doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, so I mean, the interesting thing though is that the followers of Jesus, without the use of the sword, turned the Roman Empire upside down, so that eventually it became advantageous for a Roman emperor to take the name of Christ and use it
No.
along with the sword.
Yeah, you'd be
But
wrong
the-
about that. The reason why that happened was because the mother of Constantine converted to Christianity, and Constantine wanted to have a religion to unite the kingdom, and he thought that Christianity was benign rather than Judaism. Judaism had multiple revolts over the number of years, and he was tired of that shit. So he picked a different religion and tried to centralize around that.
Now, that's not my understanding of his conversion.
His conversion is not even consistent. If you read the multiple sources on his conversion, they don't all agree. And it was based on him seeing a vision in the sky.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly the story I would say if I wanted to take some bullshit backwoods religion and make it an official state religion. I'd say, yeah, I saw a sign in the sky. The gods gave me a sign.
Now, did he make it? And I'm not saying you're wrong, but did he make it an official state religion? It was my understanding that he just legalized it.
So he made
So
it
that it-
one of the official religions. So he didn't make it the sole religion. After his death, the next two emperors did. And so you find already by Theodosius II, they're forcefully baptizing Jews, and they're killing pagans, and they're burning philosophy books. It didn't take very long for it to immediately be spread by violence.
Gotcha. Yeah, but it wasn't originally, and
So
and
what?
Christ even put the ear back on the one of the guards that came to take him after
No, he didn't.
overzealous Peter stepped in.
It's an adorable story, but I still have more followers than Jesus, and I'm still alive. So
And
Jesus, after
the Gospels are myths.
yeah, the Gospels are myth. We already covered this. The Jesus didn't have anywhere near the followers I had until hundreds of years after he was dead.
Can you prove that?
Can you prove that he had more than 100,000?
No, you just made a statement about how that he didn't have anywhere near that many.
What was the
And,
population of
Can
Palestine?
you prove it?
What was the population of Palestine?
I don't know. You tell me.
It was probably only about 2 or 3 million, maybe at best, when he was alive. Let me check.
Palestine, first century.
It says between 1 and 2.5 million. And what percentage of those were Jewish?
Very high percent.
Yeah, almost
Probably
all of
almost
them,
entirely.
except for the Samaritans. The Samaritans were mixed. Now the Samaritans, it seems by and large, we don't know if any of them even ended up following Jesus. It seems most likely not until later. So that leaves the Galileans and the Judeans, right? Those in Jerusalem. How many Christians do you think were in Judea?
While Jesus was alive, I don't know. I mean, there was obviously the feeding of the 5,000, which was probably closer to 15,000
Myth.
individuals there.
So the entire population of Judea itself was only 500,000 people. So in order for Jesus to have more followers than me when he was alive, he would have had to capture At least a large percentage of the 500,000. How many Jewish people in Judea did he think he convert? 10, 15, 20%?
I don't know. It doesn't seem to indicate, or I'm not aware of
Because
when it.
the story we have, at least from the book of Acts, would lead us to believe that the Jews were rejecting the message of Jesus and that the Jews missed out. That's why we have these interesting parables of Jesus suggesting that the kingdom is being taken from the Jews and given to the Gentiles.
Funny,
seems like the-
funny how the people who actually know the Hebrew Bible rejected it, but the Greeks who had no concept of the Hebrew Bible readily accepted it.
Isn't that wild?
It's not true. The
That
very
is
first
true.
converts. No, the first converts were zealous Jews from all over that part of the world who came on Pentecost, and it was those 5,000 who were. It wasn't just people who happened to live there. These were zealous Jews who would have traveled long distances to come to the Feast of Pentecost, and they were the ones who
That didn't
believed.
happen.
You
That's a
can,
myth.
You can say that, okay?
I mean, it's a second century work from an unknown author. Why would I trust it?
It is not a second century work.
It certainly is.
Prove
The
that it's a
consensus of
second
scholars
century
would beg
work.
to differ.
Prove that it's a second century
Yeah, so
work.
we have
don't have a
examples of
single-
like the author,
We don't have a single
I was gonna say, we have
manuscript from the
example-
first century.
So
and we can see that the author directly is using the Antiquities of the Jews as a source reference for his work. And when was that written?
Did Josephus have a hand in that? The Antiquities?
That's his book,
Okay.
written in 90 to 95 CE.
Okay. I don't know about those correlations. I would imagine. Actually, no. Luke wasn't Jewish, so I don't know why there would have been that correlation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like Paul's the part that Dalton read from 2 Corinthians that I can't think of the word now. Anyway, the saying about these things that we've heard, that we've seen. Why can I not think of it? 2 Corinthians 15.
I
just
referenced 1 Corinthians 15.
1 Corinthians 15. Okay, that is a goes back to all the way back into like 30 years from the date of Christ is my
Oh.
understanding of the scholarship.
We not
And
only
so
don't
that-
not only do we not know that, we don't give a shit. No one here is contesting that there were people that believed he resurrection from the dead. I believe there were people who were convinced of it. That's meaningless.
No, but
to
you
me.
constantly talk about this mythical thing, like how Jesus was
The
how
Gospels are myth.
mythicized,
Yeah.
and that happened years later, and that
Yeah, the resurrection is a myth. I'm not saying I'm not saying the believers are a myth.
he was
Certainly,
God
there
and
were
that he
people
was
who
created.
believed the mythology.
No, but like I'm talking.
Yeah, people did.
We
We don't have any eyewitnesses. What I'm saying is, I agree. Yes, there probably were some early Christians who believed that Jesus resurrection from the dead, and they passed that down. I agree. Those people probably did exist. Who they are, we don't know. No one knows.
If the Gospels were true history as opposed to myth, we wouldn't expect like the Gospel authors to be placing Jesus's birth date at like two completely different points in history, like 10 years apart from each other.
That's true.
I'd love to see that.
You don't know this one yet? Come on, Joe.
Oh,
So here's a quiz, Joe.
Embarrassing.
sure.
Question number 1. Was Jesus born under the reign of King Herod the Great?
If I think King Herod was he the father of Antipas?
Yes.
Either, yeah, I think Antipas and then Agrippa.
Archelaus, Antipa, and Philip were the three sons of Herod the Great. And then Herod Agrippa, I think, was like later on in like the book of Acts. But yeah, was Jesus born under the reign of King Herod the Great, according to the Gospel of Matthew?
I'm pretty sure so.
And according to the Gospel of Luke, was Jesus born during the census of Quirinius?
That sure rings a bell.
So Matthew chapter 1 says after after she gave birth to Jesus, they went down to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod, which would be until the latest 4 BCE. That's when Herod the Great died.
So here's a
Now,
little history
was
lesson.
Herod a
When
title
King
or
Herod
like
the
a
Great died, family name.
Okay.
And the way we know that the Herod that's spoken of in this passage is Herod the Great is because later on in the same chapter, it mentions that Herod's son Archelaus was ruling in the place of his father, which would make Herod the king being King Herod the Great. After Herod died, his son Archelaus became the ethnarch of Judea and remained so for 10 years, but he was so shit at his job, the Romans deposed him, annexed him to Venice, and then and then annexed that region of Judea to the Roman Empire. In which case, the senator Quirinius became the governor of Syria, and the procurator was Coponius, and they did the census under Quirinius. Now, according to Luke here, it tells us that Jesus was born during the time of Caesar Augustus, and that this was during the registration under Quirinius, the governor of Syria. That wasn't until 10 years after Herod already died.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea the source information on that or how to even begin
That would
defending.
be Josephus, book 17 and 18 of his work Antiquities of the Jews.
So do you trust Josephus?
No, but
Yes,
Christians
he's
do.
an actual. Well, I say he's an actual historian when it comes to Palestinian history. He actually cites his sources and
But to be sure, like Josephus isn't the only one that gives us dating for these people. He's just the most widely available. But we know when these people existed. We know Herod was already dead when Quirinius was governor. No matter what year you think it was, he was already dead.
the Roman
Okay.
historian Cassius Dio tells us that the deposition of Archelaus took place in the same year that Tiberius dedicated the temple to Castor and Pollux, which was in 6 CE.
Okay. Gotcha. I don't have any defense or really good knowledge of that. So just to clarify, you guys do think that Josephus was a legit historian, or you don't?
Oh no, he was.
Okay. Do you guys?
At least when it came to Palestinian history, if you go back any further than the Persian history, then he starts relying on the Hebrew Bible for his information.
Right.
But when it comes to
exactly.
Persian and Greek history and Palestinian history, he's generally considered pretty reliable.
Yeah.
Why do you think he would depend on the Hebrew Bible if it was unreliable and he would have been in a
He's
position to know
Jewish.
it?
He thought it was inspired.
He was a Pharisee.
Okay.
So, first of all, the Bible can't even figure out when Jesus was born, and it certainly couldn't even figure out when he was coming back. All of the New Testament depicts Jesus as coming back imminently within the lifetime of the people alive. Jesus himself said so, and then he just didn't. I'm led to believe that this is just a failed death cult. That's it. Just like David Koresh, just like Jim Jones, just like the Hail Bop cult, and all the ones that came before him.
Yeah, I'll have to look into the return of Christ. I know that it uses the word generation, which is a little bit ambiguous.
No.
But it also it also references the day of the Lord, which is more often a judgment than a
Does not.
redemption.
Matthew 24 does not.
Matthew 24, I'll have to look at that one.
Matthew 24 is talking about the judgment specifically. Matthew 24 and 25 are a connected unit. It's all one speech. There's no division between 24 and 25. And when he comes back, it says, when you see all these things, know that he is near at the very gates. Truly I tell you, this generation shall not pass away until all these things have taken place. What are these things? Well, everything he just told you, the whole chapter up to this point. And part of that, as Dalton has already quoted previously, says, immediately after the suffering of those days, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, the stars will fall from heaven, which is wild to think that the stars can even fall from heaven. to the earth, and the powers of heaven will be shaken. Then the sign of the Son of Man, this is Daniel 7, will appear in heaven, and then all the tribes of the earth will mourn. Certainly didn't happen. They will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. So this is exactly what we would expect if Jesus thought that he was fulfilling Daniel 7, which 2 chapters later in Matthew 26, he says so. He tells the council when he's being questioned that hereafter you'll see me again coming on the clouds of glory, referring to Daniel 7 again. So he's saying, I'm going to do Daniel chapter 7 within this generation, and you're going to see me.
And yeah, at least Stephen did see him. But
No, Stephen did not. This is not about having a dream or a vision.
Right, yeah.
And Stephen wasn't on the council.
No, I mean, Stephen saw Christ on the clouds of heaven.
He certainly didn't. He had a vision of Christ in the clouds, but it doesn't say that he doesn't say that a person is going to have a vision. He says that he's going to appear in heaven. All the tribes of the earth will mourn. Did that happen when Stephen had his vision?
No, it did not.
Right. So it's obviously not fulfilled in Stephen.
Right. 32. No. So all these things take place. That's verse 34. And then 34 you're saying is referencing like from verse 15 up to 33.
Everything prior to it. The whole
Yeah.
chapter up to Jesus is answering the question from the disciples, what will be the sign of your coming? And he gives a whole list of signs.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty tough.
And he does it again if you go to Matthew 16. In Matthew 16, he says something similar in 27 and 28 about the judgment. For the Son of Man is to come, not a vision. He said the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everyone for what has been done, or some translations say for their deeds. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. And coming in his kingdom, obviously, is a reference to, again, Daniel chapter 7, when he comes with his Father, with the angels, and judges everybody on earth, and then establishes his earthly kingdom.
Yeah, I mean that one seems to point. I mean, if you flip the page, it immediately goes to his transfiguration, where Peter clearly understood that he was seeing the kingdom of God.
Did Jesus come with all of his angels in the glory of his Father and repay everybody for their deeds at the transfiguration?
No, but that's so.
No, but the answer is no, which means that's not what the transfiguration is. Transfiguration is not the fulfillment of this passage.
Right, but he doesn't say, I say to you, there are some standing here who shall not taste death till they see the Son of Man coming in the glory of his Father with his angels, then he will reward, and see the rewarding. He just says, there are some standing here who shall not taste death till they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. That's all it says.
Wrong again. 27 and 28 are connected. It's one quote. They're not two different events. What a nonsensical thing Jesus would be doing if he said the Son of Man is going to come with his angels in the glory of his Father. He'll repay everybody for their deeds. And then he says, truly I tell you, and starts talking about something entirely different. What a horrible way to communicate.
The word truly there is a connecting word, connecting what he's about to say to what he just said.
Mm-hmm. In fact, usually when you see like verily, verily, or truly, truly in the Gospels, he's emphasizing something he just said. Why would I believe these are two different events? The coming of the Son of Man is one event.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
It is. What do you think the Son of Man means? Do you think that's just a
Yeah, the
random
Son of
title
Man
that
is a
developed?
reference. No, the Son of Man is a reference to Daniel. That's fine.
Exactly, yeah. And what happens when the Son of Man comes in his kingdom in Daniel?
He's received up by the Ancient of Days.
Right, and then he sets up
Given
an
a throne
actual
and authority.
dominion authority. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's an actual dominion on the earth.
No, it says that his dominion is a heavenly dominion at that point.
No, not just heavenly.
I'll have to check into that. Let's see, Daniel 7.
All
Bound
nations.
all over the place here, but
To whom was given dominion, glory, and kingship to all peoples, nations, and languages to serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion that shall not pass away. That's on the earth. People exist where nations, languages happen. Those people aren't in heaven. There is no heaven, by the way. Heaven is just the sky.
okay, so it's two separate. There's him ascending to the Ancient of Days, and then there's a separate section of the vision. It's in verse 13. It says,
why?
I
Why?
was
Why would I think that's separate?
visions. Because it breaks it up with I was watching in the night visions.
No, no.
Like it's
13
he
and
doesn't
14 are the same vision.
right. 13 and 14 are.
Yeah, exactly. And what happens in verse 14?
So what I'm saying is that this is a two-part vision with the same
No,
man mentioned in both, and it's broken in half there at verse 13.
it's no. Try again.
It's not. I would love to see that in the original manuscripts where it's cut off.
13 and 14 is one vision.
Yes,
It says,
agree.
I watched in the night visions, I saw one coming like a human being. That's the Son of Man, coming with the clouds of heaven. He came to the Ancient One and was presented before him. To him was given dominion and glory and kingship that all peoples, nations, and languages would serve him. Do you think that
Yeah.
all people on the earth were sucked up into heaven at any point?
No, that's why. I mean, in verse 13, it even has it
Well,
even
there you
uses
go.
multiple.
Do you think
It's
do you think they're
visions
going to
mul-
be sucked up into heaven? You
Why
think
is visions multiple?
Do you think that they're going to be sucked up into the sky?
No. Why does
Okay,
he
so
say night
if the
visions?
nations
It's
and
really
all the
more
people
than one
aren't going to be
vision.
sucked up into the sky, then that means the kingdom is going to come to earth. That's why everybody in the New Testament is asking Jesus, when is your kingdom going to come here? The people aren't going to live in the sky. No one's going to live in the clouds. When the kingdom comes, it's heaven coming to earth. That's what Jesus prayed for heaven to be here. That's the goal. The goal is for the earth to be reformed so that God can come from heaven and dwell with man on earth. So in Daniel chapter 7, when it says that he was given dominion and kingship over all the nations and people, this is the heavenly kingdom coming to earth.
Yeah. Okay, so I agree with you. I agree with you about that. But what I'm saying is that 13 and 14 is clearly separate from the previous one. There are clearly multiple
The
visions of
13 and
this Son of
14
Man.
is separate from the previous vision. We're not talking about the previous vision. We're talking about this vision. Verse 13 and 14 is what we're discussing right now. And in 13 and 14, it says that all the kingdoms of the earth will be under the dominion of the Son of Man. And that it's going to be here on the earth. You're going to see it. You're going to know it. It's not going to be a mystery. So Daniel chapter 7 didn't come true unless Matthew 24 came true when it says all the tribes of the earth shall mourn. Because when the Son of Man is given dominion over all the tribes of the earth, no one's going to question it. They're all going to know.
Okay, so I mean, my argument is still that this is multiple visions.
We're
It's
not
not.
talking about multiple visions. We're talking about 13 and 14. Are you
Okay,
not tracking right now?
I think I'm tracking.
Okay.
But
I'm asking you in
mentions the
13
Son
and
of Man.
14, what happens when the Son of Man comes?
Oh, my apologies. Here's my the main part of my error is that I thought the Son of Man was mentioned earlier in this vision. And I see that that's not the case.
No.
That he first comes on the scene in 13 and 14. My bad. Okay, yeah, I see your point.
Okay, so if Daniel 7:13 and 14 comes true, everyone's going to know it. There's no question. That's why we find in Matthew 24 that all the tribes of the earth are going to mourn. Everyone's going to see the Son of Man when he comes. You're not going to have to question it. So when we go to Matthew 16 and we find the coming of the Son of Man, and you're saying, no, this is a transfiguration. No, it can't be. The coming of the Son of Man is a specific event from the book of Daniel, and it's not going to be 3 disciples witnessing it.
Okay. Yeah, I totally buy your interpretation there. I'll have to figure out what's going on.
Sure, fair enough. All right, listen, Joe. We've talked for a little bit. I'm sure you'll be back
thank you.
again. Take a look at the passages. Come back. Let me know what you find. And word of warning: these conversations would be much friendlier if you don't come in accusing us of being dishonest. Then we won't have to get testy with you.
I appreciate your word of warning, and nice to meet you, Dalton.
You too, Joe.
Thanks, Justin. See ya.
See you, Joe. He never learns.
Yeah, folks, we just read the Bible and take it for what it plainly says.
It's not hard. Let me grab some super chats, friends, and then we're going to get CJ Schmidt. Oh, so, and then Alex after that. John S., thank you for the super chat, says, hey, Justin, does the servant suffering for the nations in Isaiah 53 contradict other passages that imply that no man can pay for the sins of another? No, because what's happening in Isaiah 53 is not saying that there's like a literal atonement happening. It's a poetic passage. In fact, John D. Watts gives you the meter for it. He's a scholar that writes on the book of Isaiah. He wrote in the World Biblical Commentary series a 3-volume commentary on Isaiah. And he actually gives you the meter. What's happening here is a highly poetic passage personifying the suffering of the nation of Israel as actually being a benefit. It's the justification for the suffering. Remember, the Israelites are being absolutely manhandled by the Babylonians, and they want to know why. That's why the book of Job was written. The book of Job was written to say, why are God's righteous people suffering? And the only answer is, shut your fucking mouth. So the reality is, what we find in Isaiah is a poetic passage trying to make sense of why the Jews are suffering and why what's left of the Jews are suffering so bad at the hands of the nations. And the reason they come up with was, well, because of our suffering, because we've given double punishment for our sins, then when God actually redeems us, when God actually fulfills his promise to us, the nations are going to be amazed. Look at these Jews over here that we pummeled, we manhandled, we thought they were betrayed by God, and look what God did with them. So it's the suffering of the Jewish people in captivity that's going to bring them to the fact that Yahweh is the one true Lord. That's the thrust of the passage. This is not saying that there's a literal atonement, because in the Old Testament, the atonement was made through a personal and communal repentance.
Yeah, the idea here is not that it's not vicarious atonement. It's more like the suffering of and subsequent exaltation of the servant serves as the catalyst for the nations to repent and turn to God and be healed. Which is why, and this is kind of like important, like little grammar piece in the Hebrew of Isaiah 53. It never actually says that he suffers for the transgressions of the nations. Rather, it doesn't use the preposition lamed, meaning for, too. It uses the preposition mem, which means here more like the idea they suffered because of the transgressions of the nations.
Yeah, it's more of a causal link than anything. The mem preposition means from or by. So you could use it you could say like from this came that. Say from my beating came pain.
Think of it like because of the transgressions of 1940s Germany, the Jewish people suffered.
Exactly. Gretchen, thank you for the super chat. Says, look great, Dalton. I think you mean looking great, Dalton. Don't be bullied by Justin. Oh, she likes you no mustache. Listen, I'm just saying I have a preference as somebody who lived in the 80s and early 90s. I don't think mustaches ever needed to go away. I think they're awesome. That's just my preference.
Yeah, the comments are quite split.
Like maybe we need to take a vote. I don't know. Are there any YouTube mobs that can do a vote? And I don't know if we could do votes on TikTok. Somebody figure out how to do a poll if we should bring back the mustache or not. I want to know. Herbie Shine, great to see you. Says I like Dalton's facial freshness under Doug's googly eye. Well, I mean, we're getting some votes in here. Thank you, Herbie, for the vote. And JH says, tried to discuss biblical slavery with my family. The amount of pivoting was off the charts. It felt like we were having two different conversations. Yeah, JH, because when you talk about these topics with believers, they go into defense mode. They have no idea what's happening. They're literally concussed out there just fighting for their life, making up any excuse that can come to their mind. Smackdrix says, I have a Justianic prophecy. Verily I say unto you, there are some calling in here for whom words will not mean words. And that is proven to be true. That has already been proven true today. And Dr. Dave, thank you for sending out a Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Already, the memberships are building for Deconstruction Zone vertical, not horizontal. Doug's vertical juice, I'm telling you, vertical is still kicking tail. Even laying horizontal, Doug's vertical stalagmite will always rise above all, for all to bask in his vertical glory, showing all the correct way. Rock hard for Doug. You could even say that the vertical stream is upright. I'm just saying. Sonic says, what the fuck is grounding in this context? He didn't know. That Phil bro wanted to use words like grounding and justification. He didn't even know what they meant. He just assumed that if there was one thing, if there was one fact you didn't have on your head, that you no longer had grounding, but that's not how grounding works. Dr. Dave, again, tying now. He sent out one DZ debates, which ties it with his one for Deconstruction Zone. So shit, it's a tie so far. Mr. Hario says a neutron walks into a bar and asks, how much for a Kraken? The bartender replies, for you, no charge. You rock, Justin and Dalton. That's... Hyro, listen, I'm a little disappointed I've never heard that. As an electrical engineer, I feel like this is a joke that should have been deeply embedded in my, I would say the word soul, but I don't believe soul is, it should be deeply embedded in my being. I'm ashamed that I've never heard this joke because it's so fucking good. I really appreciate that. For those who don't know, you probably can Google the joke and they'll explain it to you. But basically, neutrons don't actually have a charge. That's what you have protons and electrons for. Fat Kid 616 says, is 606 the gematria of Greek? I know 616 is Latin. Okay, so according to, there is a commentary, I want to say it was, I forget which series, it was probably in the Yale Anchor Bible series. They did say that there is a textual variant of 606. Let me see. I think that's in Dr. Ford's commentary in the Yale Anchor Bible series, which is unfortunately downstairs on my other bookshelf. But yes, there is a textual variant of 606. And my understanding, if I remember the explanation, was 606 comes out to Gaius Kaiser when you do the Hebrew gematria. So again, there was another reference to another one of the Caesars because they thought Rome was Babylon, obviously. So the beast is always one of the Caesars, right? Tom says, clearly Doug... What's that, Dalton?
I was just saying, can you imagine how many manuscripts we don't have where it's just all manner of different numberings?
There's a bunch, man, because they were for sure that the beast was a Roman emperor somehow. Tom says, clearly Doug designed the human eye for horizontal viewing. The human horizontal view is 200 to 220 degrees, while the vertical is only about 135 to 150 degrees. Well, this may or may not be true, but I would point this out just to be sure, friends. Okay. If you haven't noticed yet, Doug's not very all that vertical. Sharon, on the other hand, is vertical. I think the reality is the vertical stream was in fact to glorify Sharon all along, and the horizontal stream is to glorify Doug. That seems to be the case. So all the people, all the members that are still subscribed to and on the vertical stream obviously know the truth that Sharon is the true boss. But they are together, by the way. She's the co-redemptrix. No one's in the lead here. Dr. Fudge says processes are not things unto themselves. Reasoning is a process, not a thing. Also, are Doug and Sharon enjoying the witch's hot tub? They are. I would put, if there was enough room, I would put them in there, but there's really not a way to do that. So I'll apologize. I'm just going to grab just a couple more super chats, and then we'll get our next guest in here. Jersey Audit Home says, smells like barbecue. Cook, baby, cook. And trust me, there's going to be lots of barbecue tonight. Yoda St. Cloud, great to see you. Says, Saint is a dirty verdi. Get him out of here. Send him back to the dumpster in the shadows he crawled out of. Horizontal supremacy. Horizontal for Doug. The dirt verts believe in talking donkeys. Don't talk about the verties that way. They don't believe in talking donkeys. But they do believe that Jesus is a jackass. Tyler West, thank you for the $9.99. Says, Numbers 3:12, I have taken the Levites from among the Israelites in place of the first male offspring of every Israelite woman. Ezra 20:26, not referring to firstborn humans. Levites serve tabernacle. You'd be wrong, Tyler. What you're trying to do is suggest that Numbers 3 is interpreting Exodus. They were written independent of each other. They were only later combined. They're not commentary on each other. Ezekiel, on the other hand, is giving commentary on the law of Exodus. He quotes, he's the first prophet to actually start quoting from the Torah effectively, and he quotes a lot from Exodus, which is why scholars agree that when he says that God gave laws that were bad, one of them was to sacrifice children, he's referring to Exodus 22, because that was the book of law that he was familiar with. When, to be sure, a lot of scholars believe Exodus is the earliest book of law, certainly not Leviticus or Numbers, although I would argue parts of Numbers are just as archaic. Game Master, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, subbed on vertical, watching on horizontal, rock solid followers of Doug know you need both to have proper perspective. Embrace each other, brothers and sisters. Rock hard for Doug and simply wait for Sharon. I agree with this sentiment. Doug approves of both channels. But we do have some heavy gifting coming in. Randy sent out 10, count them, 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. And Randy, another 20 Deconstruction Zone membership. That's fucking huge. But Carlos, not to be lagging behind, sent out 20 DZ Debate memberships. So right now, I think DZ Debates is only behind by 20 membership or 10 memberships. Make it 5. Carlos sent 5 more DZ Debate memberships, which means the horizontal stream right now is only 5 memberships, if I'm counting correctly, behind the new memberships for the vertical stream. And last super chat before we get our next guest, Gretchen says, we have a treaty proposal. I think this is a good idea. Thank you, Gretchen. Says, we call truce between vertical and horizontal and team up to destroy TikTok. Hey, we will not be bad-mouthing TikTok. I am rock hard for Doug. We will not end TikTok madness. If it wasn't for TikTok, I wouldn't fucking be here, friends. Guys, I started on TikTok. TikTok is my home base. That's,
and without TikTok, I literally can't be here. This is how I get on here.
TikTok, horizontal, vertical. We're all one family. Thoughts? We will have war somewhere, or no one gets peace. There will be no war. We can, in fact, have a peace treaty. Nobody needs to break the peace treaty. All right, let's get CJ Schmidt, and then we'll get Alex. Alex came back for a second attempt. Hopefully he is able to connect better on his second try. CJ was in the queue for a while, so I'm hoping he's still there. Actually, so I started my YouTube account 1 month before I started my TikTok account, but I opened a TikTok account because I thought, well, maybe it would help to post videos there and on YouTube, because I saw Christy Burke doing it. Christy Burke was growing like crazy because she had a bunch of TikTok followers already. And then I got sucked into TikTok. I didn't do anything on YouTube for like a whole year because I got sucked into the TikTok verse and things just went well on TikTok. But listen, I'm going to get the next guest in here. I'm not going to read any more super chats, but I just want to highlight here that now Carlos just sent 10 more DZ Debate gifted memberships. So now at this moment, DZ Debates is 5 memberships up today on Deconstruction Zone on the membership race. This is getting crazy. Thank you, Carlos. All right, I think we have Alex connected with us at this time. How you doing, Alex? Can you hear us? No, I'm trying to add Alex to the screen and he's not connecting. Alex, I know this. It doesn't look like you're fully connected, buddy. I don't think you're doing whatever you're doing it wrong, or your reception is so bad. There you go. I think your reception is literally so bad that it's like 30 seconds behind. Because we can't hear you and we can see you now, but it took like 30 seconds to see you after I pulled you into the conversation. And it still says you have no microphone, Alex.
A lot of people are saying frozen.
Frozen? What's frozen?
What's frozen, y'all?
Maybe it just lagged for a minute. Was it on TikTok or on YouTube?
TikTok.
Oh, so it must be a TikTok lag, not on YouTube. That's fine. All right, well, listen, Alex, you don't have a microphone plugged in. Your hardware's messed up. No one can hear you. Do you have a microphone? Yeah. I'm sorry, Alex, buddy. You got to get a working microphone for this to happen, okay? I'm sorry, man. That's a shame. He looked nice. I wanted to talk to him. But the fun thing about using Video Ninja to bring in guests is I can see what hardware they have connected. It said he had no microphone, so I'm not sure how he was going to talk to anyone.
Special guest.
Welcome
Special
in,
guest.
Dr. Blitz.
I needed my fix. I haven't
This
been
is
live
exciting.
in days.
I'm excited. I'm pumped. Well, listen, Dr. Blitz, we've got a Christian or somebody named Christian in the box right now. So maybe this can be your time to get fixed. Not in the same way like a dog gets fixed. Christian, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I know Christian.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you know Christian?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so you do
Good
believe
luck.
in God. You're at least 18. Which God do you believe in?
In Yahweh God and Yeshua Christ.
Sure, yeah. You mean Yeshua, but is the earth a sphere or flat?
It's flat.
Oh, fuck.
Told you. But luckily, Dr. Blitz is here. Like perfect
Don't
timing.
do it to me. Don't do it to me, my guy.
Okay, could I ask you a question?
Why do you think the earth is flat?
Because NASA, they made a rocket, right, with glass at the front. So if you have a car and you have a glass in the front, it's to watch out the window to see where you're going, right? If you have a train, they have a window in the front of the train to show where you're going. If you have a boat, there's a window in the front to see where you're going. And with technology now, you could have a camera to see where you're going in any vehicle. So how come when they're going from the earth to the moon or the moon back to the earth or even to the space satellite that they say they so have, there are no videos of showing going to the moon, to the satellite, or even to Mars and returning from Mars? They should at least have one video showing the journey from or to the moon, but there is none.
So you've never
Secondly,
watched any of the videos then of anything being launched into space ever?
no, I'm asking you a video directly from Earth to the moon. They could have a camera to videotape on the journey. Like if I'm going from one place to the next, on the journey to get there, there are cameras that you could have. Show me one video if you have it, please. Because
Why?
since there are
Why
so
would
many
you?
videos,
When was the last moon landing?
buddy, show me a video.
Do you know when the last moon landing was?
No, show me any video of any rockets going
So
to
it
and
was
from
in
the moon.
1972. What do you think they're going to record the video on?
The same videos that they showed they were hopping around on top of the moon, dancing and prancing. Those same videos that they could, you should have videos also, right?
Okay, and
They
why
made
do you
videos
think that?
driving on the
And why do
moon
you think they're going to waste the videotape in the cockpit trying to do this thing as it's shaking around? Do you know how video
because
cameras work?
that is what they call exploring. When they go in
Do
to
you know
the
how video
deep
cameras work?
sea. Yes, when they go into the
Have
deep sea.
Have you ever tried to use a video camera on a roller coaster?
Yes,
How effective
and
was it? Was it stable imaging?
buddy,
No, the answer is
regardless
no,
of
because
what,
when you look at
regardless of
videos
what.
taken from a roller coaster, it's fucking all over the place. Yeah, that's what happens when you're in a rocket ship going hundreds
there are
miles an
there are
hour
no
through
records of
space.
jets. They are jets.
You
Jets go what?
you find
G1 and
turbulence.
G2.
You find turbulence, and it's
G1
hard
and
to hold the
G2
camera
on
steady.
F
That's why the
fighters.
reason why they're holding
Fighter
the camera on the
planes.
moon is because their feet are on the ground. And
Buddy,
just so you know,
fighter
no one can hear
planes.
you when you're talking while I'm talking. My microphone's at like 300%. So if you want people to hear what you're saying, you should have a little bit of that Holy Spirit patience and just wait for me to finish.
Okay, no problem. Sorry.
Okay, so the reality is the reason why it's impractical to videotape out the window in 1972 is one, because it's not necessary. Two, because if you actually are in the rocket, you're doing this. And number three, you need to be actually paying attention to something other than videotaping. Like flying to outer space isn't something that you just casually do. It's not like driving a car. They've got a bunch of other stuff they have to worry about.
I would say the reason why NASA
Also-
didn't record the entire flight from the Earth to the moon is because these scientists naively thought that no one would be stupid enough in the year 2025 to actually believe that the Earth was still flat. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, they didn't know that
Okay.
idiocracy was afoot.
Also,
Okay,
what
so
is
when they go to
even if
the-
they didn't go to the moon, that doesn't make the Earth flat. I'm sorry.
Okay, so when they go deep down into the ocean.
Like, why did you bring up the moon landing instead of the Earth being flat?
Because if it was real that they actually went to the moon, then that the images that they show and the images that they say are real, by they having video of going to and from the moon, it will prove that whether the image that they show is real. That is why I brought up the moon landing, because it is fake and those things are not real. That's why they have no videos to prove. When you go on a rocket, they have rockets that go in G4 and G5, and they have videos of them in the cockpit when they're dropping their bombs and all these things. So if there is no video proving that they went on the...
There are
they are
videos
not.
of rockets
Sure,
going
okay.
from there.
No.
There is video.
There are
There is
no
video.
videos on the
Yeah,
journey
yeah, there
to
is.
and from. Remember, they are
Just look up
going to
SpaceX live stream.
discovery. This is going where no man has gone before. No
Look up
man has
SpaceX.
gone before, but you have no document videos to
Christian,
prove the journey.
Christian, you can't
guys
hear
are
what Dr.
lost.
Blitz is saying if you keep
Show-
running your mouth
show the proof.
incessantly.
You guys are trying to tell me proof. Show me the proof. There's
Dr. Blitz
none.
would love to show you the proof, Christian, if you would shut the fuck up for 5 seconds.
A video. There's a video.
Mike,
I would
next
love to
up.
see it. I would love to see it.
There are you can go and just look up on YouTube SpaceX
There
live
are
stream,
no videos.
and you will find so many videos from launch to space. There's so many of them.
Buddy, just recently they went to Mars and they have two rovers on Mars. Where are the videos on the way to Mars? that these they have
Why are you shifting the
computers.
goalposts? The question was whether or not there are any videos going to space, and there are.
No, there is. I'm talking about the journey.
You
You're
can
talking
go
about
find them yourself. Just type in
there is
SpaceX live
none.
stream and you'll
There
find
is
them.
none. Why don't you pull up one right now and show us? Why
I'm
don't this
actually
guy who's in
I'm on a
charge pull up
phone.
one right now and show us?
I'm actually watching one right now.
Let me tell you something,
It's
right?
it's from
Technology.
SpaceX. It's from launch all the way into outer space, and it's really interesting because the Earth is round. What about that?
Buddy,
Okay,
the
listen,
video that you're showing
hey,
is
hey,
from the
Christian.
back of
There's
the
actually a really good.
Blitz, you're breaking
You're
up on
showing
us. We can't hear you,
videos.
buddy. So
You're showing
Christian, how
videos
do your GPS work?
I know.
with satellites, air balloon satellites.
How do satellites work?
They're like air balloons with GPS on them. They are not really out in space. They're like big white helium balloons that float around with
Okay, so if they're helium,
satellites.
then all of them are going to be at the top of the firmament.
They're gonna be as high as they could go, yeah?
Yeah. Do you think they're going to be as high as the firmament?
No, they won't be as high as the firmament.
Okay, so they're going to be as high as what? How high up?
Well, they are drones and a kind of part drone, part
Right, but how
helium.
high
So
up?
the drone, huh?
How high up?
I wouldn't know how high up they are, but you can see them in the sky in the night when they're moving side to side and they're just floating across the sky.
Okay, so yeah, they float across the sky because it's a globe and they're in orbit. What's propelling them to have the same orbit if the Earth is flat? What's causing them to have the same path? It's a
There
cyclical
is no
path.
path because the sun and moon is
No,
moving
it
and
is.
the earth is not moving.
No. Satellites have a cyclical path.
Well, if that's what
Why
you
is
know,
that?
that's good for you. I
Why
do not know
why
why
do
they have
satellites have a cyclical path?
I do not know
It's
why
because
they
they're
have.
orbiting. They're orbiting a globe,
They are
and things
not
that orbit
orbiting,
globes
they
are on
are
a cyclical
floating.
path. Yeah,
They are
that's why they have.
floating.
That's why they're not floating.
Christian, do you think these
floating.
balloons are moving at over 17,000 miles per hour?
No, because the earth is not spinning, buddy. They are just sitting right there up in the sky. Where is the videos proving
How do
that
they
the
move so
earth is
fast?
spinning?
How do they move so
There are
fast?
no
No, he's
videos
saying they
proving
don't.
when.
How do they
He-
move so fast?
No, he says they don't. They don't move, Doctor.
You can
Blitz.
see them moving across the sky really, really fast.
I know that's the
Oh,
contradiction.
okay, hold on.
Yes,
I've
because
seen the International Space Station.
up in the
What's
sky,
flying
So-
across the sky?
So, Chris, are they
up
moving
in
or
the
not?
sky,
Christian, are they
the
moving or
wind,
not?
yes, they are
Christian, are they moving?
because
Okay, and how fast?
the wind speed in
How
the
fast?
atmosphere. I do not know how fast they are moving, but what I'm saying is the wind speed up at those heights are way faster than down here. So it is
So-
easier
Well,
for them
so-
At the lower orbit, they go 7,000 miles per hour. In lower orbit, they go higher and faster.
17,000.
Yeah, in upper orbit, right?
right?
In low Earth orbit, it's 17,500. In the higher your orbit, the slower you go, actually.
Oh shit! Did I get it
The
backwards?
more you know. Yeah. So look, Christian, the real question that you should answer is why is it that you can see the International Space Station pass over you as you get in a car and drive every 90 minutes?
Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't ever seen no space station. All
I have. I've
is
seen it.
people's. Well, pull it up right. If you have, pull up a live feed of it in front of you. You don't have none.
Well, it's not nighttime where I am right now, so I wouldn't be able to see it.
Of them going to Mars on the journey. So that
Okay,
proves
cool
they never been-
goalpost
Okay,
shift.
let me
That
say
wasn't-
one thing. Let me say one thing, right?
This
From
guy can't do it. He's got goalpost on wheels. By the way,
that
we've got a
appears to go
goalpost
around the
on
Earth
wheel
every
emojis. Let's
90
get him in the
minutes.
chat.
okay, remember when they first came out with planes, planes were made and they were flimsy and they couldn't work.
Christian,
And then
how long
after
does it
in
take to get to Mars?
2025, there are jets and we could go in
30
so
seconds.
many different places. Now a car, when they first came out with cars, they
Christian,
were
Christian, how long does it take for us to travel to Mars?
we never been to Mars because there's a firmament. All what
How
they
long
No, okay.
would it take?
I do not believe we could reach the Mars or the moon because there's a firmament.
Oh, well, pretend it
what
doesn't exist. How long would it take to travel there?
I do not know or care because I do not believe it is true. It is
3
impossible.
years. It would take us
is
3 years.
impossible.
It would take
It
us
is
3 years to get to
impossible.
Mars. Do you think we're going to record nonstop for 3 years of something so monotonous as getting closer to a planet?
No, but you might at least have at least 20 minutes or even 15 or even 10 minutes, but they don't
do.
even have a minute.
We do.
No,
Justin's
they
already
don't.
spoken about it.
We'll pull it up and let's see it.
Of the
If
the
they
Mars
have video,
the Mars
show
rover
us the
Mars
videos.
rover the
Why
Mars
is
rover
he-
launch?
Right, but
You're letting him.
there are stars
You're letting
in
him
the moon
goalpost
and they're
shift.
going towards.
I know.
they're
It's
going-
crazy that this started with we don't have any video of people leaving the Earth, then to the moon, and now to Mars. It's crazy that you
No,
can't
but-
actually stay on track. It's like your
And
brain
to be
doesn't
clear-
operate.
No.
And to be
it's
clear,
you
none of
guys
this has to do with the
you
shape of the
guys
Earth.
have no answers for that question.
No,
so you
no,
don't want to say
wh-
I'm jumping here and there.
No, you just actually can't stay on
If they
topic.
have-
So you got cooked on satellites, and now you're going back to the same bad talking
Oh
point.
my
But you're
goodness,
hoping
cooked on
that
satellites. You
you're
guys
hoping
got
that
cooked
you
there,
can
no
just shift the
videos.
goalposts. So we'll try this again. Why do satellites travel if they're stationary? You know we can clock how fast they are.
Satellites move and they stop because when I'm here,
They
you
do
see
not
a
stop.
satellite-
They certainly don't.
Buddy, if I go outside in the night, you will see a satellite on one spot, you will see the red light, and it is not moving. And
Then
then
it's not
after
a- That's a plane.
sometimes when
Then it's not a
15,
satellite.
20 minutes
Then
after
it's not a
you
satellite.
see it darting across the
That's
earth.
a
It is-
plane.
No, it's not a plane because I see plenty
Satellites
of them.
don't have red lights.
It sounds like psychosis, is what it sounds like.
No, because you guys know.
Have
there
you
are
ever
no
seen a-
videos to go
have you ever
to
seen
the
a
moon
satellite
or
launch?
Mars, and
Have you ever
none
seen
of
a
those
satellite
things.
launch?
Buddy, you guys have no proof of
Have you ever
nothing,
seen a
right?
satellite launch?
Sure, I don't want. I want to see a video.
Have
of
you
going to
ever
and
seen
from
a
Mars.
satellite
Prove
launch?
that.
Answer the
No, I
question. Have
haven't.
Okay, so then how would you know that they're just balloons if you never even see them launch?
Because when you do research, you see where
You
satellites
certainly
were-
haven't done any research. So
Yes, I
again,
have done
you don't know
research. That is
anything
why
about
there are no
you don't know
videos.
anything about satellite launches. And you don't know anything about how they work. You're just assuming that they're space balloons because somebody on like Facebook told you that. How come the math that's employed for the long range trilateralization of positioning, how come that entails a globe Earth? In fact, my trigonometry book, my applied trigonometry book from when I was in engineering school, gives you the formulas you need, gives you the math formulas for doing trilateralization long distance on a globe Earth. And I've actually put them to use. I've actually done GPS systems. I've designed little modules to compute positioning using globe Earth formulas. How come those formulas work?
because the formulas that you guys are using are probably labeled as globe and it is
My
really
appl-
used
My
on a
applied
flat
trigonometry
plane.
book
Oy.
for engineers it's wrong. The math is wrong. It's actually for flat Earth. They just called it globe Earth because the math is different. What do you think about that, Dr. Blitz? You think you can get away with that?
If you could get away with faking the moon landing and
Christian,
the
I
Earth
don't remember
spinning,
your name being
Christian,
Dr.
you look
Blitz.
you could get away with that. Because
That's
they're
crazy.
teaching it-
You know what's lovely? You can actually derive these formulas from first principles using either spherical geometry or Euclidean geometry. And if you tried to derive the formulas that Justin's talking about using Euclidean geometry, you wouldn't get those formulas. You'd get different formulas.
Okay,
Well-
well,
We've heard it here,
Let me.
guys. Words aren't words, and math isn't math anymore.
I never
I
said
love
that,
how
but
I love how on the one
Never
hand
was.
I have hundreds of thousands of professional scientists from independent organizations unconnected to each other who all agree that the earth is a sphere and that we've been to the moon versus one random dumbass on TikTok who can't even form a single coherent argument. Who should I believe?
and when they asked the fella who was on the moon to put his hand on the Bible and say the moon landing was real, did he really
Fun
do it?
fact, Christian, I wouldn't put my
Fun
hand on the
fact.
Bible either because I'm not a Christian and neither was
Well,
he.
right,
He was a
right,
deist.
because you
Fun
don't
fact, Christian,
believe.
you know that. Fun fact,
You don't believe.
Fun fact, you know that there was an astronaut on the moon who did swear on the Bible that he went to the moon.
Well, show the video. You just
Fun fact,
talking
Christian,
and
there
you have
was
no
an
videos.
astronaut who landed on the
You're
moon who
talking,
swore on the
but
Bible
and you
claiming
have
it.
no
Yeah, I
videos.
won't
Show the
let a
videos
computer
of
do
they
justice
going
to
to
it.
the moon and back. Because if you could dance on the moon, you should have videos going to and from. Because it is called what? It is called discovery, discovering a new world. So you telling me the first time you're going to discover the
one's
moon
Okay, now we're
no
was
changing
one's
the
Wait,
listening
let
topic
me
to you,
again.
finish. Let
That's
me
Christian.
cool.
finish. You never
Yeah,
been to
he's
the
got to move the
moon.
goalpost again. He can't stop
Right.
himself.
No, why don't you prove? You guys are
Always,
saying it is
it's always
true.
the goalpost shift.
Okay, you know what? Have a good night. When you
I,
guys
I
have proof of the
I love that
videos,
I
I
love
will
that he asked for
believe.
video proof for someone
I
putting
would
their
no
hands on the
longer
Bible,
believe the
but doesn't
Bible.
accept the video proof for
I will
someone
no
walking on the
longer
moon.
believe the Bible
Yeah,
when you
it's
have
crazy.
proof of the rocket. But
By the
until
way, he
then,
does this
I
on
will
my.
believe
I
my
knew about him
Bible.
because he's come in my live already like twice, and he's just
But
as
you
much of a
guys have no
rambling,
proof.
and he's just as
Christian,
much of a
why are you
rambling idiot on
running?
my live.
Why are
I'm
you
running
running?
because
Can you explain why the sun sets vertically?
the sun sets, it keeps going round and round. So when we are seeing it setting, it is just moving out of view and going into a
Well,
different
yeah,
in a
we'll
different
we'll try this
time
again. My
zone.
question was, why does it set vertically? In fact, I'll just put it. Here's a video of a sunset that a guy is filming from his boat. It's clearly setting vertically, bottom up. Why is it doing that? In fact,
From the bottom
we can even speed it up. Let me speed it up. We're gonna put this at 1.5 times, 2 times even. It's disappearing from the bottom up.
right, because it's going further away. So the further it
Okay,
No,
goes,
here's my
not
hand.
because it's going
Here's my
further
hand.
away.
yes,
No,
because it's going
no, it's
further
not
away.
My
going. No, that's not
Yes, it
why.
is.
No, it's not.
Christian,
If
Yes,
my
it
it
was
hand.
going
is. It's
further
going
away,
further
if it was
away.
going further away, it would be getting smaller. It's not getting smaller.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is. It's
Christian, look
going
at my
It's
hand.
further
it's
away.
not getting smaller. It's disappearing from the bottom.
Look at my
It's not
hand. As it gets
disappearing
further
from
away,
the
Christian,
bottom.
does
It's
my hand
going
move
down.
down the
It's going further
stream?
away.
Christian, does my hand moving down the screen as it gets further away?
It's going back. So if it goes back and it's going back, yes, it will look like that because it's going back.
Is it getting smaller?
It's getting further.
Is his hand getting smaller?
The further back you get, the less you will see, yes?
Okay,
Is
so
it going down?
Yeah, because you could only stop at a certain point, the Bible guy.
okay,
It's
so
not
it
like
didn't go down
it's
at
going like,
all. It just got smaller, which is what you would expect. If the sun was just getting further away from you, you would expect that it would stay up in the sky and then it would just get smaller until it was a tiny little dot and disappeared. But that's not what happened. What happened was it stayed the same exact size. The size of the sun didn't
because
change. And then it set over the horizon because the sun is being rotated or is being seen from a rotating globe. That's what happens. That's why it disappears like that.
okay, you want to know how I know the earth is flat?
You
Because
don't.
the
You have no
only
evidence.
okay,
That-
let me
Is it
finish. Let me
is it
finish.
because the Bible
Let me
says so?
I'll prove to you, right?
Is it because
A
the Bible says
mirror.
so?
Yes, and because I have
Gotcha.
under
Okay, so it
wisdom
has
and
nothing to do
understanding.
with actual science. It's because
No, it is
it's because the
actual
Bible
science.
says that the earth is flat.
Let me
Why should
finish,
we
please.
think that the Bible is true when it says that the earth is flat?
And you know a mirror? You know
I
what
know
a
what a
mirror
mirror
is?
is. Why should we
Right.
believe that the Bible is
To
true
get
when it says that the earth is
okay.
flat?
I'm going to prove to you something now.
You're
To
not. You're gonna
get
answer my
clear,
question. Why should we believe what the Bible says when it says that the Earth is flat?
because what the Bible teaches is true. So when you
100
read the
100% of the
Bible,
Bible is true.
yes, sir, it is.
So what if I could show you something in the Bible that wasn't true?
Well, go ahead. Feel free.
Well, I'm asking you, what if I showed you something in the Bible that wasn't true?
I could show you many things in the that the Bible
I'm
teaches
asking a
true.
simple question. What if the Bible had something in it that wasn't true?
I would say whoop-de-doo.
I mean, what would it mean? What's the consequence?
That you don't believe. That's all. That's
No,
the
it would
reason why
mean
you
that the Bible said something untrue, wouldn't it?
Okay, right.
Right? If okay, so
Yes.
now if the Bible says something that's untrue, does that mean that the Bible is 100% true?
No, it will prove that it's false, I guess.
Yeah, I would agree. At least that it says something that's false. So let's look at a really easy passage. This doesn't take a whole lot of figuring out. We've got a lineage from Matthew. Matthew gives a lineage for Jesus, and it lists Josiah as the father of Jeconiah. Do you know who the father of Jeconiah was?
No.
It wasn't Josiah. This is grandpappy. The actual father of Jeconiah was Jehoiakim.
Okay.
So Matthew goofed. He got the wrong guy.
And okay.
So Matthew said something that's not true.
Okay.
That means the Bible's not all true.
So there's only one person named that name in the whole entire world.
In that
Or it could be
lineage. There's only one Jeconiah in the lineage of the Bible.
okay,
And his father is not Josiah.
okay, and what's the point there now?
My point is Matthew got the wrong guy. Also, God says in Leviticus 11:5 that the rock badger chews cud. When he's giving dietary laws, he says the rock badger, for even though it chews the cud, it does not have divided hooves. It is unclean for you. But rock badgers don't chew cud.
That's what we call rock badgers, but the person who created it could
Well,
be
what-
a different
well, what was it?
animal.
Well, what animal is it?
Different animal.
Well, which one?
The one that was called rock badger that
Well, what
probably
is
was
it?
extinct at these
What is it?
times. I do not know. I wasn't there.
So why does the translation say rock badger?
Because if it is a rock badger and it was of that timing, maybe that type of rock badger before it got extinct used to eat the cud or whatever, or had
So
hoof
rock badgers
feet.
evolved?
No, what I'm saying is what
So-
they call rock badgers
That would be an
in
evolution.
that time could be a different animal that we
Well,
call
how
rock badgers.
well how could you
today.
know?
Because the rock badgers of today don't have the foot or the either cud or have hoof feet. So that will
No,
prove what we
this
call
doesn't
rock
say they have
badgers to
hoof.
be
This
something
doesn't say they have
different in the
hoof
Bible.
feet. It doesn't say they
It
have
says
hoof
what?
feet. It says they do not have divided hooves. They don't
Well,
have
right.
hoof
So
feet.
so it will show you that it was two different animals that
No,
what
it doesn't.
we
It's,
call,
it's a rock badger, and it's not two different animals. And we have plenty of Hebrew texts and other sister literature that describe the rock badger. We know which animal this is.
okay.
Christian,
sorry.
do you have video proof that the rock badgers ate cud?
No, I don't. What I was just trying to let him know is what
Oh,
the
okay, then
Bible
it's
is
fake.
calling.
It's fake.
Did you know that the Bible talk
Fake
about
news.
dragons? So if the
Do you
Bible
have
No.
video
talks
proof
about
of that?
No,
dragons
it talks about serpents.
and dragons,
And no one cares. What's the word for Hebrew or what's the word for dragon in Hebrew?
I don't know, but the Bible says dragon.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Because
Maybe the King
they
James
teach
does.
evolution. They teach evolution that we never lived with the dinosaurs, and dinosaurs die out 2 million years before man. And the Bible showed that dinosaurs lived with
wait.
man.
Christian, here's my advice to you: don't talk about evolution. You know nothing about it.
Yeah, this is not
Evolution is
a good spot for
false,
you
and
to
you
show
know
your
nothing about
ignorance.
nothing.
So what are all the dinosaur bones fossils? What are those?
Dragons.
They're dragons, so a triceratops.
Even the lone Gallimimus.
Yeah, it was a
Oh, go ahead.
behemoth. They used to call it behemoth, and there was a next dragon called Leviathan. It's in the Bible.
So which animal is the behemoth?
They call it if you look up dinosaur living in Nigeria right now,
I'm not
there's
asking
a
about
dinosaur.
Nigeria. I'm asking which animal is the behemoth?
The big long one that's tall with the long neck.
You mean the Brontosaurus?
Yes, and there are still
Cool.
brontosaurus living today.
Okay, so what is this? This is a triceratops, not a Brontosaurus. In fact, this is one of the most complete fossilized dinosaurs that have ever been discovered. We've got like 95% of this thing.
Okay, and
So, is this the behemoth?
no, it's not.
Then what the fuck is it?
It's a different dinosaur.
It's a dinosaur, right, yeah. And when did the
Which is
dinosaurs live? And when did the dinosaurs live?
With man.
Wrong. Try again. How long does it take these fossils to form?
They are not fossils, they are bones.
They're
They
fossils.
were made like that.
They're fossils.
They are not fossils.
They're
It's
fossils.
bone structure from animals that died.
Christian, what are bones made out of?
Cartilage.
Is there any cartilage here? Any calcium?
Oh my god. It couldn't have been any wronger.
Because you guys want to say it was 2 million years ago, so if it was whatever you want to call it, go ahead.
Let me ask you another question.
No, we don't want to say that.
What am I holding in my hand right here? Do you know what this is? Christian?
A piece of wood?
No. Try again.
A piece of rock or something?
Close. Want to try another one?
Why don't you just tell me, bro?
This is petrified wood, or essentially a wood fossil. Do you know like how this gets fossilized?
Over years?
How many years?
Thousands of years.
Many thousands, sometimes as long as 100,000 years.
Well, the Earth is not that old, buddy. Sorry to break it to you.
Then how did this fossilize if this is older than the Earth?
No, it's not older than the Earth.
I know, because the Earth is billions of years old, yeah.
So it's not older than the Earth.
I know it's not older than the Earth, but it still took many thousands of years to fossilize. Just like the dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are millions and millions of years ago.
The Bible taught that they walked with man, so I believe.
Well, the Bible's wrong. How come when we found coral fossils from the Denovian period, how come when we counted the daily and annual rings, it matched all the other dating methods for the Earth? So, for example, there's a theory that I think the Denovian, like 130 million years ago or something like that. The theory was because of the tidal forces that the moon has on the Earth, there's an amount of friction from the water, and in fact it slows down the spin rate of the Earth a tiny fraction every year. And they actually can calculate like how many million years ago what the average length of a day would be. And if you do the calculation back to the Denovian period, it turns out that it's about 22-hour day rather than a 24-hour day because it was spinning a little bit faster. Do you know that we have coral fossils from that time period that have daily and yearly rings, and when they added them up, it turned out that the average length of a day was only 22 hours, exactly what they expected for that time period.
Well, that's what
That
scientists
was too many
teach,
big
and
words
that
for him,
doesn't mean
Justin.
it is true, right?
Don't you think that's a little bit
Because
of
Christian,
a?
can you repeat that back?
Do you think that's a little bit of a coincidence?
remember, theory is not reality. Theory is
I'm
theory is just
Justin. I'm
make
sorry.
believe.
I have to go. I have to go off myself.
Yeah.
Are you, Christian? Are you
Don't-
capable of doing anything other than speaking in slogans?
Oh, he ran. Cooked
No,
by
no, it was
coral
Blitz.
rings.
Blitz left.
Oh, Blitz ran. Oh, Blitz, no, don't leave.
Christian, are you capable of doing anything other than speaking in slogans? Like, did you understand anything Justin just said to you?
No way he did.
You guys want me to believe? Just show me the rockets going to and from the moon.
He's stuck. He's in
You
a
want
loop.
me to believe in your? Do you want me to
Show
believe
me
in your
proof.
God? Just show me God
Show
parting
me
the Red
proof.
Sea.
You guys are not showing me proof,
Christian,
so I'm not gonna believe.
Christian, show me God parting the Red Sea, or else I won't believe it.
There are proof. If you go on the internet, there are actually a place where they found
The internet is the proof.
He's
no,
about to
but
go
if you
run
go
wide on
on
us.
History Channel, if you go on History Channel, there's proof
The
that
History
they show they
Channel,
found.
they believe in
Yeah.
ancient aliens. Do you think that the Anunnaki gave the secrets to the Egyptians to build the pyramids?
Yes, it is possible because they were
Christian,
pirates.
Christian. You need to be put in a fucking museum. The fact that you will believe it, literally anything other than what is demonstrably true via the evidence is insane.
No,
You'll believe in
because there
anything other than
are
the
there not
facts.
proofs? Is there
This
not proof of
this
giants? Is there
motherfucker is
proof
like,
of giants?
there are thousands and thousands of scientists that have peer-reviewed work. None of them can be trusted. But this book from the fucking Bronze and Roman period that has no evidence for it, that is demonstrably false, is the empirical truth. This is crazy. What's the
So
evidence that the Bible is true? That's what I want to know. What evidence can you bring to demonstrate the validity of the Bible?
because if you apply the teachings into your life will change for
The
the
fucking
better.
placebo effect.
The
That's
Ten
crazy.
Commandments.
And no, it won't.
The Ten
certainly
As
won't.
Commandments.
someone,
Yes, it will.
as someone who's personally done it, I can say it hasn't.
Well, I'm a person who done it, and I say it has.
Do you think
Because
you
No,
need the
I
Bible
don't
for the
think it
Ten
has.
Commandments?
You
Why
were
do
saying
you
they were having
why do you need the
slaves,
Bible
and
to
it
know
was
that you
bad
shouldn't
to have
kill?
slaves and all these things.
Wait,
You
are
know
you
why they had
pro-slavery?
slaves?
Christian, are you
Did you know why
pro-slavery?
they have slaves?
Are you pro-slavery?
No, I don't agree with slavery.
Do
But
you
do
think
you know why they
slavery's
had slaves?
Do you think slavery is objectively wrong?
Yes, it is.
Was it always objectively wrong?
Yes, it was.
Then why did God say you can do it?
You want me to explain that without
I-
cutting me off?
Trust me, I tell you, whatever's about to leave your mouth is going to embarrass you more than me. So go ahead and have at it.
Okay, well, if you read in the Maccabees and the other books, the Christians used to be having the Sabbath on a Saturday and having the Sabbath. So when other nations came towards them, they said, we would like you to no longer serve your God and eat the pig, eat the camel, and eat the things that your God say that
Yeah,
are
we've read
wrong.
it.
What
We're
does
asking
this
about
have to do with slavery?
No, I'm trying to explain. So
He's taking the long way
when
around the bend.
when the Israelites said that they are not going to turn away from serving their God and they would not eat the pigs, the people like Xerxes and all these, the Romans and all of them, they started to.
I have
Let me
a
finish.
Justin.
Let me finish.
I have a secret
That's
theory.
exactly my
I
point.
think
Every
I think
time,
Christian is determined to make me off myself. I think
Don't
that's what he's
interrupt
trying
him.
to do.
Let him finish his bullshit story time because he's just cooking himself.
right. That's what Dalton does because when he sees you're going to make a point, he cuts you off. But as I was trying to say,
You've yet to make any point in this entire discussion.
well, right when you guys show me the rockets, then you could prove your point as well.
We're on
So
slavery. Try
when
to pay
they,
attention.
right, so when the Israelites told them that they don't want to eat the pig and follow their levity, on a Sabbath day when they were resting, they came in and they killed and they slaughtered over 2 to 5,000 men, women, and
Yeah,
children
listen, we've read
because they
Maccabees. Get to the
let
part
me
that's
finish.
important.
Let me finish.
We've read the book of
And they
Maccabees.
went
Fast forward
in
to the end.
and they attacked the Israelites. So in order for the Israelites now to defend themselves and not be killed out, they decided to defend themselves. And when they defended themselves and they were attacked, they slew all the men that were attacking them, and they kept the women and the children as their slaves. But you're saying it was bad for them to keep the women and children.
Nope.
So when someone
I
was
didn't
attacking
say
them,
that, Christian.
no, I'm not finished.
So Christian,
So
you are finished because we're
I'm
talking about
proving, I'm
something.
proving,
We're talking
I'm
about something
proving why
God
they
com-
had the slaves.
No, you're
They
not.
had the
You're
slaves
talking
because
to
they were
you're talking
attacked
to the wrong
and they
subject,
kept the
Christian. We're not
women
asking
and
you.
children.
We're not asking you about the Maccabean slaves. I'm asking you about God's commandments in the Torah.
Right, because the
So
slaves that they
you're about
had,
1,000 years too late. We're not talking about the Maccabean
okay,
period. We're talking about when God told Moses you can have slaves.
right, because regardless of when in the time of Moses or when the Israelites were being attacked and pillaged by people living around them, that's how they ended up in Egypt. They were taken as slaves, and when they decided to fight back, they inherited slaves instead of
That's not how
wiping
the
out the
Israelites
people.
became
Yes, it
slaves in
is. That is the
Egypt.
truth because I read the Bible.
No,
No,
you
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 do not
didn't.
haven't.
believe that.
You
You
actually
do
haven't
not
read the
believe
Bible, which
that.
is why like you're burying yourself right now. So God says in
I'm
Leviticus
not burying
25,
myself.
if
That is
any
the
who are
truth.
dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves, because these are going to be Hebrews. You'll find out in a second. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children shall go out from your authority, and they shall go back to their family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants, who I brought out of the land of Egypt. And they shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but you will fear God. So far, up to here, he's saying, listen, my fellow Hebrew brethren, you shouldn't make them to be slaves, make them hired laborers. But he says, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves, also purchase. You may acquire them from among the aliens residing with you. These are not people at war, they're aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land, they may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. So there's no war happening here. This is the act of purchasing or acquiring slaves. You can just go out and buy them. Do you think that's a good thing?
No, but in that
Oh,
time, that's
well,
how they lived.
but you said that it was always objectively immoral. Why did God say you can do it?
Because that was happening in those days.
But why did God say you can do it? They were committing adultery in those days, but God said don't do that. They were eating shellfish. God said don't do that. They were committing murder. God said don't do that. Why did he say this is the one thing you can do?
Because God saw it right and fit to tell his people what was right to do. So if he told his
So it
people
was
that
right to
was
own
right,
slaves.
right.
So
So
you
if
don't
he
believe
said
that
it was
slavery is
right,
objectively immoral.
if God said it
The
was right, it was right.
Okay,
But
so
the
then
reason behind it,
I
the
need you to
reason
take back
behind
your
it,
prior statement and say I, Christian, whatever your name is, don't believe that slavery is objectively immoral.
in the beginning of
Oh,
Egypt, they
nope,
were enslaved
nope,
for how much years,
nope. You're not
right?
going to pivot.
Were they were not
You're going to
enslaved?
take back your
Were
prior
they not
statement.
enslaved?
No one can hear you
Were
while you're
they not
talking. While I'm
enslaved?
talking over you, your microphone's like a third lower than mine. So we'll try this again. I need you to say that you don't think that slavery is always objectively immoral.
I don't have to say nothing that you want me to say. I'm a
Well,
big grown
is it
man,
true?
right?
Is it true though? Is it true that you now are under the opinion that slavery isn't always objectively immoral? It's moral when God tells you you can do it, right?
Yes, it is good when it is
Right.
good when
Because
God tells you it
that's
is.
right. Okay,
Yes,
so
it
that
is.
there's a backtrack we were looking
I
for. All
agree.
right. So if God tells you you can do something, then it's always right to obey, isn't it?
Yes, just how as God
Right.
told
You should never
the father to take
disobey.
his son, he told him to
I know
take his son
we know
up to the
Genesis
mountain
22. Christian, we know
to
the fucking story. We don't need you to tell us the whole thing. We already know it. We know it way better than you do.
right.
Okay. So the fact of the
No, you
matter
don't.
is it's always right to obey God, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Even if you don't like what he says.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so if he told you that you need to kill a baby, you should kill the baby.
He would not say that.
He would say
So
it.
you can't put. No, he didn't.
He does. 1 Samuel
No, he
15:3.
didn't.
Yeah, I'll show it to you. It's
I thought
okay.
you
I know
read the
you.
Bible. I thought you read the Bible, Christian.
I'll
That's who
never
he, if he
understand
told
Christians'
if he
propensity to get
told
up here
those
and lie
people,
in front of 2,500 people. It says, now go and attack Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have. Do not spare them, but kill both man and woman, infant and child, or child and infant, ox and sheep, camel and donkey. So God would tell you to kill infants. So we'll try this again. If God told you to kill an infant, would it be right to obey him?
but you're missing out the point of why
Well,
he
no, we'll
told the
try this
people to
again.
kill
The
the
question
people.
is,
No,
if God
you
told you
cut
to kill an
this.
infant, would it be right to obey him?
You guys are taking it
Christian, you're
and
not
you're
going to do
saying that there
anything
was
other
a
than answer my
reason. There
question.
was
And
a
I'm going to talk
reason.
over
There
you
was a
the entire
reason.
time. No one's ever going to
There
hear
was a
anything you say.
reason.
You're going to be mumbling in the
No,
background of me
there
talking
was.
because my microphone's louder than yours. And you're not going to say anything. No one's going to hear a word you say until you answer my question. So we'll try this again. The question is, if God told you to kill a baby, would it be right to obey him?
There was a reason why he
The
told them
question
that.
is, if God told you to kill a baby, would it be right to obey him? Again, no one can hear you. I'll continue to talk over you. In fact, I just turned my fucking mic up even louder. No one's going to hear a word you say until you answer my question. Would it be right to obey God if he told you to kill a baby?
There was a reason he
Would
told
it
them
be
that.
right if he told you to do it?
There was a reason
Would
he
it be
told them
right
that.
if he told you to do it?
There was a reason
Would
he
it be
told them
right
that.
if he told you to do it?
There was a reason why
Okay,
he told them
so
that.
I'm just going to mute you every time you're too cowardly to answer. So rather than talking over you, I'm just going to mute you. So you have to go through the frustration of unmuting yourself like a dummy every time. Or you can just leave. Fucking cowards.
Oh man, the super chats are going to annihilate him.
Oh, yeah. He's
al-
going to get
also,
roasted.
I take partial blame for that. I saw him in the comments. He's been on my lives a few times, and I told him to come up because Misery loves company.
I appreciate that, Fred. I appreciate that. I'm going to read a couple of super chats. These are some older super chats because we've been having some long conversations, and we'll get our next guest in here. It looks like it's probably going to be Rum. I think Rum was... Oh, Alex fucking came back. Alex, I swear to God, if you don't have a microphone plugged in, I'm cutting you now. Okay, you got a microphone this time. All right, let me grab a couple of super chats. We'll get Alex in here. Steven, thank you for the super chat, says, how many press-ups do Christians do in the gym? Oh, shit. If I had to guess, I don't know the number, but I know they're all half-assed. I know that much. They're not doing full reps of anything. In fact, the precept philosophers are those guys you see on like the leg press, and they're only moving like 3 inches. They've got like 6 plates on each side, and they're moving 3 inches, and they think having all the plates makes them look strong. And everybody else in the gym's laughing at them because they're not actually getting a real workout. They're just ego lifting. Klein says, every Philbro ever, this nonsense has never won an argument before. It'll never be the first in history to do it. I agree. No atheist has ever been brought to your Christian God through bad precept arguments. Never going to happen. Disco Tits, amazing fucking name. Thank you for the $6 super chat. It says, for people who often say they don't want to be robots, they sound an awful lot like programmed puppets. Weird. Yeah, that's such a good point. I haven't brought this talking point out in a long time, but when it comes out in the free will discussion, they always say, well, God didn't want robots. Well, the fuck he doesn't, because he'll send you to eternal fire if you disobey him once, which means that motherfucker wants robots. And cognitive dissonance, amazing name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, so wow, he doesn't even know what the scientific method is, yet he's asserting what it can and cannot do. Holy mega ignorance, Batman. I know. I'll never understand people who make just insane, bold, unfounded claims. Let me see if we have any messages for the Flurf. I know some of these are out of order. I apologize for that. We'll catch up with all of the super chats at the end of the stream. Anyone who didn't get midstream, well, trust me, we're going to read all the super chats. I fixed my super chat system so it's no longer integrated with OBS. So if OBS crashes, I can still display all the super chats. None of the super chats get lost, which means we're not going to, if OBS fucks up, we're not going to lose anything. So thank you, Side, for the Sin for the 666. I remember you wanted your name to be pronounced Sin. On a lighter note, Popular Monster by Falling in Reverse is a great song and a great band. I've never even heard that one. It reminds me of that Jars of Clay song, Good Monsters. I think that was the name of one of their albums back in like 2006, 2005. I'm kind of sad that I don't listen to them anymore because they were pretty good, but they're a little too... Jesus-y for me now, obviously. B-Boop says, Philbro script EXE has failed. Yes, we've encountered a fatal error. Press escape to wipe hard drive. And Adam says, I'm eagerly waiting for the twist ending where Dalton converts one of these Christians to Chabad after mentioning the Rebbe. Yes, please. Some of them are
always possible.
Yeah, some of them will. And Zach, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Says, imagine trying and failing over and over to defend a book you've only casually read and then accuse someone else of being bad faith. It's embarrassing. The smug chuckle is infuriating. Yeah, that's referring to Joe. Joe will he'll never give up. This is a guy that will never learn from his mistakes. As a dog returns to its vomit, so a fool is doomed to commit its own folly. And that fool is Joe. He'll never learn. Dr. Fudge, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I have heard you just hate Jesus. I have heard you just don't want to be held accountable. I have never heard you are jealous of Jesus, the absolute balls. I know that is a new argumentum, is you're jealous that you don't have Jesus's following. The backwood peasant.
Well, I am a little bit jealous of Jesus. I've always wanted to get nailed. I mean, I need to get nailed.
Nailed by a bunch of guys in a toga?
Oh, wait a minute.
College wasn't that long ago for you, was it? Oh, wait, that's right.
Uno reverse card.
You went to rabbinic school, or you trained with actual rabbis, which is dope. I wish we actually, in seminaries, we would actually have some classes with legit rabbis, but it's hard to hire a rabbi into a Christian seminary. For some reason, there seems to be a barrier there. Insistence says the only people who believe the Bible is a reliable historical text are those whom have not read it, let alone any other comparative text. Agreed. That's why Dr. Josh Bowen and myself and a few others kind of agree on this idea that, like, listen, reading the comparative literature is a quick way to deconvert yourself because you realize that the writing of the Bible isn't unique. It feels unique when you're raised in that culture, but the minute you start reading the other comparative literature, it just sounds like any one of the other stories. It just happens to be that we believe this one because this is what we were told to believe growing up. And Johnny Music says, off he goes, having conceded almost every point you made, not having explanations or answers for them, continuing to believe every single thing he believed before the call. Frustrating. It is frustrating. But you know what? Like, a lot of us have been there. I was never that frustrating as a Christian, but I do remember having a little bit of smugness towards the atheist apologists. Like, I was sympathetic to not being a believer, but I wasn't sympathetic to the people who were actively not believers, like encouraging other people, hey, maybe you shouldn't believe this shit either. And I hated Bart Ehrman. In fact, when he released his book, he had a book that he released called God's Problem. It's basically his take on theodicy. Before I read it, I was so smug. I'm like, oh, Bart Ehrman is such a stupid scholar. He doesn't even know that free will is the cause of all the suffering. And then I read the book. I'm like, oh, I'm a fucking idiot. But that's what happens is, like, it's easy to be smug when you don't fucking know anything. The minute you actually read the literature and look at the arguments, it turns out that they're actually pretty good. People who read the literature lose the smugness pretty fast. AJ Braun says, what's your take on Dr. Hillman's thesis in response to the Septuagint primacy over the Masoretic text from a philological point of view, with the AG Lex dwarfing the AH, lake versus puddle, could be a back translation of the pagan. No. There's no evidence whatsoever that the LLX predated the Masoretic text or all of the Masoretic text. Now, there are some traditions in the LXX that seem to have an influence on the later editions of the Masoretic text. I forget, was it Psalm 46? I have to double check. One of the Psalms, I think Psalm 46. It looks like there's part of Psalm 46 that actually was preserved better in the LLX than it was in Masoretic text. The same thing with, I forget which Psalm has the acrostic with the missing noon. That missing noon is preserved in the Greek Septuagint, where it is missing in the Masoretic text. So clearly there are some places where the Masoretic text is lacking because of transmission problems. But if you're just looking at the way all the text reads for the Old Testament, it appears as though it was written in Hebrew. And we talked about this on Monday night. If you starting Genesis 1, the naming of everything is based on Hebrew grammar. This would never, ever work in Greek. It wouldn't be remotely the same. So that being said, and even, I don't know, there's a lot of good arguments. I did a stream on this exact issue a couple months ago with Dr. CJ Cornthwaite, which if you're not following Dr. CJ Cornthwaite yet, you need to. But he and I went in and it was a long video, I apologize, but we did a video on this exact issue. We covered about as much as we could cover in about an hour. There's probably some left on the table, but that being said, I think Dalton's got something to say.
Yeah, there's actually a really interesting, for example, pun in the Hebrew of Genesis 2 and 3. At the end of the chapter, it says that the serpent was arum, aleph resh vav mem, which means cunning. But then it says that Adam and Eve were arumim, like this is the plural form, but they were naked, and that's the word it uses arumim. It's a pun you wouldn't get in Greek.
Yeah, there's a bunch, guys. There's a ton of puns in the Hebrew Bible once you start reading it in Hebrew. And I understand if you're like Ammon, you only know how to read Greek. I could understand why you would read the Greek Septuagint and look and feel like it was the original. I get that. But if you are reading the Hebrew, you would never get that it's a translation from the Greek. Carissa just upped 10 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Is it Carissa or Charissa? I'm always I still don't know, but I'm trying my best. But Carlos come from behind with another 10 DZ debates. That means DZ debates is still up by 5 memberships, but it's close. It's only a 5 membership race right now, friends. We're like on the cusp of somebody getting in the winner's seat. MMC says vertical in the streets, horizontal in the sheets. That's amazing, by the way. That is a good use of words. I mean, that just is. I don't know if I can award points. I have a point awarding system for that, but that's just really good. I appreciate that one. And Mangel, thank you for the $10 super chat, says no human can choose their parents. If this earthly life is a test from God to filter those deserving of paradise, it's like he's handing out a cheat sheet to the ones that cheat. I mean, yeah. The reality is, the reason why like hell and heaven had to get invented was to deal with the injustice here, right? That's why these concepts existed, because in the earliest biblical passages, it was clear that God would vindicate people while they're alive. House 70, thank you for the $10 super chat, says Doug the Great Rock, Badger chews not cud, but Christians then spits them out. That's true. The rock badger doesn't chew cud, but he will chew up Christian apologists because they have no answers. And Rez says, how many Christians does it take to screw in a light bulb? We don't know. They sit in the dark pretending it's on because their God said, let there be light once. Fucking amazing joke. Like, absolutely amazing joke. I think I actually have a sound for that. Do I have a sound for that? I don't know. I thought I did. And apparently my soundboard is not up to date or something happened. I don't know what happened to it. but I had a rim shot sound effect for that. It might have been copyrighted. Maybe TikTok removed it because it was copyrighted. Anyways, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Now, friends, I just read that super chat and I realize there are some of you right now that sent super chats prior to that super chat and you think I've skipped you. I haven't skipped you. Again, I'm not reading them all in order. I'm trying to get the ones that are most relevant to the discussion we're having. And also, if there's some that are in groups, I'll read them in groups. I promise your super chat will be read at the end of the stream if it doesn't get addressed midstream. I'm not skipping anyone's super chats. Let's grab our fourth attempt to get Alex into the conversation and see if we have any better luck. Alex, welcome
Can you
back.
hear me?
I can hear you now. You got a microphone
Hi.
plugged in.
Yeah, no, I switched to my phone. Sorry about that.
Fair enough. So, Alex, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am 18 and I am questioning whether or not I believe in God right now. But I did have a question for you.
Sure.
Why do you encourage deconstruction?
Because I love truth.
Okay. Was it like, is there anything inherently wrong with believing the delusion of God?
The delusion of Christianity, Islam, like the formalized religions, yes. Is there anything inherently bad in believing in God? No, not necessarily. It kind of depends on which God you believe in. Some people have pretty healthy God concepts, which is why I try to stick to, like, as best I can, formalized religions. This is why my background says your God is imaginary, because like 90% of people have some sort of formalized God concept.
I see.
But if you believe in like
Okay.
a deistic God, like a God that just kicked everything off into motion, I mean, fuck, that
Right.
doesn't have much to do with anything.
Not the all-loving, all-powerful God that that condoned the Holocaust.
Yeah, that motherfucker don't exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been addicted to watching Alex O'Connor and Trent Horn videos, and depending on the day, I'll watch one of them, and I will have an existential crisis every week. And I guess another question is, how does this stuff not keep you up at night?
What used to? Okay, so I mean, this is a perfectly fair and valid question, and in fact, you're not the only one who is experiencing this. In fact, everybody watching right now, put an EX in the comments if you've experienced existential dread or had some sort of existential crisis when you became an atheist. I know I did. For me, it took years to get over it. A lot of us went to therapy. I remember the initial stages for me. I remember literally going to work and getting literally nothing done because I'm spending the whole day just in a fucking panic, realizing in my early 30s that I'm going to die one day and no longer exist. It's fucking terrifying. That being said, you go through the stages of grief, just like when you lose a loved one or something, and eventually you get out on the other side. Does that mean like it never bothers you? Yeah, from time to time it'll pop up. I'm like, well, that's some fucking bullshit right there. But it doesn't really bother me like it used to. Like I don't go into panics. I don't lose sleep over it. Like it just becomes like another fact of life. And the reality is, a lot of people, like the people who grew up atheist, they dealt with this when they were like teenagers, and so they're not having midlife crises over this kind of thing. What do you have to say, Dalton?
I'm just gonna say I was one of the lucky ones that I had no like crisis after like losing faith. If anything, I felt a lot of relief about it. Mostly because I felt a lot of guilt for doing things which are completely and utterly natural for young teenage boys to do. Also, it was kind of relief knowing that my thoughts weren't constantly being monitored, and that what I was thinking in my head was completely my own thoughts and my own alone. Now, that being said, the Bible does now keep me up at night, but not for dread, but because I'll randomly get like an idea about the connection between two passages, and suddenly I'm up until 2 a.m. doing research.
Yes, yes, I'm with you, buddy.
Wow.
So,
Okay.
Alex, I know that you're probably in a difficult spot right now, and I get it. I remember the very first time I was 21 when it happened, but the very first time the idea popped in my head that there couldn't be a God. Believe it or not, I was 20, probably 22 actually. I was 22 before the thought even occurred to me that there could be no God. Like I thought that, well, if Christianity is not true, then some other God concept is true, right? So for me, deconstruction from Christianity wasn't always all that painful until I began to consider, oh, well, fuck, maybe there's no God, right? And that took me a long time to get to that point. But I still remember the first day I was in a hotel room. I was in Indiana. I was doing a project at the Subaru factory. I was installing some robots and doing some programming. And I was reading some books on textual criticism, and I was already considering, well, yeah, I mean, if the Bible is not all true, maybe that God isn't real, right? And as I'm in the hotel room, this is the first existential panic I've ever felt in my life. The thought just came to me, oh, well, it could be that they're all wrong. And I was like, well, if they're all wrong, maybe there's no God at all. And that fucking terrified me. And I spent like the next near decade of my life in Bible college and seminary trying to ascertain whether or not this notion is founded or not. And I came to my conclusions a long time ago. But yeah, the long and short of it is what you're going through is normal. We all went through it. I understand it fucking sucks. Please, if you need to connect with a therapist, I know a really good one in our space. She's a PhD, fully credentialed therapist that works with deconstruction and also works with people that are coming off other things like coming out of a cult or coming off of addiction. And she's awesome. Her name is Dr. Joe. If you send me a message, I can make sure you get hooked up with her. If you don't have insurance, I can make sure we get it paid for.
All right. Could I ask one more question before going?
Yeah.
Does the opposite freak you out? The idea that you're going to be damned to hell because you made the wrong choice
No.
of
No, I have zero like fear of hell at all because it doesn't make sense to me. If God exists, like if this is really like an all-knowing being that created all these people, why the fuck would he be interested in burning people alive for eternity just because they didn't believe something?
I when I was deconstructing out of Christianity, I started looking into what's called Christian universalism, which, if God is like the triomni God, makes a lot more sense. And so I'm like, if God is real, then, and if he is the triomni God, then I don't think I really have much to worry about.
Okay. Well, thank you
Yeah.
for talking. Sorry, I didn't debate you.
No, it's okay, Alex. I mean, listen, this is tough, and I almost called in back in 2017 when I was going through like an existential crisis. I almost called in on AXP to talk to the host there about it. I ended up not calling in because somebody else, right before I called, had their own existential crisis on air, and I felt much better because I was like, oh fuck, I'm not the only one. So like, just know that you're not the only one. We've, like, all of us have gone through it. And even like even famous people have it during the worst moments. There was, I forget the name of the basketball player, but there's a basketball player a while back that was having troubles with panic attacks and whatnot in the fucking middle of his NBA games. And the reality is a lot of people deal with existential dread, and it takes a while to work through it.
Okay. Well,
But
thank
you'll
you for
get
your
to the
time.
other
Thanks,
side.
guys.
I promise you will. I promise you get to the other side, buddy.
Okay. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Best of luck.
Have a good night.
Fuck, man. That it's hard. It's hard when I hear people in that initial stage because I remember how painful it was for me. In fact, that's one of the reasons. If you watch the very first YouTube video I ever made, it was like my leaving my deconstruction journey. I say at the beginning of it, like, I'm not interested in making or in trying to get people to leave the faith, because it was so painful for me. It wasn't until I started engaging with them on TikTok that I realized how volatile and how disgusting these Christians are. Because the Christians I grew up with were nice, like good, loving folk. And so, like, when I started realizing that that's not actually the face of Christianity, the face of Christianity are fucking people that kill their babies for Yahweh, I was like, no, we gotta cut this Christian nationalism shit out.
Justin, how many years ago did you deconstruct?
So I kind of deconstructed. By the time I finished seminary, it would have been 2013. I basically was so liberal, most people wouldn't have even considered me a Christian. I was more of an agnostic at that point. And then I spent probably the next 3 years trying to figure out, like, if I even believed in the God concept. And so I would say by the time I was about 31, I was like 31, 32. I was pretty sure that I was no longer a Christian. So yeah, about 2000, or no longer a God believer. So about 2017.
The only reason I ask is one day, I mean, I was just bored and scouring the internet, and I found some stuff from our dear Justin from like 8 years ago on the internet, and I was reading, and I was like, "Oh, this is a very different person."
Well, actually, so I know exactly what you're referring to. Those dates are actually updated. The original posting of that is prior. So it's a WordPress situation. Those are actually a little bit older than the dates on them. But yeah, in fact, about the time I wrote those posts, I was talking to Chet. You know Chet, and Chet was
Mhm.
talking to me about his journey into atheism. And I had an old professor who actually wrote a book, a part of a book called I Still Believe. And we were kind of talking about why I still was holding on to the God concept rather than going to atheism after I left Christianity. And I was digging. I'm like, I don't know, fuck, why am I holding on to this still a little bit? And then I wrote like 2 posts on it. And then I was like, oh, you know what? After I published those, I started to actually have good dialogue with other atheists, and turns out those weren't really good support. But I left the whole website up. The whole fucking thing's there. You can see my thought process. Like I wasn't a fake Christian. I was a real Christian through and through. I was, you know,
Before we move on, just a quick syllogism for any of Christians out there who are worried about hell. This is a syllogism I came up with when I was still a believer and I was deconstructing hell and going into universalism. Premise number one: if God is all good, he should desire that all should be saved and come to the knowledge of the truth. If God, premise two, if God is all knowing, he knows exactly what it would take to accomplish this endeavor. And premise number three, if God is all powerful, he should be powerful enough to accomplish this desire, and he knows how to perform. Conclusion: everyone will be saved. So
yeah,
don't
I
worry too
like
much about it.
universalism. Let me grab just 2 super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. I'm going to grab Melanin Medic. Jerry says, I'd rather laugh with the sinners than cry with the saints. The sinners are much more fun. That's Billy Joel, and that's a great song. Yeah, only the good die young. Or no, that's a different song. Is it the same song? I forget. Anyways, Billy Joel he's a beast. Thank you for that, Jerry. I appreciate that. And also, we've got a $10 super chat from our friend Gene on Joe. It says, Joe, you guys are smarter and more knowledgeable than me. Also, Joe, I keep disagreeing with you, so you must be lying. Still, Joe, turns out I misunderstood you once. Couldn't be twice, though. You perfectly summed up Joe every single time. I've never seen a man so overly confident in his lack of abilities ever. It's just, what are you going to do? His mom told him he was special. All right, let's get Melanin Medic into the chat. If they can connect. Looks like they're kind of lagging here. Melanin? We've had a lot of people on TikTok with weak connections tonight. I wonder if something's happening with TikTok tonight. Do you think maybe TikTok's glitching?
I mean, how's my connection been this whole time?
Yours has been okay. I had one moment where my connection paused for like 3 seconds, just on TikTok, not on YouTube. So I wasn't sure if something's going on with TikTok or not.
Melanin, are you aware that you're on?
I don't think so. Melanin's not actually fully connected on my end, and
Oh,
now they're gone. Okay. Well, let's grab Rum. I said we would grab Rum next from the YouTube queue, so we'll grab Rum and bring them in. Oh, I just hit the wrong button. Sorry about that. I just want to make sure he's got a microphone. And it looks like he's got a microphone plugged in, or he or she. Rum, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in some kind of a god?
Yeah, and I think so.
Okay, so
Um,
maybe. Well, which god do you possibly believe in?
so I grew up like essentially a very like traditional Hindu, but I've deconstructed from that, and I'm probably now more of a non-dualist, uh, vaguely deist, I guess, kind of Hindu, because you have that kind of space within the religion.
Well, this is interesting. We don't get to talk to a lot of deconstructing Hindus. So I'm excited for this. It's probably been probably 2 months since I got to talk to someone who's Hindu. So, what do you think? Like, it sounds like you're still deconstructing. What do you think is keeping you in?
Um, well, socially, I still am Hindu because there's a lot of family events and celebrations and stuff like that that I still like. I'm in the U.S. now, but whenever I go back to India, it's going to be a constant part of my life there, right? And I
Hmm.
don't have
Hmm.
any like issue with I don't know, going for what's essentially a fun meal with my family on the on the grounds that it was at some point associated with religion.
Yeah, I mean, listen, like even now as an ex-Christian, like I don't mind going to a church service with family or friends or whatever. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't hurt me at all. I don't have any triggers or church hurt. Now, if you got hurt in a religion, I would understand why you wouldn't want to go back. But I think it's okay. Like if your family wants you to participate in the cultural rituals and you're okay with it, I don't think there's anything wrong with it.
And I think
Billy,
part of the reason for that too is that I was given a fairly liberal version of the religion in the first
Hmm.
place. So
Hmm.
I've never had to get out as I've deconstructed as much because, various scientific facts or something weren't inherently against my core ideology in any way. It's not like when I found out, the true scope of evolution, I'm like, oh, well, now this nullifies everything in this book or something, right? Because I viewed it always as being, because my grandfather and my family have been in academia for a while, so
Hmm.
they always had the view, for example, that the 10 Dasavatars of Vishnu represent evolution in a metaphorical sense.
Sure. And
Because you have the 10 avatars of Vishnu starting Matsya Kurma Varahana, which is basically he becomes a fish, then he becomes an amphibian, and then he becomes like a lion. Now, obviously, that's not how evolution actually took place, at least not from fish to turtle to lion, but, to boar to lion. But at the very least, that's the metaphorical sense in which I was given it. I was never given it as a literal sort of thing.
so, what does the amount of the God concept that you still believe in? What does that
Uh,
explain that isn't explained by science?
I believe in Brahman, and what it essentially solves is that like core metaphysical solipsistic problem of like what is the nature of me, what is consciousness.
Okay, so if you're trying to explain consciousness.
Yep, and obviously, I was raised with meditative practices and stuff, and personal experience isn't really a good answer for anything except, and I feel like it's where we get into a circular reasoning here. But you can't explain personal experience except through personal experience, at least to yourself.
Yeah,
And therefore.
so I understand that for a lot of people, consciousness is one of those really accessible God of the gaps places because when you want to hold on to a God concept, you need some gap to plug them into, right? Because if science already explains everything, then they're like, well, what the fuck do I need God for? So consciousness right now is one of the most popular gaps. But um, we see that like almost all animals have some kind of a consciousness. Some of them pretty darn advanced. Why would we think that like human consciousness is unique in the animal kingdom?
I don't think that yeah, human consciousness is unique in the animal kingdom, and I
Oh,
also believe in the separation or the duality of well, it's non-dualistic at its core, but the mind is not consciousness, right?
do you
So
believe in reincarnation?
uh, not in any not in the mechanistic sense, because I believe in a universal consciousness. So therefore, all existence is a reincarnation of the universal consciousness, right?
Yeah, but why?
Uh,
Like
It's
why? Why
and I
is that?
understand that.
Why is that a simpler explanation than just saying that consciousness is derived from the brain?
Um, well, firstly, saying that consciousness is derived from the brain still doesn't answer the question of what is I, because the brain is individual states across time, right? It's essentially like if you can view the brain as a PNID system, it's basically taking inputs, generating some sort of output, and then taking its own feedback as well as external feedback, right?
So okay, so for Rum, are you an engineer?
Yes, I'm an instrumentations engineer.
Yeah, I could tell. Okay, so for everyone who didn't follow what you just said, a PNID is a diagram of instrumentation flow. It's like a flow chart for instrumentation. So he's
No,
suggested.
I meant a proportional integral derivative control system, not a piping and instrumentation diagram.
Oh, gotcha. So different PNID. Gotcha. So the reality is, you're
It's
saying.
those things that you see the control loops, right? You see input from a sensor, you get the box of the control system, and then you get a loop where it takes its own output as an input as well, and then it has an integral or derivative, and it's taking future outputs from the sensor as well. So
So
you're
you
seeing things, and it's
so
making you do things,
so it's a
as well as your
PI.
thoughts are
You're
making you
saying
do
it's a
things.
PID loop, not a PNID.
Exactly, a PID. Sorry,
Okay.
my mistake.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, the process integral derivatives. So basically, you're saying that the brain is a computational process, right? Or
At least it
consciousness
seems
is
to
a.
be.
Okay. Yeah. So why would we think that this computational stuff is happening anywhere but in the brain?
It isn't happening anywhere but in the brain. But the nature of consciousness, it's essentially an assertion, right? I can't prove it in any empirical sense.
Well,
But
why do
it's
you
a
believe in it
philosophical
then?
assertion. It's a philosophical assertion because you can't get an answer for hard solipsism in any empirical sense.
Well, yeah, but an assertion without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Um, yes, I agree that if it was an assertion that ran contrary to any evidenced fact, then yes. But assertions
Well,
that don't run contrary to any evidenced fact, because for example, you can't solve the problem of hard solipsism, right? And the argument of
well,
Hindu
but
non-dualism hasn't.
but your worldview can't either.
The argument of Hindu non-dualism isn't a trendy Garden the Gaps argument, right? It's been there since
No,
at
no, no,
least
no.
in
What I'm
its
saying
first
is
iteration, the Buddha.
you can't solve hard solipsism either.
Um,
You only
it's not
think
so much. Well,
you only think that you
experientially it can
can.
be
So
solved, right?
no, it can't. So like
Experientially, yes.
what you think is that atheists are resolved to hard solipsism and the theist isn't. But no, you're the only thing you know, like if you're a brain in a vat, the only thing you know is that you think the Hindu religion is true. How did you come to that conclusion?
That's the thing. Even if you reduce to that, the entire whole thing of non-dualism is the assertion that appearance is reality. The only thing that's true is the
Right. But
consciousness.
how did you come to that
Even your
conclusion?
brain states at a moment is an
All right.
illusion of the will of a consciousness, right?
Slow down and pay attention. All right, we're trying to have a dialogue. How did you
Yeah,
come
yeah.
to that conclusion?
Uh, through deductive reasoning.
Yeah, using what?
Uh, my thought processes, my brain, I suppose.
Your brain, yeah.
If we're
So,
still in
and how
material reality, yeah.
and how do you know that you're not a brain in the vat and this is all happening inside of your brain only? That you're just in a dream state?
The viewpoint still holds though, because
No,
even in
I'm
a brain
asking.
in a vat situation,
Try this again. I said, how do you know that you're not a brain in the vat?
we don't.
We don't. Okay,
Everything that arises to consciousness
that
is illusory.
that means both of us have the same hard solipsism problem. Nobody has a solution for solipsism. That's why the minute any theist goes to the atheist and wants to push me into hard solipsism, I'm going to do the same to you. You don't have an answer for it, neither do I. So it's a useless conversation.
Well, it's not about providing a specific answer. It's about a philosophical framework that makes sense, right? It's not as though even in the field of atheism, it's not as though non-dualism is dead. There are still people that maintain that consciousness,
So what?
based on some information theory nonsense,
So what do I
could
care?
be separate from the brain, right?
Well, you're not talking to one of those. You're talking to somebody else. So what I'm asking is, why would we believe that there's some sort of external consciousness that is giving rise to our consciousness? What's the evidence for that?
In meditative states, you can feel that to be the case. and
You can
because
feel
you're
it? How do you know what you're feeling is an external consciousness rather than just something that your brain is doing?
you can't. You're stuck
Okay,
in
so
the
so
catch.
so then there's no
Yeah, it's
evidence, right? So this is just what you feel. You feel like it's true, and you probably feel like it's true because it's part of your cultural background. The same reason why there are Christians who just feel like Christianity is true. They feel like when they pray to Jesus that they're heard and that somebody's actually watching over them, but it's just a feeling.
yeah, but I'm not talking about any like specific feeling of like an external. This is just me probing into my own consciousness via meditation.
Yeah, I
Surely
know,
that's
but
less susceptible to like the noise of, I don't know, hallucination and stuff than
yeah,
anything else, because at the very
it's
least it's a focus.
it's just a feeling. That's it.
I mean, uh,
The
I
same
suppose
way
in that sense, yeah.
when you were a kid and you had the feeling there was like a boogeyman under the bed or in the closet. It's just a feeling.
And this is the part of the thing of my deconstruction where I do feel like I was like, I think I am Adias, because I understand that this is essentially a, I grant materialism up to the nth degree. You know, it's essentially almost the equivalent of I grant materialism, except the Big Bang God did that.
Yeah.
Which is certainly not my viewpoint, but you know, I understand that I'm sort of coming from the viewpoint of it's all materialism except for consciousness. That's fundamental.
And why?
But I
Why
do
would we
feel
say
that way,
that
and I can't
why would we
explain it.
say that everything is material other than consciousness?
The idea is that even material reality is contingent on consciousness. Nothing can be
Why?
experienced
Why
outside of
would we think
consciousness.
have we ever observed consciousness outside of material?
We've never observed consciousness in any direct sense.
We've only observed consciousness as we describe it as coming from a physical brain. That's why we can modify it. We can modify somebody's consciousness. Like we can change their personality, we can change their love hormones. We can even read their memories.
Rum, are you
We can change
familiar
their
with
mind.
Phineas Gage?
No, could you tell me about him?
So Phineas Cage had this horrible accident where he actually had like a pipe shoved into his head.
Oh.
Eh. So you've heard of it, and as
Yes,
a
yes,
result,
yes.
he actually ended up developing a second personality altogether.
This is not a problem within the philosophy, because the mind is a separate thing than the consciousness. The consciousness is universal. There is no separate consciousness for any. Like a tiger has consciousness, right? It's just that the mind of a tiger is the mind of a tiger, right? It has its particular limit to its whatever rational
What about when
capabilities
these
and sensory capabilities.
accidents produce multiple minds where there was just one?
That's still not a problem, because it's one consciousness appearing through fractured multiple minds. The idea is that consciousness is universal, and material reality is an appearance in consciousness.
So it seems like all the data seem to support the idea that when we like affect the brain, that we're affecting consciousness. It seems like, and also like physical drugs can seem to affect our conscious experience and our minds. Like for example, lessen depression. But we don't seem to have any data that supports like consciousness existing outside of like organisms with brains.
I mean, outside of organisms with brains, there wouldn't be any capability to show consciousness, even if it did exist, right?
So should we hold a belief that other things have consciousness if we can't like demonstrate that through any sort of similar empirical method?
Uh, Not as such. It's why, you know, objects are treated like objects, and then living things hopefully are treated in a gradated scale based on their consciousness and, you know, their value to
Like
the globe and stuff like that.
if a rock cannot demonstrate that it's conscious, and I can't, and no tests that I perform on it seem to suppose it has consciousness. Why should I think that the rock has consciousness?
Uh, because of the inherent nature of consciousness itself, that it's atemporal, universal, etc.
How do you know that?
But Yeah, where are you getting this information?
That's the nature of consciousness. That's the idea.
Based on
It's
what
that even
though?
if you are a brain in a vat, the nature of consciousness still remains the same,
Well,
which is that it is
in order for me
atemporal,
to
universal, etc.
believe that consciousness has these properties, that would need to be somehow demonstrated to me through some data. So, do we have any data to support this
I mean,
proposition that you're?
not scientific data, but in terms of philosophical arguments, that there are plenty. I mean,
No, because the
I'm not very
philosophical,
adept. I'm not a philosopher guy.
but the philosophical
But for
arguments
example, Schopenhauer's
entail
put a
bad
very strong
scientific
defense.
data points, right? So the scientific data must match the metaphysical argument, and it doesn't. All the arguments you're going to bring up treats consciousness as though it's something that we don't know it is.
So is your viewpoint that consciousness is only something that's generated from brain activity, neuronal activity, and there's nothing more to it?
That's it. That's why you don't have a single memory from before you were born, not one.
Hmm.
I mean, would it make any sense that if consciousness was not this physical thing that's basically just my brain and what it does, why is it that drugs can affect my conscious experience, make me less depressed, for example?
I mean, your consciousness experiences the world through you, right? The consciousness is essentially like a blank canvas on which the entire play of the world is being illumined,
But
regardless of your brain in a vat or if the material world actually exists.
but that
That's
doesn't answer the
still the
question. The
case.
question is why can modifying the brain alter consciousness?
uh, because modifying the brain modifies essentially it's essentially like putting a different filter over the camera, right? It obviously
No.
modifies what's shown on top of the
It
blank
it
consciousness.
it it seems like you're treating a brain as if it's like a radio receiving a signal from outside of itself. But in the case of radios, we're able to demonstrate that the signal exists outside of the radio. Are we able to demonstrate the same with consciousness?
Nope.
So
I
The
personally, personally, the only things I'm interested in believing are things that we can demonstrate with evidence.
I mean that's
Rum,
fair, but yeah.
do you think that believing this theory of consciousness is your answer to the afterlife?
No, I don't think so,
Do you
because
think there is, do you think there is
in
an
any case,
afterlife?
whatever is not in any meaningful sense, right?
Okay,
It eventually the
so
screen on
why
which
are
the
you
projection of me
holding
was
on?
happening goes
Why
blank
are you
again.
holding on to this viewpoint? What is it doing for you?
Uh, it's comforting to know that you're part of something larger, something
Why?
universal.
Why?
But
What's
you
comforting about
already
it?
are part of something. You are part of something larger, though, already that you have evidence for, and that's society.
But
You're
but
part.
only in
You're
a
already
minuscule,
part of
like
something larger.
mechanistic sense. But only in a minuscule mechanistic sense, not in
Even
any
from a
grander
completely
philosophical sense.
naturalistic, even from a completely naturalistic perspective, I know that the atoms in my body was at one point, the entirety of the universe was highly condensed in a single spot. That I am, I share the same atoms as every other object in the universe. I know that I am part of a system of evolution where I am related to every biological organism on the planet. There is already so much that's so big and so connected about the universe without having to appeal to things that we don't have any evidence for. Things which are so much more beautiful than things that we can make up.
I mean, it's not as though I don't accept any of the existing material beauty, right? I'm just adding to it. I don't deny the beauty of the universe as it exists. I'm just saying that it's made more beautiful by the fact that there could be something universal underneath it. Now, I get your arguments. There's no way I can demonstrate it, and probably I have to look into why it is. You know, I take it if I can't demonstrate it, but uh, it's certainly not making the world less beautiful, right? In any way, is it?
I just think the world is beautiful enough without having to appeal to magic.
Yeah. I mean, I just want to believe what's true. If there's no evidence for it, I'm not going to believe it, you know? So this reminds me a lot of how I was when I left Christianity. I wanted so bad to still believe in some kind of a God that I had to continually like change and mold the God concept that I was still holding on to. It took me a long time to get to the point where I was willing to accept that there was no God. It sounds like you're still in that spot where you're holding on to something not because it's true or because there's evidence for it, but because you just want it to be true. But the reality is, somebody with your intelligence level, if you're an instrumentation engineer, you're going to end up in the same place we are. You're going to end up figuring out that it's irrational to believe in things without evidence. And the best evidenced position we have is atheism.
I don't necessarily disagree with you. And it's part of the reason why I haven't been like vehemently like, no, what you're saying,
Hmm.
I can't take that. It's because I know that I'm already backed into this corner because the concentric circles of. Initially, I started believing that I could literally chant incantations to keep demons from invading my mind at the night, which is a fairly like literal mechanistic belief in the supernatural, right? You do X and God comes in, a God comes in and protect you from Y. And then,
Hmm.
I went back to, well, avatars exist, but in the sense that, rage is a metaphorical concept, some like Jordan Peterson type nonsense. And
Right.
then I
Yeah.
realized that, and then I realized that you can't defend that either. Even in Hinduism, which is inherently metaphorical, they never wrote history, right?
Yeah.
They tell you this is not history. We will intentionally change the names of kings and stuff to make sure that you do not take actual history because history is not important, at least the way the ancient Hindus saw it, right? They believed that
Hmm.
metaphor was more important than documenting actual history, which is why the sort of post Herodotus Thucydides thing never happened in India, even though it was in continuous contact with the Greek word at the
Yeah.
time. So it was very defensible to go into the Petersonian position as a Hindu, but I still couldn't defend it, and now I am backed up all the way here. But I don't
Right.
know if I'm just gonna give that up necessarily.
Yeah, you will when you're ready. Don't worry. It's not a sprint. It's more of a marathon. So, just keep doing what you're doing, and eventually you'll come to the most logical conclusion. And let us know if you need any help along the way.
Hey, thanks, man. And I really have learned a lot about the Bible from you because
Hey, thanks.
I was looking at all the other. I was shopping for beliefs, and you shut one of them down for me real quick.
Appreciate that. Yeah, Christianity's a no-go. It's dead on arrival.
Yeah, and I grew up in Kuwait, so another one of them's gone for me as well.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
one's not happening.
We know that one. Yeah, that one's definitely dead on arrival. That was dead before arrival. All right. Well, Ram, it was good to hear from you,
All
and
right.
it's good to hear that you're trying to put your rational faculties to use. So keep doing that. From one engineer to another. It looks like your brain is fully functional. So I'm sure you'll come to a conclusion eventually that you could be happy with.
Yeah, I hope so too. Keep doing what you're doing, man. I'm a huge fan.
Cheers,
All right,
friend.
peace.
You can definitely sense that deconstruction phase when you hear it. It's hard to be in. It's a difficult thing to not know what you believe and to be kind of groping around, hoping to find something to hold on to, that you're not alone in the dark room. And the reality is, you're not going to find a God in that room, but you will find lots of other Christians or ex-Christians, ex-Muslims, ex-Hindus that are in that room with you that will give you a hand. But you're not going to find, there's no gods in that room. Let me grab a couple of super chats. Dr. Pizza says, pre-subs taste awful no matter how you cook them. That is the case. They're the worst people on the internet to talk to. I must admit. Like I would rather talk to a toddler on the topic of God. I think they'd be more coherent. Killface, how do you justify belief in God without using your brain, you dunce? I know, Killface. Yeah, back to they can't do it. They can't do it. They think that they can justify their God existing by somehow finding a gap in the atheist worldview, and then they think they win by default, but they don't. That's not how that works. You still need evidence for your position. And Design says, my guy, what day after you were born did you become conscious? Answer, or you're just a mere matter, or you're just mere matter. Yeah, actually, you know what? I should have done that. I should have asked him the same question. Yeah, that initial Philbro on the when did animals become conscious, thinking he had a gotcha was crazy. But
I'm just gonna I'm redubbing him Irrational Matter.
that's what it is. That's his new name. Jamin says Saint's brain is an inverter with input from its output. Yes, it's a race condition. It's a cyclical loop. It's just a feedback signal. You nailed it. And Tim Davidson says, I created consciousness last Thursday and I built you and everyone around you with all of their memories filled in. That's what happened. I believe that. There's as much evidence for that as there's for Jesus. And Master Machetier says, at what point in time did God create this idiot? Well, I think no point in time, but if God was in the business of creating idiots, he would be a top tier idiot at that. And Dr. David says Saint was a waste of time, space, and matter. Severe acute verbal diarrhea seems to be the only proof he has of his God, who is a POSFF. I couldn't agree more. Rock hard for Doug and simply wet for Sharon. And pulverized for pebbles. I think that's what we're going with. Get pulverized for pebbles. And Janice, thank you for the super chat. It says, dude is trying to turn God of the Gaps into Justin of the Gaps. You must know everything, Justin, or science isn't real. You nailed it, Janice. That's what he was going for. He was just finding any gap he could find to stick his God into and claim victory he was going to. And he found an obscure fact that I didn't care about nor is relevant to the topic and wanted to parade victory. Good thing eventually we were able to rope him into reading his holy book and make him run like the coward that he is. Adam Helg, if he was a real precept, good Philbro, he wouldn't have let me burden shift back to the Bible. He was weak. His Philbro's weak. He knows the only way you can precept is to never give answers for your religion. Always burden shift back onto atheists. Adam says, guest audio is really quiet on TikTok. Keep on cooking. Well, Adam, that happens sometimes. He got quiet as he started to pipe down. And Duke of Shaska says, I see a priest talking to a little boy. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, is it? It's you have a black. Your top is black, but you have this like white collar on, and I do look like a little boy right now.
I mean, without your mustache, Dalton, I don't know. You look like you're in high school.
Here's my defense, guys, for the non-mustache. I thought to myself, which one of these two faces is the face you would want to sit on?
Everybody loves a mustache ride. It's just me. Says, this is a pic of my dog, Milo. I love him. Rock hard for Doug. Well, I love him too. Beautiful dog. Absolutely beautiful dog. I love dogs. Dogs, cats, and babies. Janice, again, thank you so much. Says, dude doesn't understand the basis for his own worldview, but calls to complain about others' lack of belief in the worldview he doesn't understand. Amazing. I know, Janice. Dude, I'll never understand why Christians will get up here and claim that their worldview is true by trying to disprove like evolution or some other scientific concept. You still need positive evidence for your position. And the apothecary says, Saint, what does the Bible have to do with the existence of God? Also, Saint, identify the nanosecond sentient life came into being or God is real. That is not a conclusion that follows anything. Flash says, damn, Dalton coming in hot today. Jesus couldn't be this stupid. Love you guys. Well, I don't know. I personally believe that the historical Jesus wasn't as dumb as the Jesus of the book. Was he deceived? I don't know. But the Jesus in the book is an idiot.
Listen, guys, I'm really tame on Justin's live. I'm a lot more mean on my own life.
Which reminds me, guys, if you're not following Dalton, what the fuck are you doing here? We've got like 2,500 people. Make sure you're following Dalton on YouTube and TikTok, and make sure you visit his link tree to find his support handles so you can support his work as well. El Loser says, did you listen to Adventurers in Odyssey? I vaguely remember a couple of them, but it wasn't something that I really grew up with because I didn't really grow up in that world. Like I went to Catholic school for 12 years. And I became a Christian as a teenager. Mid to late teen, 16. And so the Catholics didn't really do all that weird Christian programming stuff. They just...
I watched a lot of VeggieTales and Bible Man when I was younger.
I must admit, at least VeggieTales was interesting. Hank says, Saint is what happens when a man never reads the source docs and only has a surface understanding of the fanfic. 100%. There's a guy sitting on a Unix terminal, afraid to do -- help, and he's just furiously typing in commands, hoping something's going to work, and nothing's ever going to work. And Yoda St. Cloud says, Dear Saint, Obama is in Marvel Comics. Marvel Comics isn't trustworthy when it comes to proving Obama is a real person. You talk zombie. I think talk zombie is a good word for him, because that guy, his brain is not awake or alive. And Dr. Wasamba says Justin Andal, and I have to disagree with you both on something. You assumed that Saint has a brain. He has AI because his intelligence is artificial. And I do believe that to be the case. He was not smart. Alex says you should sell Doug plushies. I'm working on it. I have a guy in Discord I've been talking to that can do plushies. We're trying to figure out how to do the shipping, handling, and order entry. I think we've got some of the details figured out, but there's some shit I got to get done on my end first. Working on it, though. I need to write a software program to take the orders from my website and to put it into his website, because that's the only way we'll be able to integrate it. I'm probably going to write some API code on like a Google spreadsheet and do it that way. We'll see. Coachworthy says, Hey, Justin, I'd love to hear Laurel and Hardy theme for a piss take. Well, I don't even know what the fuck that is. What's Laurel and Hardy?
I'm just as lost as you, honestly.
Coachworthy's from the UK. He's 5 British pounds. I'll have to look up Laurel and Hardy Cotsworth. I apologize. I don't know who that is. And Duke says, Raucous Volt. Yes. Yeah, we do agree. Doug agrees. And Night Owl, Ohio, congratulations for being in the heart of it all. Looney Tunes music would be an awesome addition to your soundboard. It would. And I don't know where I had a drum rim shot in here. Oh, there it is. I don't have a lot of soundboard sounds, but I know I got that one in there. All right, I'm going to grab 2 more super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Simeon says, can you say again exactly what was that Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition with the larger margins of note-taking? I want to buy it so I can study better. This is my favorite version of the Catholic Study Bible 3rd edition. It's called the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. It comes in one format and one format only. Brown fake leather. This will deteriorate eventually. Don't set this on a flat surface too long. It'll stick to it and eventually you'll ruin it. But it's the New American Standard Revised Edition, a great version of the Bible. Mine was published in... I don't even know when they published this, but it's the Catholic Note-Taking Bible. I think this was 2010 was the last published. But you can get it on Amazon under $30. It's a great Bible. So,
I hate when that happens. I have a Reader's Hebrew Bible from Zondervan, and it's got the faux leather. And let me tell you, if I can't put it anywhere without like a big orange print being left behind, looks like Donald Trump just sat on my furniture.
I've got one. I'll have to send it to you. That's in leather. That's really good. The first edition I didn't like because they basically just copied word for word from the Aleppo Codex. But the second edition, my understanding is the second edition is going to follow an actual critical edition. So that being said, I'll send you a link to the second edition now that you can get in leather. I think it's under $100, but it's really good. Ooh. Meg, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, what would happen if Joseph had consummated the marriage to Mary instead of obeying God? Did God check the sheet asking for a friend? Okay, me. That's actually a really interesting point. And, you know, the ancient opponents of Christianity claim that was the case, that Jesus was just an illegitimate son. The Roman guard Panthera theoretically knocked up Mary while she was betrothed to Joseph, and it was a bastard child. That's why they had to escape to Egypt to avoid, possibly getting herself stoned. But yeah, it seems like the bloody sheet test never got held. I'm partial to the idea that the actual historical Jesus, like the actual historical Jesus, possibly didn't have a dad. That once it came out that she cheated because Joseph didn't sleep with her, Joseph just left. He was out of the picture. And anytime you see Joseph
Yeah,
after that, it's just contrived.
it's interesting that there is a rebuttal given to Jesus by the Pharisees in one of the Gospels, where they say, at least we're not illegitimate children.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to be that's what everyone thought about him.
I mean, that would make sense why a myth about his birth would get started at one point.
Yep. All right, we're going to bring in our next guest. It's going to be from the YouTube Cube. We're going to get Muhammad into the chat. How you doing, Muhammad? Muhammad, are you with us? It says you have a headset plugged in. It says that you're listening to the sound of Quran right now. You have a
Oh.
Samson Meteor microphone. Those are dope. I had my Meteor microphone stolen from a hotel a couple months back. I'm still upset about it. Good thing it's only $35, but it's my favorite travel mic. It's like only this big, and it's a badass mic.
At least we can know with high certitude which God he worships.
Yeah, I can only wonder. I mean, so going out on a limb, I'm gonna say maybe he's Muslim. Muhammad, you get your mic figured out? You're okay over there? Did you fall asleep listening to the Quran in your headphones? Okay. Well, come back if you get it figured out. We're gonna move on to Jack from the YouTube queue and see if Jack is ready to have a conversation. How you doing, Jack?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
Hey,
Jack, are you with us?
yeah. Can you hear me, sir?
I can hear you, yeah.
Good man.
So, Jack, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I wish I was 18, pal. I'm 47
Mm-hmm.
and I'm agnostic.
Okay, so you don't believe in
I
God.
got it. No, I'm agnostic.
So you don't believe
Agnostic.
in God.
50-50.
Right. If you're agnostic, it means you don't have a positive belief in God. It means you don't know. I'm debating people who do have a positive belief in God.
Yeah.
If you're agnostic, I mean, congratulations, you're halfway to atheism. You'll be there soon.
I don't think I would.
Sure. Well,
I
what would
wanted
be
to-
the so what would be the
Right,
argument that would lead one to believe that a God exists?
Right. I had 3 questions for you.
Well, I'm asking you a question. What would be the evidence that would lead to God existing?
With you.
Should we
God
check for a
bless you.
delay?
I think it's a delay, and I think he's on a different plane of reality. We're going to move on from that, and we're going to try to get Muhammad back into the conversation. Muhammad came back, so I assume they're ready to go this time.
He got off his flying horse, and now he has returned to us.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how you doing, Muhammad?
Pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing good, thanks for asking. Muhammad, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I'm at least 18, and I do believe in God.
Sure. And is it a specific God or a generic God?
I believe in the God in the Quran, the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam.
Sure. And what would be the best evidence or argument for the Islamic God being real?
So I think what we focus on is just it talks about the signs. So maybe we could just go focus on God Himself. And the
Yeah,
signs
that's
that
why
we
I'm
see on
asking. Yeah,
everyday
what's the
life.
evidence that
Yeah.
that the God is real?
So it's the design theory. So
Oh
basically,
no.
Theory's a strong word, but all right.
So basically, what you see is like the fruits that come out. All of our resources that we use are from nature, correct? And the sun and the day and the night and the day. We wake and we sleep. Where we sleep, how we sleep in the night,
Because
how
we
we rest the
evolved.
night.
Yeah, we evolved in a planet with all these things in place. The reason why we survived is because we were the entities that were able to survive in this environment. The ones that weren't able
So
to survive are dead.
so let me ask you this. So what caused us, like, why isn't there another species similar to us? Why is it only humans with the
There
same
There
is.
genes?
was.
Have you not heard of chimps, bonobos, apes?
Okay. So explain to me chimps, bonobos, apes.
What do you need to know? Do you not know what they
Do
are?
they have the same logic as we have?
They have intelligence, maybe not to our level, but just because we have a little bit more intelligence than them doesn't mean that we're entirely different. I mean,
Homo neanderthalis had
But
logic similar
why
to
isn't there any
ours.
other basically other race than human race?
say that
The
again.
Homo
Why isn't
neanderthalis.
why isn't there another race than human race? Like currently, while we're currently
Well,
alive.
why isn't there another lion?
Well, there's other types of
Like these
animals
are these
similar
are
to the
dumb
lion, like a
questions.
cheetah, like a cheetah.
No,
Isn't a
lions and
Cheetahs
cheetah?
aren't
cheetahs
lions.
are not the same.
But they're both felines, right?
Yeah, I know, and humans, human beings, and apes are part of the same family too. We are apes. Like chimps, bonobos, and human beings are all part of the ape family. We're
Okay,
as similar as apes as cheetahs and lions are.
okay. So why isn't any other like animal or any other species on our level of knowledge?
Why isn't every animal as strong as their fucking chimp? Like because that was our adaptation that allowed us to survive as a species. That was a thing that we emphasized. But to be sure,
Okay,
dolphins did too. Dolphins have insane brains, maybe second only to human beings, and they have very, very detailed communication and social structures, and they even play games with each other. And they even take recreational drugs. They'll even fuck around with puffer fishes and get themselves high.
And pass them around to each
uh,
other. Every
have they
species, every
traded?
every species of animal has something about it which is unique. It just
So can
happens
I
to be that
ask you?
humans, what makes humans unique is our intelligence, and because you're an intelligent human, you tend to just think of that as making you above the rest.
No, I don't think we're above. So basically, okay, so is there any creation, animal creation, that can cause global warming?
Yeah,
Cows.
cows. Have you not heard of methane?
Yeah, cows, but will cows overpopulate the society that they'll get to the point of, unless us humans allow them to?
Well, no, that's why we're in an actual ecosystem. There are checks and balances in
Okay,
ecosystems.
so the checks and balances is where I'm at, like where I'm at. So say
Something
that
else,
we
something else
keep
would kill them
driving.
if we didn't. Wolves, coyotes, bear.
Okay, yeah, yeah. So keep them in check, right? And we have to keep them in check with our own intelligence. So like think about this.
No,
If we
we don't have
drove,
to.
I mean, okay, so let's say this.
It,
Say
it
we
it
drive.
seems like Muhammad, like your argument essentially is humans are unique among all animals, therefore we're special. But guess what? Elephants are also unique among all animals, and tigers are unique among all animals. Every species is unique in its own way.
But what is that? My main thing here that I'm trying to focus on is what can our intelligence affect on the environment? Like for instance, if we
Why?
drive,
What does that? What
if
does that have to
we
do with the fucking price of rice in China?
well let's look like
We're
okay, so
trying
if
to
we
figure
keep
out. We're trying to figure out why you believe in God. We're not trying to
well
figure
this
out
is
why human beings adapted higher intelligence than the other animals.
well this is the whole idea is that no other animal has this ideology of they debate about God or their communication in
So
regards to
what?
God. They're built in communities.
So what?
So the whole idea here is why I come to this and I say this is
By the
that
way,
we
Homo
believe
neanderthalis had spiritual beliefs.
okay. So we believe okay, so we believe what do we can eat cows, right? And we can eat goats.
And so can lions. Lions eat them all the time.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying I'm saying we can eat cows and goats, right? Say that we take a V8 engine and we made all our cars V8 engines in society. Would it eventually the CO the bad gases coming out from there would it eventually cause global warming if the entire world started
It
driving
doesn't
V8s?
doesn't have to. No.
It wouldn't cause global warming.
I said it doesn't
Why did
have
we have to?
to.
Why did we have to hold that back?
I said it doesn't have to.
Yeah. So what would it stop
Is
if we didn't have
is
to?
humans propensity for causing global warming somehow evidence that your God is real?
That seems to be the
No.
case he's trying to make.
So basically, what I'm trying to say is that we have what comes to us is that we have restrictions in the environment. They're kind of like signs.
They're not
So like there's things that we
restrictions.
do that we'll
Like
do
you're
that
you're
will
trying to
cause
say
the
that they're like
world.
God-given restrictions. That's preposterous.
No, but
That's
they are.
begging the question. No, they're not.
So who
There are
restricts?
physical limitations to the world we live in, just like there are physical, like a tree can't grow into outer space. Like physics exists, but
Okay,
physics
I agree. You're
aren't put in
100%
place
right.
by God. That's what you have to demonstrate. That's why right now you're
Okay.
begging the question.
So this is where okay. So you're saying physics has to align. So physics won't a tree can't go to the sky, right? Go to the outside of the earth, right?
Yeah, because of
Is
physics, not because of God.
okay. So let's say this. Okay, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay, so now I want to ask you this. Do you know every single thing that you do is good or bad? Like whenever you go to the store or when you drive, do you know every single thing that you're doing is good or right or wrong, or do you have a limited amount of knowledge?
Everybody has a limited amount of knowledge because, again, fucking physics.
Okay, because physics, of course.
Because our
So
brain
our
would be too
limited
large to fit on our head if we never forgot anything.
so our limited amount of knowledge could have you ever when you're growing up thought something was good for you when it turned out to be bad for you?
Yeah, because you don't know the future. That's the nature
Yeah,
about knowledge is you can't predict the future.
Yeah.
I used to believe in the
So
Bible, and then
so
I grew out of it. Yeah.
yeah, so basically like what I'm trying to say here is that there's the higher power is the one that provides us with the grass that we walk on,
Again, that's
with the
begging the
fruits that come out that
question.
we eat.
No, that's your
Because
conclusion.
we
I'm
eat
asking
and
you,
then we poop, right?
Muhammad, pay attention.
Yeah, go
We already
ahead.
know your
Yeah.
conclusion. We already know you think God created everything. We're asking you for the evidence that
Okay.
God did such a thing. That's what you can't demonstrate. So every time
Okay,
you say
so
that I believe in God because God did something, that's called begging the question. That's supporting your conclusion with your conclusion.
okay, I see what you're saying. So let me see how I can phrase this better. I can show you better. All right,
So, I mean,
let's go to
Mohammed,
the
you're nice. So I'm gonna work through how to form a logical syllogism for you. I don't even like philosophy. I think it's boring, but you're nice, and I think it'll help the conversation go easier. Okay, so your conclusion is that God is real, right?
yeah.
I'll make this bigger. Sorry, you can't read that. All right. So your conclusion is that God is real. So that's the part you haven't proved yet. What you need to do is add supporting premises that would lead one to that conclusion. So what would be the premises to lead to this conclusion?
Okay, so I like how this is working. Okay, so like we're looking at like a wall is red. The reason why it's red is because we've seen multiple red things. That's why the wall is red. The wall, it's a wall because we've seen multiple walls. It's hard. It has different features that make it a wall. Correct?
Well, yeah, but I mean, a
Yeah.
wall is something that we defined as a wall, right?
Yeah, but so how do we define something as a wall?
Well, we use our human language. We point at that and say wall.
But okay, the wall has certain traits, right?
Yeah, we agree. Yeah, yeah. All things that are described by words have traits that are being entailed in the description or
So, so,
definition.
so like I want you to think like say God is real. What are like the traits that God would have?
Well, he would be probably all knowing, probably all loving, probably transcend. Well, maybe transcend space. Certainly not transcend time. That's illogical. That being said, I don't think your God is any of those things.
So let's say okay, so when you say he would be all knowing, when he's all knowing, do you think that our limited knowledge, he would have knowledge above our knowledge?
I would certainly hope so. And the reality is, we have no evidence that the God of the Quran has knowledge above our knowledge, which is why the Quran says statements about the world that are patently false.
Surely,
Yeah,
an
so
all-knowing God would know the difference between two different women with the same name.
so so let's say this. Okay, so if I was to give you a statement that the God is true, you would have to see that God has more knowledge than we have, correct?
Nope. Nope.
What would make you believe that God is true?
Making definitions for God isn't proof that God is real. Like you can't say God is real because God, if he exists,
No,
has
no, no.
more
I'm
knowledge,
I'm saying
right?
like
So,
if I give you a piece of knowledge,
for
like if I was
example,
to
the
labor
the
you a piece of knowledge, like
so the
for
way
instance,
that
if
this should work is we should say my conclusion is that Dalton is mortal. That's my conclusion. How would I support this? Well, what I would say is all humans are mortal. And then I would say Dalton is a human, and then the conclusion just follows. All humans are mortal. Dalton is a human, therefore Dalton is mortal. That's a valid and sound logical
no,
syllogism,
I agree with you. I agree with you.
right?
But I'm
So
what
if
I'm
your
trying to
conclusion is that God is real, we need some sort of valid premise leading to a conclusion.
Yeah, so let's say okay, so like for instance, now what we're trying to focus on is God is all knowing. Right? So let's
No,
put the
that
first one,
that's
God is
no,
all knowing.
nope. That's another claim.
Oh, okay, you're saying that's a claim. Okay, so
You
let's say
can't
this.
prove God is
All right.
real by saying God is all knowing. That's just an additional claim. How do we know
I
God's
understand.
even
Yeah.
real?
But let me say this. Let me put P1, put that. Okay,
Y-
I'll explain knowledge to you that shows that knowledge that we didn't know at the time of 1400 that we know now is true. Does that make sense?
What does the 1400s have to do with now?
Because like this is a book that was developed in the 14 not 1400s during Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam time.
Yeah,
I
1400
think that was
years
like,
ago.
Yeah.
yeah.
So 1400
Okay.
years ago,
Okay,
this
so
was a
then
book
what
that
you
was
want to
developed.
do is say God is real. And so premise number one would be some information can only come from God. Now, I don't believe that to be the case because one, it's begging the question, so your syllogism's already invalid. But number two, what kind of information you'd have to establish what kind of information could only come from God.
Yeah,
So
because we're gonna have some fun with that.
wait, sorry. So go ahead.
Well, yeah, what information from the Quran could not have been obtained by Muhammad through natural means?
Okay, so let's just do this. Okay, so let's just put we're gonna say
Also,
the Quran right here on some information can only come from God. 1400 years ago, put 1400 years ago, the Quran was created 1400 years ago. And I'm gonna show
all right.
you how current science has come up to show these facts to be true. Does that make sense?
No, hold on. I'm writing. 1400 years ago, God info was given to Muhammad. Okay. So,
Peace be upon him.
first of all,
And
you didn't
again,
actually
capitalized God.
support
But
premise number one yet.
yeah, so this is what I'm trying to say. So basically,
But
how I
I
think
know.
I can prove this to
We
you.
know. Yeah, we know. What before you turn to the Quran, we're asking
Yeah,
you, how do you know what information could only come from God?
what information can only come from God. Why I believe in God is I believe in God is because there's so many signs that
Nope,
I hit one
that doesn't
sign.
answer the question. The
Okay, go
question
ahead. Say your
is,
question again.
how do you know which information could only come from God?
Well, this is the reason. The reason is, if you let me finish this, is that like, okay, so the wall, I see a wall. It has this trait, this trait, this trait, this trait, this trait, right? So I see multiple signs. So I try to explain to you each sign so that it eventually shows me why God, I can see like basically God. Does that make sense?
No, I'll try this again. What's your method for knowing which information could only come from God?
So my methodology is the Quran and the sound of it and the sound of it, that the sound of it and the emotional feeling and the sound of it and the backing of so the main thing is the backing of current technology and the knowledge that we have to this current day, and the signs and the knowledge that the prophet had sallallahu alaihi wasallam had during the time. So 1400 years have passed by,
Okay.
and they're still
So
discovering things in the Quran
So
that
Muhammad,
weren't
let
understood
me
at that
pause right
time. Does
there. I
that make
want to
sense?
help you. I want to help you.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
to be sure, we know every word that's going to leave your mouth. We've had this conversation with 100 Muslims before you. That being said, I think I can help what you're attempting to do. What you should just say then to support your conclusion is that um, if there is information, say from a person that would be impossible for them to know, then we could conclude that it might come from God, right?
Yes. Well, it's
Now,
no. Well, let's say information that, yeah, I would say, yeah, we could say that. Can
now,
you say that one more time?
yeah. If somebody has information where it would be impossible for them to know, then it might have been given to them by God. You could say a higher source. You could do like ancient aliens too. It could just be something higher than a human being. We don't know whether or not it's
Yeah, I
God, but in your syllogism, you want to say God, even though that's going to be begging the question. You'll at least trick a few people.
okay. Say my way, yes, it's God. And then why I don't say it's another higher source is because there's no other alien contact.
Well,
And
again,
the
that's
how
Well,
it
that's
works, it
well, you don't know
does
that.
that make sense?
You don't
Okay.
know that.
how do you know
It could
Muhammad
be, right?
wasn't visited by aliens and given like let's say the Quran had
I mean, they say
scientific
the angels
information and
came and
that
looked at
what
his chest
that
and washed his heart.
yeah uh, let's just say that the
Okay.
Quran has scientific information in
One
it that's
second.
impossible for its time, which it doesn't. But let's say it did. It's more likely to be aliens than God because at least aliens are biological organisms and we know biological organisms exist.
I agree with that. But that being
Yeah.
said, Mohammed, let's because you're being a good sport and I mean you're being a nice guy. Let's actually walk through some of the points. Keep in mind, Mohammed, we have already heard these 100 times, and this probably won't be as easy as you hoped it would be before you called in. But like we're willing to play ball with you as long as you're nice about it because like so far, I mean, you sound young. It sounds like you're just getting your feet wet with apologetics. And so maybe now is a good time to have a level-headed discussion about these things before you get too much older and embedded in this religion.
So I want you to look up the pulsar star.
Oh boy. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead. We know this one.
So it talks about it in terms. So first, before I want to start, I want to go to Eli Amran. So I'm gonna go to Eli Amran real quick.
So we don't know the names of your chapters. You have to give us the chapter number.
Yeah, yeah. Now I'm gonna show it
Uh,
to you. You can see my screen,
that's
right?
the
No.
Justin. That's the father of a Miriam, Imran.
Same chapter.
Let me just, because I'm trying to do only English translation for you. So basically, okay, so in this verse it says, "It is He who has sent down to Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam the book, this Quran, and in it are verses that are entirely clear. They are the foundations of the book, and those are the verses of Al Hakim. They're the commandments. Like you know how like the Bible has the 10 Commandments and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hakeem.
So Al Farid is the obligatory duties, and the Al Hud is the legal laws for the punishment of thieves and adultery. Okay,
I
and
think
other.
in the Hebrew they're a Hakeem, right? The
Yep.
Arabic and the Hebrew, there's so much crossover. I remember I was married to an Arabic speaker once, and I was amazed by how much crossover there was between Hebrew and Arabic. It's wild. Somebody needs to create like a spreadsheet. I would love to see that. Sorry, Mohammed. So I think what you want to talk, are you trying to get to the knocking star verse?
Right. So basically, well, no, I'm gonna go to the knocking star verse after this, but then they
I mean, that's where
follow.
you're
This is
going,
just,
right?
this is the yeah, but this is just to start off the book and explain a little bit about the book. So so it says others not entirely clear. So as for those in whose heart there is deviation from the truth, they follow that which is not entirely clear, therefore seeking al fitna. Fitna is like trials or and seeking from it hidden meanings. But none knows its hidden meanings save from Allah, And those who are firmly engrounded in knowledge say, we believe in it. The whole, clear and unclear, are from our Lord, and none receive abomination except men of understanding. Does that make sense?
No, we don't believe any of it's true. We want to get to the actual talking point about the star that you brought up.
Well, okay. Well, I just want to do one more verse before I show you the star.
No one can see your screen, by the way, Mohammed.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just people who know. I just want to go over this real quick because I want to explain how the Quran encourages knowledge. People.
Justin, is this about a verse about a star which happens to be brighter than the rest in the sky, and that's it?
No, there's a passage in the Quran about a star that's considered the knocking star. And there's about 5 different talking points around the knocking star miracle information, and none of them are actually in line with science. So,
Yeah, I'm looking at this passage. It looks like it's just describing a star which is like more brilliantly bright than the rest of the stars in the sky, and therefore
yeah, which is
it like
ironic because like most of the pulsars you can't see with the naked eye. Like they would have no idea that they're even bright.
Right, so I can't find the verse that I'm looking for right now. But basically what it's telling you is the people of knowledge, they're the ones who really fear and like khushu, they're conscious of God. So when we look at the pulsar star, Tariq, and Nejm Thaqib, so it talks about a star that's knocking. So if you go and you listen to it, and you see NASA's version of it, you hear a knocking door. It's like a knocking on a door.
No.
So this pulsar. So can you explain to me what you think?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like knocking on a door.
What does it sound like?
Not that. Most stars sound like burning balls of plasma.
No, but like if you look at, can I send you a link on here? You can look at it.
I've already seen the bad links of poorly edited videos with sound dubbed over the pulsar.
Okay. So let me explain to you. You know how, okay, so the pulsar star has an outside ring. Is that correct? Okay,
No.
let's go on something maybe that's a little more proven.
Mm-hmm.
I can show you a little more proven. So we'll go to something, it's basically the baby in the womb.
Oh no, you don't want to do embryology.
I just got here.
Hi, Blitz.
Hey, Blitz.
Hi.
He was excited to talk about pulsars.
Yeah, now that we have someone who might know something about pulsars here.
All right, so tell me, what does he know about pulsars?
A lot. I know that they don't make sounds.
Yeah.
They don't make sounds.
Dr. Blitz, what is it you do for a
No.
living, Dr. Blitz?
Well, currently I am visiting a university for a research trip. I'm a physicist / mathematician, depending on who you ask.
Well, he might know something about
this is good.
pulsars. Let's hear him out.
This is good, alhamdulillah. Okay, so let's go. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Okay, so let's just say, okay, a pulsar star, is it similar to a black hole that has a ring on the outside?
No, pulsars don't have rings around them. You're thinking about an accretion disk. Pulsars don't necessarily have those. In fact, most black holes don't have those either.
So the accretion disk has that. Okay. So does the accretion disk knock?
No.
Okay. So I'll explain to you how the pulsar star knocks. So the pulsar star.
Okay.
No, let me explain it to you. He's a physicist. Maybe he'll learn something new on this one.
Maybe the guy with the PhD.
Maybe I'll
Yeah,
learn
man.
something.
Sure, definitely.
We're trying to reach the truth, right? So what we're
Indeed.
gonna do is I want you to think about a magnetic pull. You have a
Yep.
marble. Let's just say we have a marble in the center. That's magnetic, and there's three other marbles. And we're gonna say that space is a vacuum, correct?
Yeah, close enough.
So so space is a vacuum. It's close enough, right? And then let's say this. Now I want you to imagine this. Okay, when a ship is falling from the ocean and it's sinking, like we're gonna say that the ocean, basically space is on a different density level as the world we're living in currently. So we're gonna imagine that
What
space is like
what do
the
you think a
ocean and the
density
moon.
level is?
The ocean and the moon. Like think about the ocean and the moon swimming. And now I want you to think about a ship, a very big ship. Whenever it starts sinking, what do? You swim as
Get in the
far as
lifeboat.
possible. No, no, you swim as
Hey,
far
get in
as
a
possible because
lifeboat.
what's
You don't swim.
okay,
What?
okay, but if there's no lifeboat, you swim as far as possible because that what's gonna happen is the ocean, the water from the pull of the Allahumma salli Muhammad of the boat is gonna pull you down with it. So you have to swim further away because the gravity basically it's like similar to gravity, right? It's gonna pull you down with it. So I want you to think about the sun is falling down and the rest of the planets are pulling on the gravity of the sun. Does that make sense?
Where's the sun falling to?
Yeah, what?
The
What?
sun, well, we're in a big, think about a big ocean. Okay? So I'll explain to you where the sun is falling to later, but I don't want to go too much into
What
the
does
Wait,
this
into
have to
the
do with
this right now.
pulsars?
is the
Well,
Earth
I'm going to explain
flat?
to you right now. Okay? So now I want you to look at now a pulsar
Mohammed,
star
what shape is the
huh,
Earth?
is round. How does the spin come? The pulsar star, what basically the pulsar star is guiding is it's sending out a wave with the knocks
No, but
that's
it's not.
allowing the spin.
That's
But there's multitude of them. So
pulsars.
let me explain to you like this.
That's not how pulsars work.
So
Pulsars are
a
just
pulsar
rapidly
star.
spinning neutron stars.
So let me explain it like this. Rapidly spinning, perfect.
Yes,
So
please explain it to
when
me. Yeah.
now if I'm gonna drop a heavy weight like the ship, and now there's now there's I stay around that ship, and there's another force pushing me. Will I be spinning around that ship when I'm falling in the ocean?
I have no idea what you're asking.
So like, have you ever studied like with water? Whenever a big ship falls, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to swim as far as possible, right? Because it's gonna pull you with it.
I've
Correct?
never heard this before. I don't even know if that's true.
So there is
Well, look it
something
up.
that
Let's look it
happens
up.
in the wake of a ship where it could like temporarily pull you under briefly. That's one of the reasons why like if you fall off board, you don't want to like stay. You think you might want to grab onto the side of the ship, but that's a bad instinct. It might actually pull you under the hull. But you don't like necessarily get trapped under there. Like the boat goes over top of you and you come back out on the back end.
No, no, when it's sinking though. The weight of the boat will pull you in. If it's a very big ship, it will pull you in
How?
with it.
What effect is the
Like
weight
it
of the
has
boat
a, you
having
know,
on you? It's
okay,
not
have you ever
gravity.
seen a ping pong ball in a cone? A ping pong ball in a cone? When you blow in the
Yes,
cone, it
we
pushes the
know
air
about
back in.
that's the Venturi effect. It doesn't work in water.
Are you sure?
Not naturally.
I don't know what effect you're referring to. Ping pong ball
So
cone.
let's just like
He's
Is
talking
it the
I'll
about
thing where if
explain
you
this.
blow air up?
he's talking about the
Is
dumb
it? Are you talking about the thing
experiment.
if you blow air up?
Ship.
No, no, no. There's a dumb experiment showing the Venturi effect where if you blow down at the right time, the ping pong ball will stay in the cone rather than falling out because of the Venturi effect.
Sinking.
Is this like a funnel? Like what cone?
It's a funnel, and the way that the way
Like is
that
it going? It's going around?
it goes around the ping pong ball and creates low pressure on the sides, I believe, and high pressure in the middle
Oh, okay. So this is basically the Magnus effect in reverse. Okay, fine, fine.
It's a void. It's basically a
What does
void
this have to do
pressure
with pulsars?
because the spinning of the neutron basically is there are three balls basically that are
There's
falling
not
down and
three
sinking
balls in a
towards you.
neutron star. There's not a neutron star is one thing.
No, you're looking at because what you're looking at is you're looking. This is why I can't explain. I have to go to the next topic. But basically, when you're looking at a water, what you're gonna find is when the spin happens, the spin you're
What does
seeing
this
is
have to do
only
with the
the
neutron
inside of the
star?
spin, because you're only
Neutron
seeing
stars aren't
the
in
density.
water.
But it's just the reflection. It's like a reflection of water. So if
What?
water, the density
Neutron stars
shifts.
don't reflect water.
No, because when you look at space, you're looking at it as a vacuum, right?
What do you think a vacuum is?
Okay, but like let me explain to you something. Okay, I want you
What
to
do you
think about
think a
space as an
vacuum
ocean.
is, Muhammad? I want to make sure you and I agree on what a vacuum is.
A vacuum is okay. So let me go like this. Do you think there's okay? For instance, okay? So what is the difference between water and air?
Muhammad,
Why can't you just answer the question directly?
what is a
Because I'm
vacuum?
answering your question. Okay, a vacuum is a lack of air, right?
Not just.
Sure, yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean,
It's a
does
lack
it?
of everything.
Yes,
A lack of
thank
everything,
you.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
So
better.
now
That's close enough. Lack of air. That's a good layman's explanation.
okay, so let's say this. Okay, if for instance in water, okay, water. What's the difference
Why
between
are we
water
talking
and
about
air?
water?
Because everything is similar to each other. It's all based
They're
on
made of
No,
different
they're
things.
not.
They have different
on
pressures. They
waves.
have different densities. Space is not like
Okay.
space is not like either of those.
What? Okay, so like okay, it's different densities, like you said. So air has a
Space
different
doesn't have a
density.
density. It's nothing there. There's nothing there, right? Space is not a fluid. Air
Okay,
and water are both
so
fluids. Space is not a fluid.
And like we
okay, so
thought
let me
that
ask you
maybe
this:
there was some sort of substrate out there
how do
called the ether, and
how
it turned out that there wasn't.
how do they push off of rockets? How do rockets push off
Oh God, no.
in the air?
Rockets don't push off of anything.
Altitude? What did they
They
push
don't
off? How do
push
they?
off of anything.
What do they
Okay,
do?
so rockets work via reaction forces. So if you were on a skateboard and you threw a bowling ball in one direction, you would go the other direction. Rockets work by the same principle.
Okay, so explain to me that one more time. If I was on a bowling ball and I threw the bowling ball,
Imagine that you're on a skateboard. You know what a
yeah,
skateboard is?
yeah,
You're on a
okay,
skateboard and you throw a
okay,
bowling ball. What will happen to you?
yeah. I'll
What
move.
happens to you?
I'll move.
This is not a rhetorical question.
I'll move.
Yeah, you'll go in the other direction, right?
Yeah.
So rockets function on the same principle. They throw stuff out the back and they go forward.
Okay. So, like, let me ask you this. Okay, they throw something out of their own system, not inside the system. Like, for instance, I
Yeah.
push water and then I swim. Correct?
No,
Is that
not like
correct?
swimming.
Well, rockets
No, no,
push
no, no.
fuel
Yeah.
right.
They no,
Rockets
they're
push
their own
fuel
one.
that they had inside of them.
Yes, yes,
Right.
yes.
The
They
same
throw their own
way,
stuff out. They're not pushing on something else.
yeah, the
Okay,
same way the bowling ball is
so
part
how
of the
do
system till you let go of
okay,
it.
so how do the planets move and the sun?
It's crazy pivot.
They are in gravitational orbit. They don't need
Gravitational
propulsion to
orbit.
stay in orbit.
Okay, perfect. Okay, and how does light travel?
Yeah.
It has no choice.
Okay, so
It's
Through the
massless.
light
electromagnetic
rays.
field.
Exactly. Okay, so light rays, and gravity are on a smaller spectrum than what we're on, like
What do you think a
than
spectrum
air,
is?
correct? Like, okay, let's say we use what type of thing can we like manipulate? Type of waves. Okay, so like for instance, isn't light kind of like a wave, like a water wave?
But you said light and gravity. They're not
Like, isn't
It's
remotely
not.
the
sound?
same thing.
One second. Isn't sound? Well, so light and gravity are similar to each other because
How?
gravity is a wave. Because if you look at the new
Gravity is
studies,
just
they
the
just want to know
bending of space
first.
time. It's just
No,
warping
no,
of
no.
space
Gravity
time.
is a
It's
wave.
gravity
They
is a
tested it with a
wave.
laser. Yeah, they
Not
tested it with a laser.
not all gravity is a wave. There are gravitational waves. Not all gravity is a wave.
So what are the other wave gravity pulls?
Via static or non-wave like propagations of the warping of spacetime.
By the way,
What do you mean?
This,
Non-wave.
by the way,
Go ahead.
this language of a knocking star existed in pre-Islamic works. Are you aware of this?
Okay.
There's a female pre-Islamic soothsayer, Zubara, and she speaks of a quote of the star that knocks at night and the clouds full of rain.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay.
But also, no stars knock.
Yeah, this is merely a passage
No,
that's meant to demonstrate that you have a star that's like piercing through the night, like someone who comes to visit you at night. They suddenly make themselves known. It's the same way that the star just suddenly shines in the night, and that's all this passage is about.
well, there's other things that are hidden within this, but Lam Salaman. So, so
Yeah,
basically,
salami.
we're talking about the waves. So not all gravity is waves. Can you explain that to me? First off, just before I go into this thing, I just sometimes I'm really trying to learn and understand both y'all's perspective. So I'm trying to
Mohammed,
get
you've
understand
been
each point. If
good.
that's all right.
You've
Does
been
that make
good. You
sense?
just have to understand that like you have a kind of a little bit of a habit of like verbal diarrhea where you say a lot of words and I don't think you know what any of those words mean. So it might be helpful from your position maybe just slow down a little bit. Use less words.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Maybe just like try to. Okay. So what I'm trying to say here is that what we're facing is that gravity is a wave and light is a wave, and they travel through space. Now what we have is sound is a wave.
And what does this have to do with the pulsar knocking?
So this is a big concept. That's why I wanted to switch to the embryology, because it's like a kind of a large thing. This is talking about how the Earth and the Sun and the Moon is all swimming, and this is explained in the Quran as well. But like I'm trying to explain it to you, and it's a big
But
topic.
they're
I
not
can
swimming.
continue it,
They're
or
not
what?
moving. They're not propellant. So look, there's no similarity between the swimming that you and I or a fish do and the way that stars and planets move through space.
No, no, no. You're
One
looking at
involves
it like
propulsion off of an external medium, the other doesn't.
no, no. You're looking at it wrong. I'm talking about like the same concept with the ship, but there's different forces that are getting in play. So like gravity is like the sound. So like sound can be like
But
if I was
gravity's
to
not
yell
like sound,
or
right?
so that's why I'm trying to explain to you
Gravity has
the
almost
idea of
nothing in
density and
common with
how the
sound.
different well this is what I'm trying to explain to you. If you give me a moment. So if I was able to
Muhammad,
like
what is more
give instance.
likely? What is more likely? Because look, and I mean this with love. It seems like there's a lot of physics you don't know, which is fine. Not needs to know physics, but like not knowing that rockets work via Newton's third law, via reaction forces, it just indicates to me that you're not going to teach me anything about physics here. There's nothing that you could say right now that would be news to me. So why do you
Okay,
think
so
that when I tell you that pulsars don't knock, that you're going to give me some new information that I've never heard before?
so what I'm coming to tell you basically is I explain it to you like Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. He explained it to like a normal Joe, average Joe. So to explain it to you in your terms, in your high technology, and your the what how you live in like on this current times and like what you've studied, I just have to find the matches to it. So I'm trying to give you examples of other things that are similar to it, so you can connect the basis. So like if
You
I
know,
was able
Christians
But
make
to
they
the
aren't
same
similar.
claim.
but give me a second. So if I was able, if I had a very long, loud voice and a strong voice, would that voice be able to hold an object down or bring an object up?
Like,
No.
can you lift an object with sound? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I mean,
Not
Ultrasound.
with a single source, you
Ultrasound.
can't. Not with
Okay,
a
but you
single
can with
source.
multiple sources, right?
Yeah, if you form a hemisphere with microphones or with speakers, you can do sonic levitation.
Okay. So would that kind of act like gravity?
No, it's completely unrelated.
Why?
Behaves in a completely different way.
Explain to me the difference if you can.
I gotta get
One
some
is
cracking.
levitation.
This is all you, Blitz.
One is levitation. The other is one is levitation caused by pressure differentials that cause standing waves. The other is geodesic distances changing as a result of the presence of mass, causing the effects that we call gravity. Like they're just different things.
All right, let me ask
They're
you this.
not related at all. They have nothing in common.
If I flip the levitation unit and I put the object on the ground, would it be harder to pick up the object?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So right now, as gravity, it's harder for us to get up, right? Because of gravity. We would be floating away if it wasn't for
So
gravity, correct?
because wait, sorry. So just because sound can produce a force on something, and we often describe gravity as a force, doesn't mean that they have anything in common. That would
No,
be like
because
saying that a
what I'm trying to say
spring
is
is the same thing as gravity because springs apply forces.
no. So what I'm coming to you at is that they're different wavelengths. They're both the same wavelength. So one is on a higher frequency and one's on a lower frequency.
No, no, no. This has nothing to do with wavelengths.
So let me explain it to you like this. Okay.
This has nothing to do with frequency.
Okay. So how
Gravitational
does
fields are not gravitational fields like the Earth's is static. It's not a wave.
okay. Well, what with the pulsar star, you said some of them are waves, correct? With some gravity pulls, there are waves. In the
No.
recent study with
The gravitational
Liger
field of a
in South
pulsar is
America, they
essentially
proved that.
constant.
But so with LIGAR, they proved in South America, or I don't know exactly where, they
Oh
got
my
a Nobel
god.
Peace Prize because they proved that gravity was a
It's
wave,
called
correct?
LIGO, and
Yeah, LIGO.
it's called LIGO, and it's in Louisiana, not South America.
They have different locations, but maybe I'm wrong.
I I think he
There are
meant
no
Southern
locations in South
America.
America. I
Okay.
think so.
All right. So
What they
in
showed is
the
that gravity can take on wave-like behavior. These are called gravitational waves. But the gravity that the Earth produces, the gravity that pulsars produce, the gravity that black holes produce, these are just static gravitational configurations. There's no waves happening at all.
okay, so these different stars are located in different areas, correct? And they're
What
pushing
different
onto the
stars?
Earth, right? They're
What
all
different
producing
stars?
gravitational pushes towards the Earth, correct?
Gravity doesn't push. Gravity pulls.
Okay, so they okay, so the gravity pulls. Okay, so with the sun
Yeah.
pulling us, the sun is pulling us in, correct? And that's why we're rotating. Is that correct?
Yep.
All right,
That's why
what
we're
is making
orbiting.
us spin?
Yes.
Is there another separate force, gravitational force that's pushing the Earth and spinning it?
Do you mean why does the Earth like spin about its axis like every 24
Yeah,
hours?
is it because of another gravitational push?
No, that's not. That has nothing to do with gravity.
Then
No.
why is it
No, it's
spinning?
just
Because of the
conservation of angular momentum.
so is it because of the spinning
Because
from
when it
the
formed, it
from
was
the sun?
spinning.
So there's
No.
nothing that
The
continues
sun
spinning
spins for
then.
the same reason that the Earth spins. The sun spins for the same reason that the Earth spins, in that the cloud of gas and dust that formed the solar system was spinning.
Okay. Okay. So whenever now I want you to think of this, okay? We drop the sun that weighs huge amount and we drop an earth nearby in the water. What's going to happen is the sun is going to pull the earth closer until it comes together, correct?
Why are they in the water?
Well, because why I say we're in the water, okay? Because I want you to think about the vacuum that we're looking at. The space is similar to the water, And why I say it's similar to the
But it's
water.
not similar to the water.
Okay, so let me explain to you why I say it's similar to the water.
Like they have nothing in
Okay.
common.
What is the difference? Like let's just put the traits. What is the traits of the vacuum and what is the traits of the water?
Almost by
And then let's look at
definition, a
gravity.
vacuum has no traits.
Okay. But why does light and gravity,
It
which is
would
waves,
literally be
gravity is
the
a wave
absence
and
of
light is
water.
waves? Yeah, but what light has to travel on something, correct?
It travels through
No.
electromagnetic fields. These are not
Electromagnetic
substances.
fields. Okay. So electromagnetic
Hmm.
fields. Okay, electricity, like we know, electricity is a wave. So if I'm trying to send you
No,
my
it's
board,
not.
how is electricity not a wave? Can you explain to me that?
So many 9/11s in one
DC
conversation.
currents. I know. DC currents are static. They are
Okay.
not oscillatory. They have no frequency.
Okay, so
You're thinking of
let's
alternating current.
no. DC current as well.
That's why they
DC
call it
current
alternating.
is a voltage. It has speed.
Yes.
Then then
The
electricity is
voltage
not a wave because DC current is
So
not
let me
oscillatory.
say this.
Voltage
Okay.
voltage is a potential. It's a potential. It's not a wave.
Okay, so let me
It's
explain
a
to you like
like
this.
a
Okay.
force.
So how does our wireless network work?
Oh god.
The electromagnetic waves. That's Wi-Fi.
Electromagnetic
So
waves,
light is a
correct?
wave. Yeah,
Okay,
light is a wave.
Okay, now how about
Uh-huh.
electromagnetic? Electricity, like the we have a wave spectrum, right? When you look at this, like
So
microwave,
just like how
I got through there.
gravitational waves, just like how gravitational waves are the phenomenon of gravity taking on a waveform, but not all gravity is a wave. Electromagnetic waves are the electromagnetic phenomena taking on a waveform, but not all electricity is a wave.
Okay. Okay, sounds good. So water, when we go look at the ocean, is it always waves? Is there always waves?
It
Or does
probably
it
is
stay
always
still
waves,
sometimes?
but no, not always.
Yeah.
No, but can't water be still?
I mean, the reason
I mean,
why
like, not
the
the ocean.
ocean isn't flat glass is because there's other objects acting upon it.
Exactly. That's the same thing with our environment that we're facing right now, but we're not seeing these actions
No,
applied on it
Okay,
except
the
for gravity.
moon,
so what about this? What
the
about this
rotation of the
sonic?
Earth,
Yeah, there you go.
Hmm?
What about this sonic pulsar?
the moon
How
and
are
the
we talking
rotation
about
of the
sound?
Earth, tectonic plates. I mean, there are things acting on the water, making it move.
The sun, the wind.
Yeah. So so is the effect, like for instance of a black hole or the pulsar star doesn't have effect on our environment at all?
Oh no, they are much too far away.
Their constant forces don't affect our environment at all because LIGO could sense
No, not
the
at all.
shift, and they sensed it across the whole, like they had a little tiny laser in a little area and they sensed it, and they sensed just the
So the
change of
laser
that
wasn't tiny; it
little
was like
movement.
4 kilometers long. Yeah. So do
It's
you know
four,
how
yeah,
small the movement
okay.
was? And by the way, what LIGO detected is not just a black hole being a black hole or a pulsar being a pulsar. They detected two black holes colliding with each other, and that will have a
Yes.
tiny, tiny, tiny but measurable effect on us.
Okay, so let's say this. Okay, I'm gonna say this. Okay, our atom. What is the size of our atom?
Atoms are about a tenth of a
We're
nanometer across.
tenth. There's tons of little tiny atoms, correct?
Yeah.
And they make us our human self, correct? So some
Yeah.
little effect on a multitude of high scale could affect us significantly, correct?
No, see, here's the thing. The effect from the kind of effect that LIGO detected wouldn't even affect a single atom. That's how small it was.
Yes. Well, because the thing is, we haven't even been able to detect. This is our first time even just detecting gravity, correct? And that was because this was such a strong
No,
force.
we've been
Whenever, so
detecting gravity since like humans
yeah,
dropped down from the
detecting
trees, you know.
yeah, detecting gravity is because of the drop of the apple, or however y'all the story they explain. But let me explain it to you like this. Okay, so I think a black hole colliding is like a big, massive event, correct? So that
Yep,
would
very
cause like
massive,
if
very
you're
big.
talking about tsunami, when a tsunami hits, we're definitely going to detect a tsunami, but we're not going to detect little tiny waves in the ocean, correct?
Do you know how tiny? Do you know how tiny the effect was from the two black holes colliding?
Yeah, but two black holes is
It wouldn't
massive,
even affect a
bro.
single atom. I know.
Okay,
Do you know how tiny the effect was?
I understand, man. That this is behind
Do you?
this is
No, no.
beyond
This is
our
not a
technology
rhetorical
can
question. Do
see.
you know the answer? Do you know the answer?
No, I don't know the answer.
So, over a 4 kilometer distance, that 4 kilometers shrunk in length by something about 1/10,000th the width of a proton.
Okay.
So we're
Okay,
talking
let me
10 to
ask
the
you this.
minus 20 meters shorter compared to 4 kilometers. That's how small the effect is.
Let me ask you this. If I'm sitting in space and I see the waves of the ocean?
From
Probably not.
space?
I mean, with a telescope, you probably could. With a
Yeah,
telescope, you probably
how
could,
about
but
a
probably not with your
tsunami? Could
eyes.
I maybe see a tsunami? Would it be much more
Tsunamis are
apparent?
actually like not really.
But it would be like depending on how the scale of it would be much more apparent. So you're talking about a black hole colliding. Two black holes, these are big objects, correct? It's going to make a much bigger
Yep.
sign, right? That we can in
Well,
our
no,
wavelength that we had
so
why
they
did we have to stretch it 4 kilometers? Because the laser had to be so tiny to reach it. So the thing had to be so much
no, no, the
bigger
laser is
to reach the
huge.
laser size.
The
Does
laser is
that make sense?
huge.
The laser
The laser is
circle, like the
huge.
laser is huge. But why did it have to stretch for four
Yeah,
kilometers?
because they needed to. Because the effect is tiny.
Because the effect is tiny, exactly. So now think about the gravitational pulls, even if it was even tinier.
Oh,
Does that make sense?
but Mohammed, here's the thing.
Does that make sense
Here's
to
the thing.
you? Do you
Single
understand what I'm saying?
stars. Yeah, except you're wrong. Single stars don't give off gravitational waves.
No, it's okay. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Okay, so Allahumma salli ala Bismillah. Alhamdulillah. I understand
Hey,
your point,
Doctor.
what you're trying to say, the knowledge that you have, but I'm just trying to explain to you where you don't you might see the tsunami, but you don't see the other effects of other gravity. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that the vacuum that we're looking at,
No, no,
the vacuum.
we know that regular stars don't give off. No, no, no. This is something that we know for a fact. We know that single stars don't give off gravitational waves. We know that colliding stars do. And the reason we know this is because it was predicted by Albert Einstein and then confirmed by all of the experiments in the last 100 years.
Okay.
We know that
Do-
single stars don't give off gravitational waves. This is a fact.
Well, this is
Dr.
what I'm trying to explain.
Dr. Blitz, how does it feel to be talked to like a living chat GPT?
Okay.
Uh, honestly, it's been better.
Yeah, I know. Alhamdulillah.
Have you
Okay, so
considered it maybe you should turn your diploma in and take lessons from Muhammad?
Alhamdulillah.
Seems like a good idea. Suffice it to say,
Yes.
pulsars don't knock.
Okay.
And neither
Okay,
does
so
the
do you want to go
star
to
in the Quran.
embryology? Do you want to do the embryology?
No, it's 11:30. I was supposed to stop debating at 11 o'clock, but this has been the absolute train wreck I couldn't look away from, so I had to keep it going.
Wait, is
But
it?
we'd love for you to come back Friday night. It's Wednesday night right now, right? We'd love for you to come back Friday night, maybe at a earlier time period. We can have a longer conversation.
Okay. I'll try to be honest with you. Friday is a little difficult sometimes for me. But I'll try
Well,
to.
I'll be here Wednesday again next week and Monday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
I have to do it a little later because I go to five. I pray 5 times a day at the mosque. So
Right.
after the mosque, I'll try to come and talk to you. I appreciate y'all's time.
Okay, love to hear from you.
All
Yeah,
right,
thanks
thank
for
you.
being cordial. It was interesting.
Yeah, I really appreciate your time. Have a great day, guys.
Cheers.
Justin.
Dr. Blitz.
Well, yeah. Yeah,
Thank you
for
so
real.
much for doing that.
Before-
I wouldn't have been able to I would have cut
So
them so
before
long
we get
ago.
off topic from pulsars, I found out about something that I don't know how I haven't heard of this. There's a thing called a blitzar,
No.
which like it's a thing.
You have your
it's
own
a
star
thing.
now.
Somebody wrote a paper about it like 10 years ago. I'm right, like
It's
before this guy
prophetic.
started rambling about pulsars, I was gonna write a script about it because like, come on, like I have to.
That's
I
amazing.
have to make a video about
That's
that.
amazing.
I know.
yeah,
It's
Damn.
perfect.
That's prophetic.
Anyway. Yeah, I mean,
It is.
you
It's
know,
prophetic.
well, maybe we should start a religion. It was
Too late.
prophesied.
I mean, we could.
It was prophesied 11 years ago.
This
While y'all
this
were
is
talking
obviously
about-
the fulfillment of Numbers 24, the star
The star.
rising from David.
I mean,
or, you
Dr.
know,
Blitz
it's
is
from Judah.
ethnically Jewish, so
I-
he
I
could be
did
the
have a-
fulfillment.
I had a
I always forget.
great grandfather whose name was David.
There you go. While y'all were talking about pulsars, I used a chat GPT to create a picture of a guy made out of salami rising from a lake, aka a salami lake man.
Is that Islamophobic?
I don't know.
It might
Listen,
be.
before we read super chats and close out the stream, listen, I got to do something. I really have to. Jack, I apologize. We don't have time to do any more debates, but I got to bring you on for a second because your twin brother is on the screen. Okay.
Oh, that's weird.
Don't tell me that before Dalton shaved his mustache, he wasn't twin brothers with Jack.
Are you Dalton on the bottom here?
I'm Dalton on the bottom.
Or to me at least. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Jack.
Dalton, prior to today, he had your exact mustache.
Yo, if I shaved, I'd have your face too, so. Well, it's too bad. I wish there was.
That's weird.
It's martyrs across time. You guys have heard me before. My God's not imaginary because my God is the martyr's martyr, and you'll not deny such heroes across time, right? I do care for your eternal fate and hate to see you provoking doubt. To be fair, I want to encourage you to doubt, and to establish the fact that Christ is more than a martyr here.
Yeah, we're not doing any of
Oh.
that. No preaching here.
He started preaching.
Anyways, Jack, it was good to hear from you. I would have kept you up if it wasn't for the preaching. But anyways, adorable script. You were nice about it at least. We're gonna read some super chats and probably fill up the next hour. And we got a bunch because we had some long conversations tonight. Usually we have like 10 people come up, but we only had, I think, 5 conversations, and they were all pretty long, like an hour each. So that means we're kind of backed up on super chats. I apologize if yours hasn't been read yet. It will be read at this time now. Dr.
All right,
Blitz,
I'm gonna
I don't
dip
know
out.
how
I'll be
do this
listening.
science nonsense.
I watched.
I'll be
I
listening,
watched-
but I have to write a script.
I just watched your video
Thank
today
you, my
on
friend.
with talking to Riz, and it was.
It was so funny. I love Riz. I love that guy.
Oh yeah,
He and I go way
guys,
back.
everyone has to go check out Dr. Blitz's channel just for that video alone.
Oh yeah, you should do that.
Yeah.
All right, I'm seriously. I gotta dip. I
Absolutely.
gotta write a script on blitzars.
Cheers, Fred. See you soon.
You know,
Dr. Blitz.
Justin. You know who just started streaming as well?
Who's that?
Jim Barrows has started doing streams.
Yeah, I helped him set up his computer. I
Hell
love
yeah.
Jim.
So
I'm
everyone
gonna
needs to
get Jim
go
on
and
the
help
show
out
sometime
Jim's.
soon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jim Barrows is awesome. He's on AXP with me. Nice guy. Dope guy. All right, listen, friends, we're gonna read some super chats. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting the channel. And I'm sorry we've got so many that we saved for the end of the live, but we just had a lot of long conversations today. Adam says, Mashiach Justin Ben Doug. All hail rock hard for Doug. I like this title. I do like this title. Thank you for that. And Lindsay says, what is the Living Bible? The Living Bible was the precursor to the NLT, the New Living Translation, if I remember correctly. Let me double check. I thought that came from the Great
yeah.
Bible.
and it was less a lot. So the reason they created a New Living Translation was because the Living Bible was very well. It didn't have a lot of oversight on its translation.
Yeah, the Living Bible is a paraphrased Bible started in the 70s. It was the precursor to the NLT. And to be sure, it is a paraphrase. I like the NLT better than the Living Bible. The NLT is what they refer to as a dynamic equivalence. And to be sure, like if you get the NLT Study Bible, while I don't love the translation because I don't like dynamic equivalencies, I do love a lot of the study notes in that Bible. So I knew a number of the scholars that worked on the NLT Study Bible, and they're fantastic scholars. But again, the translation is.
I have an NLT Catholic edition, so it's got the deuterocanonical books in it in the same translation style.
I wish I had that. I do not. That sounds dope. I would love to have that. Handsome Cat, good to see you. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, can you back up Planet Peterson at DebateCon soon? I don't even know what DebateCon is. I do know this, though. I know that there are a lot of debate circuits that people go on, and I understand the appeal. But the reality is, we've had this discussion here before, I want the message of deconstruction to go as far as possible. And from what I can tell, the best way to do that is continue doing these live streams where we could talk to as many people as possible and have as big as audience as possible. I'm not opposed to going on like the debate channels, but the reality is our channel is growing so big, we've got more viewers than them. What does it get us to go on their channels anymore? As I've been saying from the beginning of this channel, stop giving Christian channels attention. Make them come to us. Make them come to our turf where we can actually engage in the dialogue we want to engage in, rather than having to do all these horrible pre-sup bullshit conversations that don't actually go anywhere.
Plus, I think, oh God, I hate formal debates. They're so boring. Like, why would I want to participate in one if I don't even like watching them?
Yeah. I mean, they're not exciting unless you get to go somewhere big, like you go to Cambridge or Oxford or something like that. I don't think they're worth the time. I mean, that's how Alex O'Connor got famous. He was doing debates on the big stage. But unless you're on like a gigantic stage, I don't see how it helps you. Well, you have to build your own brand. Like even, and I hate to say it because people are mad, with the name Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk and those who did this, like the stuff before him. What was the guy that got in trouble for abusing his wife, but he was doing the same thing Charlie Kirk did first?
He's talking about the
he had the Change
Prove Me
My
Wrong
Mind
guy?
banner. Yeah, that guy. Stephen, what the hell
Crowder.
is his name? Stephen something. Crowder, yeah.
Crowder,
So
yeah.
they did the same thing we're doing, except we're doing it on the internet. They went out and challenged randos to debate them, and it was, for them, that was their way of getting their message out. We're just doing the same thing. We're getting our message out in the way that we feel is the most effective. So if I can get a big stage, if I can get on like a big university or on Jubilee, of course I'll do it. But I'm not going to waste a bunch of time going on like random podcasts here and there that want me to debate their channel and 5 people are watching. Why am I wasting my time with this when at the average stream on YouTube we can get between 2,000 and 3,000 people watching? What are we doing with our time, right?
Yeah.
So it's just, math is math.
I always just skip to the cross-examine portions of the debates.
I agree. I hate the preambles. But anyways, that's the answer to that. That's why you don't see me on a bunch of debate circuits, because it needs to be at a particular level for me to care about it. Because my goal is not to be famous. My goal is not to be the face that everybody knows. My goal is to make sure that as many people deconstruct from toxic religions as humanly possible. That's my goal. And I think this is the most effective way to do it. And Jam and Jay says Dalton is the new Hanji. I expect ooh-woos and roars. Well, we absolutely have ooh-woos.
Listen here. Oh, listen here, you're my luckies.
Malakas.
I love Assassin's Creed. I also love Assassin's Creed Odyssey, so it's not that far off.
Yeah, Hanji's doing well. She's floating around TikTok, guys. Make sure you say hi to her. Dr. Pizza says, please stop indulging Joe's humiliation fetish. I contemplated whether or not I'm going to stop taking Joe because he never brings anything good or new to the argument. But I have this, you guys know me, I have this deep hope that eventually he'll see the light of his own folly and he'll just give up the act. We'll see. You never know. Helping Mega Deconstruct says, Joe, you need SPF 2 million. Trust me, that joke hits close to home. Trust me, I'm FPS 50 or I'm going home like a lobster. Anything below that. Thank you for that. Doc Soul, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says exactly why is the King James considered not good? I think we talked about this from an earlier super chat. The reason why it's not good is because we just know better Hebrew than they did, and it wasn't a good translation in the first place because it wasn't a real translation. It was an update of the Bishop's Bible. And here's my favorite example. I've been using it since the beginning of my live stream career. My favorite example forever will be the fact that George Smith and others discovered all these clay tablets at the turn of the 19th century. And we discovered who Asherah was. We discovered that Asherah was, in fact, a female deity. They didn't know that prior than that. We didn't have the Ugaritic tablets that were discovered in, 1923 or some nonsense, and anything beyond that. So the King James Bible, every time Asherah turns up, it gets translated as a grove of trees because the root consonants are relatively similar. They didn't know what to do with it. They didn't know how to translate it. And all the King James Bible, all of them, you'll never find the mention of Asherah once because they didn't know who the fuck she was. So it's not that they were dumb. The King James translators were smart. They were intelligent people. They were just working with a different data set than what we have today.
You know? I would love to see one day us get a Bible translation that is made only from non-confessional secular scholars who are actually honest with what the text says. That would be such a bomb translation.
Well, that's why most scholars like the NRSV, is because the people who work on the NRSV translation typically are pure academics. They don't pick people based on their theological positions. But for sure, Bible translations like the NLT, the NIV, they tend to find people that fall within a range of scholarship and still mainstream Christianity. So one of my professors that worked on the NLT, I think he did Deuteronomy in the NLT for the translation and the study notes. He was a real, actual scholar. He wrote a bunch of commentaries that are well respected in the scholarly community, but he was still considered an evangelical Christian. He still was an actual believer. And that's the type of person that they're looking for. That being said, the NRSV doesn't really care all that much. They don't care what your theological background is or if you're evangelical. They just want the best translation possible. And so that's why scholars recommend the NRSV, because it's a translation without dogma. That's the goal, is to get rid of the dogma. Adam says, Stone Soup is a European folk story. We are aware. We know it in America too, actually. The Doug fed the poor. And in the folk tales, I'm rocking semi-hard to Doug. Well, listen, we'll take semi-hard over flaccid. Just don't be flaccid for Doug. Doug wants you to be rock hard. And Master Mashidier said, Joe, you're dishonest, bad faith Christian. 1,000,000%, Master. He's not coming in good faith, which is why he starts the conversation of accusing us. And Mo says, Joe thought 1 Peter 3:15 means come in headstrong. For those who don't know, 1 Peter 3:15 is a classic passage that says that you need to have ready a defense for the hope that lies within inside of you, meaning always be ready to articulate why you have the faith that you have, rather than accusing the other side of being bad faith. Zaft Fajiz, thank you for the 100 NOK, says asking what moment something happened in evolutionary history is like asking a 90-year-old woman what time and date she got old. Rock hard for Doug from Oslo. Well, thank you, Raft. I appreciate that. And yes, that's exactly it. You're asking at what point in time did this long process that happened over many years occur? It's a category problem.
The analogy I often use for talking about evolution and this gradual process is imagine you have a color gradient that starts off black and goes to white, and it's been cut into a million slivers. At what point does it become black?
That's actually a really good analogy. I like that. I might use that sometime if you're not around. Hunter Runda, thank you for the $5 super chat, says the geological column is both vertical and horizontal. It can be. It's typically horizontal. Perpendicularism is what Doug approves of. Rock hard for Doug. Simply wet for Sharon. Big W for huge grace. And get pulverized for pebbles. I forget what we're doing for Rocky. But yeah, thank you for that. And Jam and Jay says, Joe, the only words out of your mouth should be, I'm sorry. You grape and slavery apologist fork. The silly look on your face when Justin cooks you is sublime. Thank you, Jam and Jay. And yes, I do like his facial expressions. As a person who likes facial expressions, Joe doesn't hide anything. He tells you what he's thinking, even if he's not speaking. John, thank you for the super chat. It says, what if Obama wrecked half of the White House and spent $300 million on a gold ballroom? Fox News would be pretending to lose it. What would Jesus think? Well, I'll tell you what. Jesus wouldn't do what Fox News does and get pissed that a black president wore a tan suit. I'll never understand the performative outrage that they had for Obama, and then the way they'll completely look aside when we have a pedophile president in the White House with absolutely no regard for the country or its laws.
Preach,
Renaissance
brother.
Media says, thank you for your donation. And thank you, Renaissance Media, for your donation. And also, Renaissance says, I've talked to Kirby salesmen before. I've talked to Kirby salesmen more honest than him. And yes, to sell Kirby's door-to-door nowadays, you do have to engage in some lying. But listen, here's the thing. If some motherfucker comes to my house selling Kirby vacuums, I'm buying one. Those things are amazing. Have you used, unless they changed them, if they're still using like the 1950s like cast iron polished Kirby that weighs 100 pounds, I'm buying that son of a bitch. Those things are amazing. You don't have to sell it to me. I'm buying it. The only question is whether or not they've changed it. If they changed the design, then I don't want it. But that old school heavy vacuum cleaner, it was so heavy it would really clean the carpet. It was heavy enough to really get into it. All these new plastic vacuum cleaners are horse shit.
By the way, guys, this entire stream was actually just a covert operation to sell Kirby vacuums.
Brought
Now
to you by
we can
Kirby
go home.
Vacuums. This was a hidden ad. Space Lord says, embarrassing to dudes that have been dead 25 years plus. Written by someone else? Yeah, you're right. Written by somebody else. It wouldn't be embarrassing for the disciples because the disciples didn't write that shit. We know that. They're written way after the disciples were engaging in any of this behavior. This was written by people who weren't disciples. They weren't Jews. And they were giving you a story about why the Jews fucked it up. Johnny, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, all hail the power of Doug for his angel of retribution. Kim Kelly's a badass, for producing a pernicious posse of predators pursuing pedophiles, pitching perverts into prison, lake of burning hemorrhoids. Yes, I love it. We do love anyone who is fighting against the pedos, whether they're in the church or out of the church, and Kim Kelly certainly is doing that. And SkepticQuest, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says the unearned confidence of Joe continues to astound me. That is the craziest thing, is the unearned confidence. I'll never understand how somebody who doesn't read the book is so confident in what it says or doesn't say. It's crazy to me. When I was a Christian and I heard things that sounded off to me, I would just say, that sounds off. I need to look into this. I'm not going to be like, you're fucking wrong until we actually read it.
I'm actually surprised more of these super chats aren't about Christian, to be honest. I thought they were going to rip into him, honestly.
There's more left.
The night's not over.
Varen says, first caller is so annoying. What's a good Hebrew lexicon / grammar? What's a good Hebrew Bible to study? Okay, so What's a good Hebrew lexicon? If you want something cheap, if you want something really easily readable and accessible, get the Brown Driver Briggs, formerly known as Brown Driver Briggs, but nowadays most people in the know just call it the BDB. Also, if you find anything written by Samuel Driver, buy that motherfucker. He's a genius. He wrote all kinds of literature. He wrote commentaries. He did comparative literature. But anyways, his joint venture in the BDB is amazing. If you want to spend a little bit of money, and by a little bit of money I mean probably $300, get yourself the Hebrew Aramaic Lexicon of the Old Testament, is abbreviated as the Hallet. I got mine cheaper because I bought the electronic version from Logos Bible Study rather than the hard print version. It was way cheaper that way. It's super expensive, but I got to be honest, unless you're a real Hebrew nerd, it's not that important that you spend the money on a Hallet. Just get the BDB. There are others. If you want something free, you get like the Cassinius lexicon, which was the precursor to the BDB. And there might be some others out there. The Klein dictionary is what they're using on Safaria. So I think they're still using Klein's. Dalton, what are you using?
Oh, so I use the BDB because that's where all I have really access to. But if someone's really, really cheap, go on Chabad.org and go to the Ask a Rabbi section and just send your questions to them.
That's certainly one way to do it. And then what's a good Hebrew Bible to study? Well, I mean, almost everybody in the business is going to tell you to get a copy of, if it was me, I would get the original copy of the Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia, which is a critical edition of the Hebrew Bible. It's got the Hebrew text and it's got all the textual variants in the apparatus. I'll warn you ahead of time, it takes a while to learn how to read the apparatus because it's all abbreviated. You have to memorize a lot of abbreviations. You could also get something like this. They do make a reader edition. This is not my favorite Hebrew reader edition. My favorite is in the other room because I use it more often. It's in my bedroom. But this has the less common words at the bottom, so that when you're reading and you see a word that only shows up in the Hebrew Bible like a couple times, you're like, well, fuck, I don't know what that word is. There's a rare word. Those rare words will be at the bottom of the page, so you can keep reading and not have to flip over to a lexicon.
Yeah, here's mine. It's like, well, it's worn the hell out. It's Zondervan.
Oh, hell yeah, look at that.
Bible. Yeah, I've had this sucker for well over 10 years.
If you're really just learning Hebrew, it doesn't hurt to get an interlinear Bible, but they're gigantic and they're expensive, and you get something better on your phone typically. So I don't know if you want to waste the money on that, but you can get them. They do exist. So that's what I would do for Hebrew texts. Chip, thank you for the super chat. It says, I'm not going to follow a dead guy just because you think some 2,000 years ago were embarrassed, Joe. Some people 2,000 years ago were embarrassed. That's a very good point. Like the idea that Jesus rose from the dead because a couple guys got embarrassed over the story is, I don't think that's a good marker of validity for the story. And John hates the stupid. I'm with you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, I finally caught a live. You guys are awesome. Praise Doug and pass the Kraken. Listen, cheers and salute to you. The Kraken is flowing. I'm not having too much tonight because I actually have to go to bed and do some stuff tomorrow. I got things to do. But Hank, thank you for the super chat. Says, in Australia, we'd call Joe an oxygen thief. Yes. We would actually say the same thing here, friend. Jennifer, my friend, good to see you. Says Jerusalem only had about 60,000 people in 30 CE. Rock hard for Doug. Yeah, that was the number I was pulling up, between 500 or 50,000 and 60,000. Well, the internet said between 500,000 and 600,000. So I don't know. Maybe we missed a zero. Jared Dean, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, if embarrassing equals true, then Horus and Set are real. Yes, of course, because Horus tricked Set into eating his seed as salad dressing, and that's embarrassing. I totally fucking forgot about that story.
Yeah, and like the example I already gave, like it's part of the Romulus myth that Romulus commits fratricide against his brother, which is like super shameful in Roman culture. Yet they believed it.
There's a lot of embarrassing deistic stories. El of the Ugaritic pantheon gets drunk and can't control himself in the bell cycle.
Asherah gets stripped naked and hung on a wall for 3 days. So
Yeah, ancient literature is full of embarrassing moments. Spurting Fluid Dynamics, also formerly known as Reverend Ricky Skaggs, says, whenever this strange bald man shows up, my dog avoids the TV screen and my toddler cries and hides. They know things. They don't like Joe either. I don't blame him. I don't blame him. And Lou says, just like Jesus, Justin once rode an ass. I have ridden a donkey and maybe an ass or two as well. But I don't think Jesus qualifies for that prophecy fulfillment. That's one more on top of Jesus. Andrew says a potato on Instagram has more followers than Jesus did. That is true. And a sock puppet on TikTok. Herbie Shine, thank you for the 10-pound chat, says, well, on Promises Facebook, a guy said that there's more written about Jesus than anyone. Oh, no. How do they say this with a straight face? Than anyone in history, so it must be true. He says there's history of resurrection. There's not. What would be a good counter argument? Well, I mean, literally, you can just say, look at all the textual writings we have of Alexander, or even the god Marduk. Take, for example, this text here, the ancient Near Eastern text relating to the Old Testament by James Pritchard, and just look how many writings there are of the deity Marduk. He's fucking all over the place. Or
we have
Anu, the sky god.
We have so much more information about Alexander the Great. The problem is Christians seem to confuse number of manuscripts with us having more information about Jesus.
You nailed it. We have almost no information about Jesus. We just have lots of manuscripts of the same bad information. Couldn't have said it better. JM says, Joe Bald is okay. Get rid of the rest. No bears needed. You know what? We really need, next time Joe comes up, to do Elisha and the Bears with him, just to see how he feels about it. Just a ranter, thank you for the super chat, says, hey, Joe, based on Justin's growth over the 1.5 years, he will have about 7.38 times 10 to the 6,000th power followers in 2,000 years. Put that in your ad populum fallacy and smoke it. That's fucking unbelievable.
That's good.
That is good. That is good. And Gabriel says, Joe is a joke. Props to you, Justin, for putting up with him. And after his horrid analogy about autistic children back the first time he called, oh my God, I forgot about that. Yeah, that was
what?
That was not good. Yeah, there was I forget the details. The first time we talked, he tried to do an analogy using autistic children. It didn't fly very well, as you might imagine.
Yeah.
For those who are new around here, I've got a pretty severely autistic son, and I don't take too kindly to people who talk lightly about autism. And I understand that that's just my sensitive area. I realize it's not a sensitive area for everybody, but it is a sensitive area for me.
Gee whiz, Joe.
Because autistic kids aren't dumb. I don't know if you know this. Autistic kids are not stupid, and they're not dumb. I'll repeat that for the third time. They're not stupid or they're not dumb. Neither one of those things. There's a portion of their brain that just didn't develop the same way everyone else's did. The portion of my son's brain that is associated with verbal communication did not develop. Other than that, he's incredibly bright and intelligent, emotionally connected, very sweet.
My nephew has that same exact form of autism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They're just living in a slightly different reality. It's like, imagine just being born deaf. You would have a very different reality. It's not all that different. It's just, there's a part of their developmental process that didn't come into existence. And no, it didn't have a fucking anything to do with Tylenol. We'll say that out loud. GH says, as well as the part about Jesus was interpolated. Also, can we give Joe or someone else 30 seconds? I don't know if we ever did that to Joe because he's not quite as preachy, but you're right. We do need to do that more often. I'll try to bring back every time we get a preachy guest, we'll do the 30-second to a minute joke with them. It's a fun thing to do. I enjoy it.
I
Sonic
did it
Shroom
on my
says,
live
how
a
would you
couple weeks.
know?
I did it on my
It's
live
good, huh?
last week because I heard about you doing it. I was like, oh, that was so satisfying.
It's the best way to end it. It is the best. Sonic Shroom says, how would you know what is embarrassing for a person 2,000 years ago? They don't. They're just repeating talking points. They don't actually know what would have embarrassed them. The reality is, if the women weren't first to the tomb, the story would have been stupid. No one would have believed it because women would have been at the tomb first. And Singer Soul says, I just saw your live on YouTube and I immediately noticed Joe on the thumbnail and I was like, here we go, Joe. Yeah, I know. Fucking dude keeps coming back for more. I've never seen someone come to get so many beatings. And Hank says Joe skipped into a minefield wearing clown shoes, and nothing has been truer than that. Nothing has been more true. And Hopian says, hey, Justin, what are some recommendations on resources for learning biblical Hebrew? Well, I can tell you an easy resource if you want to learn on your own. Well,
While he's looking for that,
with me on this shelf, but I can tell you the name of the text was The Basics of Biblical Hebrew by Gary Practico, and it's a good entry for people who need a soft entry, like you don't want to just get hammered right away. That's probably a good method. There are a lot of good intro to Hebrew books, though. What did you use, Dalton?
I was gonna say, for anyone who wants to like dive into the deep end, my suggestion is Time Machine. Just go back to ancient Israel. That'll get you the first-hand experience. Me, no, I just learned from a lot of Israelis and listening to rabbis and Hebrew speakers, and just spending and having no social life. So there you go.
How did they teach you the grammar? Because you're decent with the grammar.
Well, no, the grammar is just something that I picked up from just like reading. I'm just I
Okay.
don't know how to explain it. It just sort of came to me. I think there's a term for auto didact. I just taught myself. I don't know.
Maybe. Some people are just really good with languages. So for the rest of us, you can get yourself a strong and a weak verb grammar chart to memorize, so you can learn how to conjugate verbs. This is a really easy way to do it. You just memorize your simple cal verbs, and then nifal, pual, pl, so on and so forth. You'll be able to memorize them. I just make flashcards out of stuff like this and memorize them the old school way.
I
But
do use
that's a good way
flashcards.
to figure
Yeah.
out grammar. Yeah, flashcards is the way to go. But yeah, so I mean that's a good way to do it. Honestly, you can take online Hebrew class through all kinds of resources for cheap, even if you don't want to get a university degree. There's lots of ways to do it, or join your local synagogue and ask them if they do Hebrew lessons. A lot of them do, actually. Lou, thank you for the super chat, says, according to the Rachelians, French atheist cult, Ezekiel 1 and 428 describes what a spaceship a spaceship landing on Earth would look like. Is it Bronze Age? It does not.
I think they misspelt that. It's they are called Raelians. Their leader is named Rael. I think he worked in a supermarket before he had his revelation and changed his name to Rael. But I've read his holy text before. It's wild. He thinks that aliens used like basically super advanced bulldozers to like create the land from the oceans, and that all the prophets like Buddha and Muhammad and Jesus were all like visited by the aliens. It's crazy read.
Oh, God. Sounds like he's related to Marshall Applegate. And
And yeah, but if you're wondering if he has
cult?
multiple, if you're wondering if he has multiple wives, the answer is, of course he does. It's a sex cult.
Obviously, every good cult has a leader with multiple chicks that he's banging.
They did make the claim that you could achieve immortality through cloning, and then they make the claim that a woman who's part of their cult is actually a clone. No evidence, of course.
Of course. Matt, thank you for this super chat. It says, in the future, may we have a Joe Bro timer, less toxic in smaller doses, and he'll never learn. So maybe we should limit how much time we spend with Joe, because you're right. I don't think he'll ever learn. He's definitely going to get clipped every time, though. And Doc Paleromanot, good to see you again, says, if the Holy Spirit were half as clear as Christians claim, seminaries would be out of business and Bible studies would last 4 minutes tops. Couldn't agree more. You wouldn't need to go to seminary if the Bible was actually clear and concise in its teachings, but as we've discovered, it's just not. And it's just me. Thank you for sending out a DZ Debate membership. I appreciate that. And amazing says lookness of Muhammad splitting the moon is the same as Christ. I think you're trying to say that the mythology about Muhammad splitting a moon is the same as Christ. And I agree. It basically is the same thing. And Michael, thank you for sending out a DZ Debate membership, and also MMC, another DZ Debate membership. Thank you. Adam, thank you for the super chat. It says, ever since being introduced to the Orthodox Jewish Bible, I've been making up my own verses. And Jesus said unto Peter, Gut Yantif Patif.
Gut Yontif Pontiv. Good something. Yiddish is not my forte.
I have to get a copy of it. I know where they sell it. I'm going to get a copy of it.
We'll read
Janice
it one
Hall
day
says,
on the
we don't
live.
want to know. We should. Yes, we got to. We don't want to know about Doug's issues getting vertical, horizontal for the win. Well, I mean, depending on whether you're like standing or lying, it could be either one. It's really a posture issue. You know what I mean? And Susie says, I prefer the horizontal bop. Susie, we love it for you. We're just happy that you're here, whether you're on horizontal or vertical. And Tim says, we'll give up and downers, our lefts and rights with huge grace. We will. The horizontal and the vertical must coexist with huge grace. And Alex says the truth is Schmormanism. Choose the rock. CTR super soaking. Super soaking for Sharon. That's amazing. That is good. Matt, thank you for the super chat. It says vertical on my phone, horizontal on my laptop. That's the way to go. Doug obviously embraces polystreamism. Yes, Doug is a polystreamer indeed. And Tim, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, I'm an ally all day long, but surely not the entire Siberian Orchestra is trans. I have never heard that wordplay before. That was a new one. And Tim, we're glad you're an ally. We're all allies here. At least I hope we are. Dan says TikTokers are mere plebes without the power to alter time, rewind, pause, and change speed. Well, to be fair, that's true. The TikTok live stream is live. You can't do any scrubbing on it. So that is the case. But guys, if it wasn't for TikTok, I wouldn't be here. That's all there is to it. JJ says sent one DZ Debate membership. I appreciate that. And Jack the Muss says anyone who rejected the Holy Trinity is a heretic. TikTok, vertical and horizontal, 3 streams, but one divine message. The only way is to be truly rock hard for Doug, and I agree. The stream Trinity is the way to go. Doug is all about the stream Trinity, not a duality, not a single. And House says, to be fair, Christian gave us all a well-earned laugh, almost feeling sorry for punching down. I get that, except he was kind of a prick. If he wasn't a prick, I would have felt like it was punching down, to be fair.
He's been a prick to me for the past week. And I don't give a fuck anymore.
I've never seen him. He's new here. Tim says firmament cleaning services, cheap. Oh my gosh, yeah. That's right up there with Rapture Pet Care. We need to make that happen. And Verlin says, show us the flat Earth. Yes, actually, that's a very good point. We could have just gave him the same exact burden of proof. If you want a picture of the globe Earth, show us a picture of the flat Earth. Jennifer says, I think Christian is as high as he can go. He is, and it's not low. He's basically subterranean. He's just a chud. Sans Sensibility, I love that name. That is a good name, Sans Sensibility. It says, rocks in outer space prove Doug is the true God. May the quartz be with you. Rock hard for Doug. Sinfully wet for Sharon. And down to frack for Rocky. There we go. Down to frack for Rocky. I forgot about DTF. Down to frack for Rocky. I love that. That's a really good play on words. Thank you, Sense. Mellow Matt says, I tell you a joke about light, but it doesn't matter. Oh, I see what you did there. I would share some jokes about entropy, but they just don't hit the same anymore. They don't. I thought you were going to say jokes about entropy, but they're a mess. But what are you going to do? Those are some really good jokes there, Mellow Matt. I appreciate that. And Santa Park says, someone should make a Christian video of the trip the New Horizons took to get to Pluto and make them watch all of it. Is there a video of it? I don't know about that. I didn't even know there was a trip to Pluto. Shit. That's interesting news. I appreciate that. Chris says, how fast can you go on Highway 69? Lickety split. Oh, fuck. That's crazy, but good.
Hell yeah.
That's crazy. I can't believe. I'm surprised I haven't heard that one. Colonel of Truth says satellites can be put into geosynchronous orbit. That's a long word for me, guys. Can be put into geosynchronous orbit. I may not fully understand the definition of geosynchronous. Let me look it up.
They synchronize with the Earth, with the so that when you, they travel at the same speed that the Earth rotates.
That makes sense. So then it would look like it's stationary. A geosynchronous orbit is an orbit around Earth where an object's orbital period matches the Earth's rotation, causing it to return to the same position in the sky each day. So returning to the same position. So it does, in fact, move across the sky at least. It just comes to the same position every time. If the orbit is circular and directly above the equator, it is a special type called geostationary orbit, where the satellite appears to hover in a fixed position. Otherwise, geosynchronous orbit with an inclination will cause the satellite to appear to drift north and south, tracing a figure-8 pattern over the course of the day. Interesting. Thank you for that.
It's very similar to my. It's very similar to my business proposition of a flying yacht that always stays at sunset. Yeah, I'm working on it.
Paloom says, fun facts are very rarely fun or facts. Well, we learned that about almost every caller that ever calls in here to correct us. They have no facts, but they think they have a fun fact for us. And HP Lovecats has a fun name, says the Earth is not round, it's not flat, it's a hollow pancake full of Nutella, and the firmament is made of pure sugar. Rock hard for Doug and his lunar brethren. And yes, I can get on board with this. I think the moon is certainly a cheese wheel. It's actually not round. And the Earth is a wheel of Gouda cheese. Smoked Gouda, to be precise. And Mello says, Guest was actually an atheist. Asked for video proof of Jesus. A buddy took him to see Passion of Christ. Been a believer ever since. That is actual live footage. I don't know if you guys knew that. And Just a Rancher says, Christian is the antichrist of Dougism. I don't know. He was kind of weak sauce. He was just
that's too low. It's gotta be
his own
there's gotta be someone better. Yeah.
We gotta get somebody better than that, yeah. Andrew says, according to Christian, the Earth is flat, Range Rovers are on Mars, math is fake, dinosaurs are dragons, and slavery is okay. And the rest? You know what? We could have pressed him all night for entertainment value, and we chose not to, but he was something. Mr. Oso says, just a tithing to Doug and Sharon. May they keep us entertained during the cooking, first time getting to watch live. I don't know if this is Oso Ray, but Mr. Oso, Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate the super chat. I hope you had fun in your first live experience. And a worship of the old God says, Christian, Jamaican me crazy. I like that. I know it's used, but I like it. I appreciate that. Where's my mouse? Where's my mouse?
You know, if you say the word beer can with a British accent, it sounds like bacon in a Jamaican accent.
Indeed. My mouse dead? Did my mouse finally die? There we go. I think no, never mind. Okay, apparently I have to go get a different mouse. I think my mouse died. I don't have any batteries up here either. Okay, I guess give me a second. Let me grab my mouse.
I guess I'll be y'all's entertainment for now. Let's see. So, yeah, everyone, I'm just going to show for myself for a second. So make sure that you, if you haven't already, that you find the Bible Guy YouTube channel and subscribe, because we're putting out new videos every single day. And if you like Justin's content, you'll love my content. And in fact, I've just created a playlist so you can watch my content back to back and fall asleep to this sweet, sweet voice. And don't worry, the ASMR is coming out as soon as I can get to it.
All right, we'll see if this mouse is working. Maybe. What's the this battery dead too? Well, fuck, now I just gotta go find new batteries apparently. Okay, well, friends, I'll be right back. I apologize. Apparently I need batteries in both my mice.
Oh my gosh. Someone said, I am enjoying Dalton's streams as part of my usual YouTube addiction. Hey, love that for you, bud. Yeah, in fact, I'm going to be putting out a video pretty soon. I'm writing the script right now. A video describing why it is that scholars don't think that King David wrote any of the Psalms and how that tradition evolved. Because a lot of the arguments that we get from Christians on these streams are about how Jesus fulfilled certain prophecies in the Psalms. And I say, well, those Psalms aren't prophecies. And they say, well, David was a prophet. Well, guess what? David didn't write the Psalms. And it's all about the prepositions used in the superscriptions. But you'll see, it's going to be good shit. And oh my gosh, it's later than you think, and the comment section on TikTok is posting all capital letters. I don't know why y'all do this, but writing in all caps doesn't make what you have to say any more relevant or true. It just makes you annoying. Let's see if he's got some batteries.
Yeah, it just makes you unhinged. It makes you look out of your mind. All right, I got some fresh batteries. I'll throw it in here. All right. Well, the mouse is powered up at least. But where's my mouse? What is happening right now?
You're being sabotaged, Justin.
I can see it. I see where my mouse is at. I just can't fucking move it. Why? Let me put my battery in my other mouse I was using. How do I put a battery in this thing? I think it's got the original battery in it. This is crazy. How do I open it? Usually there's a thing on the bottom of it. It's one of these goofy ergonomic mice. I have no idea how to open the damn thing. There's no like battery tray on the bottom of it.
Oh, is this one of those mics where you can like hold it from the side, like this?
Basically, yeah. And oh, there's no battery because it's rechargeable. Shit. It's I gotta plug in the USB-C. I bet I can use it with the USB-C plugged in. I'm guessing. I am guessing, but I suspect that's the case. Yes, I can. Fucking A. All right, we're back in business, friends. Sorry about the delay there. Jay says, did we get Dalton to monetize to the monetization threshold? Yes, we did. Thank you, by the way.
Yeah, we did. I'm just sort of waiting right now. It says that your account is being created or being created or associated. The approval and association process usually takes several days. So I'll let you guys know as soon as it's done.
Soon, friends. Tim says a priest, a tabby, and a cardinal walk into a bar. The atheist ducked. A priest, a tabby, and a cardinal walk into a bar. Oh, yeah, because he's smart. He doesn't... I don't know what a tabby has to do with anything, or a cardinal, though.
What do you call a nun that goes on long walks? A Roman Catholic.
Oh, fuck. I've heard that, but I forgot it. That's a good one. I know what a priest and a cardinal is, but I don't know what a tabby means. Walk into a bar. It's a cat, but but
it's slang for something?
A cat wouldn't walk into a bar. Like, the idea is that they're dumb, so they walk into a bar, but the atheist is smart, so he ducks and goes under it. I don't see what... Let me see what you can find for that. Neutrino Fuse, thank you for the 75 pesos, maybe? I don't know what denomination it is, but thank you for that. And Tim says, why is Jesus on the crucifixion in churches so ripped? CrossFit? Nailed it. Actually, wouldn't it be funny if the real Jesus was actually overweight and they just pictured him that way?
Good luck getting him up on the cross.
I didn't know that. Listen, we got to have a skinny Messiah. It wouldn't work any other way. Tim says, after Star Trek, Captain Kirk's actor wanted to start a lingerie line, but Shatner panties never took off. Oh my God, Shatner panties. That's crazy.
Maybe Tabby was autocorrect. Maybe it was Rabbi originally.
Oh, I bet it is. Yeah. A priest, a rabbi, and a cardinal. I could see that. Yeah. I could see that. Jake, thank you for the $10 super chat. Great to see you tonight, my friend. Says, we'll be chatting with CJ Cornthwaite next week on the topic of apologetics. Thanks for the connection. Absolutely, Jake. CJ's awesome. I hope you enjoy your conversation with him. You're going to like him a lot. And guys, if you don't know Jake Knapp yet, he has his own podcast, The Exodus Brothers. I recommend giving it a listen, friends. Oren Patch says, 2 in the vertical, 1 in the horizontal. Fucking A. Holy shit. I did not say, whatever I thought you were going to say, I didn't think that was coming. Well then, thanks, Oren. I appreciate that. Literally Jesus. Says, ever see the movie The Lottery? I have not. I had nightmares that the church would choose my dad and stone him in the church. Religion is dangerous for kids' minds. I agree. I knew a lot of people who had like hell anxiety, rapture anxiety, all that nonsense. I was lucky I grew up Catholic and we didn't worry about all that bullshit. We had purgatory. And Carla, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Kevin Love was the NBA player who talked about his panic attacks. Great read. Everyone is going through something by Kevin Love. Good luck, caller. It might have been Kevin Love now that you mention it. It certainly could be. I liked Kevin Love when he played for Cleveland. I know at one point they wanted him to be like probably more than what he was, what he actually was. They wanted him to be like the number 1 on the team. He's more of a number 2 guy, but I liked him. iReactor says, Only the Good Die Young by Iron Maiden is a great song. Rock on, and praise Doug's Petrification. I didn't know, is that a cover? Did Iron Maiden do a cover of Billy Joel's song, Only the Good Die Young? Or is it a separate song with the exact same name? Or did Billy Joel have a song that had a different name, and I'm thinking it was called Only the Good Die Young. But I thought that was the name of Billy Joel's song. Love Cats says, if you're into Metallica, I love Metallica. Leper Messiah from the Master of the Puppets album is a great anti-evangelical song. You know, the funny thing about Metallica is I was crazy about Metallica when I was younger, but I didn't really listen to a lot of the lyrics. It sounds like they're kind of atheists, and it sounds like I need to go back and revisit. I've got their albums on CD. I'm that old. I'll give them a listen again.
I've always wondered if Leper Messiah had anything to do with the Talmud because, well, there's a leper Messiah in the Talmud.
Shit, I'll have to check it out. I'd like to hear about the leper Messiah.
Oh yeah, I'll send it
Chipmunk,
to you later.
thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you for the $10 super chat, Chipmunk. He says, what is meant by the until all is fulfilled in Matthew 5:18? That's until all of the prophecies are fulfilled and heaven and earth pass away. That heaven and earth passing away is part of what needs to be fulfilled, and it didn't get fulfilled. He's directly saying that everything written in the law and the prophets must be fulfilled, including heaven and earth passing away, and they simply haven't. Adam Carmona says the founder of Hindutva, Hindu nationalism, was an atheist. I didn't know that. I wonder if he had ill intent, which is why he did it. That's what I'm thinking. And Marduk1, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Said, I don't know if anyone already asked you, but how did the wedding go you officiated? And did you ever listen to the band Ghost? I haven't listened to Ghost yet, but the wedding was great, actually. We had a blast. Everything went well. I officiated a wedding like a week, almost 2 weeks ago now. And we had a really good time, and nobody cared. The people who were in the know, that they know I'm an atheist, none of them cared that I'm an atheist. They were just happy to get everyone together to celebrate the wedding. Some people probably in the family don't know, but what are you gonna do? Jesus, Titty F and Christ, thank you for the super chat, says, stop calling me a perv. I will stop watching people doing it only when they stop crying out my name. Until then, I figure that means I'm invited. It sounds like an invite, does it not? I mean, it seems like it.
It's a conjuring.
Or a cry for help. Yeah, conjuring, for sure. And Jamie says Doug is both vertical and horizontal. They are one. Agreed. Doug is a stream trinity, vertical, horizontal, and TikTok. And Tariq says, isn't there a live feed from the International Space Station? There is. And unfortunately, Tariq, though, it's not always up. It's mostly always up. It's off from time to time. And I did read up at some point why that is the case, why it's not always just straight dead live. And there is a good reason for it. I just don't remember what it is. I apologize. But yeah, you can watch the International Space Station. I used to watch it every time there was a hurricane to see if we can get a glimpse of the hurricane from overhead. Jamie says, rock hard for Doug, and we agree. We want you to rock out for Doug. Rock out for Doug. And Tariq says, this is example of out-of-control imagination or willful ignorance, but also kind of funny how far off topic we are. At least it's entertaining. Yeah, I know. We can get some crazy stuff with the flirfs and whatnot, but to me at least it's it's got some entertainment value. And Tim says, we are brains in a vat of bone in meat armor. And you know what? You might be right. We are brains in a vat. Not the way the philosophy bros would have you believe, but we are. And Eifer, thank you for the super chat, says, existence being derived from magic makes it so much less wondrous than if it's natural. And I agree. There is something cool about believing in magic. But the reality is I don't believe in magic. But I do still think that nature is wonderful.
Yeah, as the old saying goes, once you unweave the rainbow, does it cease to be beautiful?
That's a fair quote, yeah. I don't think it does. I think it's still quite nice to be sure. Make the best of what's around. I love the name. It says, where does one go to learn how to make a banana split? Sunday school. Of course they're going to go to Sunday school to learn how to make a banana split. I appreciate that. And Luke says Jesus was trans, hence no childhood in the Bible. So there was a popular TikToker that used to run that topic a lot. Jesus was trans, and it's a fun topic, a little bit tongue in cheek. But you can get a Jesus is trans coffee mug. They were selling it on their website. Maybe I'll see if I can figure out who did that. But if you go to the Deconstruction Junction and go to the gift shop in Deconstruction Junction Discord, you can find that mug, I'm pretty sure. Sean F., thank you for the 5 Canuck bucks, says, if Trump sat on your desk, it would leave a brown stain. That's true. Not an orange stain. They call him Von Schitzenpants for a reason. I thought it was Diaper Don, but it's the same thing. The dude did so much white powder that it ruined his bowels, and now he can't control himself, and he has to wear diapers, which no wonder Melania doesn't want to get anywhere near him. Corporate Alpha, Z Corp Alpha, thank you for the super chat, says, you find out in the end. No, you don't. Human mind cannot comprehend how huge the universe is. Good luck. Well, we can actually comprehend how large the observable universe is, but apparently your mind can't comprehend how bad your religious text is, although it is telling that you didn't actually call in Alpha Corp. I assume you're actually Beta Corp. And Joey, thank you for the $10 super chat. Joey says, hey gang, I heard you guys discussing that we have evidence of Paul's writings before we have evidence of the Gospels. Could you elaborate on this? Sensually soak me, Sharon. Keep cooking, y'all. Okay, so the writings of Paul are dated as such because in all of his writings, it matches a time period prior to the destruction of the temple. And Paul shows no awareness of the destruction of the temple whatsoever. So that's why they're going to get an earlier date. Do we have manuscripts from the first century of Paul? No, we don't. It's only on internal evidence.
Now, that being said, I think there is a section of First Thessalonians that I think is interpolated within Paul's writings that mentions the Jewish people having finally received the wrath that was to come to them. And I think that was probably interpolated because it sounds like awfully like something you would hear an anti-Semitic Christian say after the destruction of the temple, and not something that historical Paul would have said.
Certainly could be, yeah. The New Testament certainly seems to be a lot of it bordering on replacement theology. Noah's Lions, 8 Dead Babies on the Ark, great to see you tonight, says you would fit in at my dad's church with that plain suit coat. The beard and stash would have to go though. Yeah, I'm a little married to the facial hair. That's kind of I've had it for like 20 plus years. I very very rarely go without my facial hair.
Not the hiccups, not again. Yeah, you have to keep you have to keep the facial hair, because how else are you going to dress up like the Messiah?
Exactly. I can't be the Messiah without facial hair. With eyes wide shut says, what makes a sound is when two black holes collide. I don't exactly know what you're trying to say here, but I assume that there aren't really sounds in outer space. There's no way for sounds to travel when that happens. That sounds like something the guest said, though. The guest probably said something of that nature, which was dumb, and I probably didn't hear him say it. I didn't catch it when he said it. Rock hard for Doug. Great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says Dr. Blitz versus Muhammad. Thank Doug. I put my bet on Blitz in the Pulsar debate. Also, is that Doug and Sharon in a cauldron jacuzzi? They're behind it. They're cooking in the cauldron together. They're making dinner of Christians right now. They're doing Christian stew. And Adam,
the perspective makes it look like they're inside of it. So
doesn't it? Yeah, it really does. Adam Brown says Muhammad proves my point. Everyone who comes on and talks about space sound just like that Tim and Eric skit about the universe. Who's Tim and Eric? Guys, I don't know anything about pop culture. Nothing.
Tim and Eric. That sounds familiar, but no, I don't know who it is either.
Apparently it's some sketch comedy that I don't know about. but it's in my web browser now. I'll know about it soon, at least. Thank you for that, Adam. I appreciate that. And Meg, thank you for the super chat, says, poor Dr. Blitz is going to lose his mind. Knocking stars indeed. I know. Dr. Blitz is going to lose her mind. Poor Dr. Blitz. Dominique says Dunning-Kruger couldn't hold a candle to Muhammad. That's the crazy thing is Muhammad was so far out of his depth. It was hard to watch because he didn't know he was out of his depth. He had no idea. Space Lord says Muhammad.
So you want me to send you the that article on the star thing?
Yeah, I'd love to read it. Space Lord said, Muhammad, let me explain. 5 minutes later, narrator, that was a lie. I may not entirely follow Space Lord, but yes.
I get it. Muhammad said, let me explain. And the narrator goes, 5 minutes later, that was a lie. No, it wasn't five.
That's the narrator.
Who's
the narrator?
Oh, just a narrator. But Muhammad explained absolutely nothing. He lied to us.
He absolutely didn't. He absolutely did not explain anything. He tried, though. He gave it his all. Lynn, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. Start a cult. 1. Prophet chooses a god and adds googly eyes. Check. 2. Add Kraken. Check. Cooking and sex innuendo. Check. 3. Factions develop. Vertical versus horizontal. Check. 4. War breaks out. There will be no war. There will be no wars. There are no wars, friends. Although I would say today the horizontal stream did beat the vertical stream in memberships by about 10 or 12. Helping Mega Deconstruct says, DZ, no one said the crusade between horizontal and verts had to be violent. I was thinking of a gentleman's game like bocce or croquet. And to be fair, those are fun. I do like bocce ball. It's a really fun game. Mega, we'll talk about this. Just Rancher says, what did Muhammad say about the 9-year-old star? I'm gonna fuck that up. Crazy but true. Justice for Aisha. Justice for Aisha. And Mega coming in again says, DZ, I was actually thinking the horizontal and the vertical schism gives an opportunity for a charity show. It can determine which stream is in Doug's huge grace. We could do a charity a runoff to see which stream actually donates the most. We certainly could do that. Gretchen, thank you for the 666, says a long night of needlessly long chats with idiots and no crusades and no TikTok war. Sad. 1 out of 5. Oh well, back to horizontal supremacy. We did have some long combos tonight, Gretchen. I apologize. You know, we don't always do it that way, but it happened to be that way tonight. Thank you for being here, though, Gretchen. I mean, it was a long stream, too. We've been here almost 7 hours now. Ben Bloodworth, thank you for the super chat, says, in my heart, I know that DZ Debates is the one true stream, but I'm still developing my horizontological ontological argument. That's a crazy combination of syllables. I do appreciate this use of words, Ben. I apologize that my inability to pronounce it is so bad. And Jaredy, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says more commentaries equals true. Maybe more than 400 volumes of Confucian commentaries still remain new printing, and that's just the ones that survive. I didn't know there was that many commentaries on Confucianism. Now I've got questions about the damn religion. Edward 316 says, Prophet of Doug barbecued 1 Mallory and 1 husband. That was enough to feed everyone in the tribe of DZ. Wait, who's Mallory and husband?
Is this the caller we had on Monday with the woman and her husband?
I don't recall. I don't know. My brain doesn't work like that. We talk to so many people, friends. It's hard to keep track of them. But thank you for the super chat, Edward. And also, Simple Programmer says, I recommend horizontal in bed and vertical in the shower. I'm with you. Thank you for the 666. And yes, are in wholehearted agreement there. And JMR, great to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, you can tell who is less deconstructed by the amount of pixels they think they are entitled to. Typical Horzos. Oh boy. Oh boy. The war rages on, friends. Simple Programmer says, member of the No Mustache crew here for what it's worth. Okay. There are some people that like fresh shaven baby face Bible guy. And Martin Papatera, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, when a Christian says, let me explain, he or she means, I have no fucking idea how to answer that question. And that is the truth. That every time a Christian says, let me explain, or watch this, some bullshit's about to come out of that mouth. Goat, thank you for the 25 Ron. He says, hereticxontal, verticataltis, bah, diagonal stream is the only true answer. Again, Doug is bi-directional. It's okay. Doug doesn't care which way you go. Space Lord says, I have facial hair because I hate shaving. That's part of it. That is part of it. It's way easier to not shave.
I do get lazy, but you know, I like the feeling of a clean shaven face. I used to actually be bald, but I got too lazy.
Either way, you look great both with and without. Goat616 says, what's the deal with Luke 14:26? And why does it make Jesus look like a four-letter word starting with a C? Well, I don't have that one on lock. Luke 14:26.
Let's see.
Let's see what's going on.
Is this the dog thing? Wait, no. If anyone comes to me and does not hate his father and mother, yeah, because he's a cult leader.
That's why. Dead bury his dead. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so I mean, the guy's a cult leader. The same chapter in Matthew and Luke, he gives the warning for when he sends out the disciples to go preach in the villages, and says those that reject you, it will be worse for them than it will be for Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment. And these are just randos that, like, somebody showed up at their house preaching, and they're like, I don't think that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And Jesus is like, well, we're going to fuck them up even worse than Sodom.
Yeah, this passage of him saying you have to hate your mom and dad is pretty much up there with calling the Syrophoenician woman a dog. Like, it's not one of Jesus' best moments.
Not a good moment. Definitely not. Woolite Mammoth, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Good to see you. Says the real question is, will the YouTube horizontals and verts come together against the TikTokers? And I hope not. I hope not. Guys, we're all on the same team. We should not be fighting each other. We should be joining forces together and doing what needs to be done so that we can deconvert people from this terrible religion. I think that's all.
Troy and Gabrielle. I was going to say quote Troy and Gabriella. We're all in this together. If
Indeed,
you know, you know.
I think that's the end of our super chats. We're gonna we're gonna send everyone over to Joel and Mezzo's live stream. Marcelina, I see you in the queue. We're ending stream, but Marcelina, please come back sometime when we're debating. I'd love to get you, now that you can, get you into one of the debates against the Quran or the Muslim callers. I think it'd be really interesting to have you up here. But let's go raid Mezzo's live stream, both on TikTok and on YouTube. Let me show you where he's live on YouTube right now. He's live on Deconstruction Junction, debating. There's 260 people watching. We got to get this thing over 300 people, 250 people. Let's bump this up. Let's go to Deconstruction Junction. Tell them Justin, Dalton, Doug, Rocky, Sharon, and Pebbles all sent you over there. Let's bump these numbers up. Let's run them way up. And thank you so much for being here, friends. We'll see you again on Friday night. We love and appreciate you. And we hope that you all get some rest, and we'll see you again soon. Dalton, have a great one, buddy.
You too. Shalom.